Welcome, everybody. As the Dean of the Faculty of Political and Social Sciences of Scuola Normale Superiore, I'm happy to start this day of a discussion on the making of disorder in the Middle East and North Africa. This is an area of study which is very important for us in the sense that we have developed over the last few years a strong interest in the periphery and neighborhood of Europe. We have organized a couple of events on the post-Soviet space and on Ukraine. We have organized events on Turkey, and we are organizing projects and events on the Middle East and North Africa. This one specifically is co-organized with the Scuola Superiore Sant'Anna, with which we strongly collaborate, our neighbors in Pisa. I think there are two important sides of this event. One is the fact that not only North Africa and the Middle East are not paid the attention they required systematically in political science and sociology within Europe, but also when attention is paid, often is done in a Eurocentric way. That is looking through the lens of the Mediterranean Barcelona strategy of the European Union, looking from outside how far the other sides are from us. And that's a lens which obviously distorts things. And I see in this event today and in the workshop that happened yesterday, which I couldn't attend because it was in Pisa for our academic senate, an attention to the bottom-up local dynamics, which are where there is much more to dig and to understand in order to have a full understanding of the situation. This is a particularly important area because both demographically and economically the growth is huge, so it's only becoming more important, and we have to get rid of this distorted view that it is a very far away place. Personally, one thing I like to remind people of is my personal family roots are from Syracuse, the most southern town in Italy, and the Syracuse province is south of Tunis, on the same line as Algiers. And when I say that, no, it's impossible because Africa is so far away, so south is where the lions are. It cannot be on the same line. No, it's on the same line with Sicily. And so we have, in a way, to change our perspective in this regard. So I don't want to take time because I know you have a full day and we have a full day, and we don't want to take away space from Palestine. There are other people who take away space from Palestine. So we don't take away time, and we want to stick to the time. I'm particularly grateful, however, to the organizers, Daniela and Ali, plus Kevin. This is one big example of what often happens here, that is bottom-up initiatives that start from our PhD communities, and they are rooted in research activity of every day. They're not just random events about something that is in the news. They have a background of people who devote a few years of their life to studying these issues, and therefore they are particularly important for us. Thank you very much for organizing it.
I'm Donatella Della Porta, and I want to welcome you in Cosmos. And I want to mention briefly the 3 lives of Cosmos because I think they have a lot to do with this initiative. So Cosmos is a center on social movement studies that brings together faculties, postdoctoral researchers, PhD students, and other researchers, visitors from outside. It was founded 12 years ago at the European University Institute around a ERC project that has much to do with this. I had suggested to work on democratizations and social movements, so successful and failed case, and all what remain hybrid between the two. And the book, Where Did the Revolution Go, that I wrote on also on the MENA or the Swana regions, is also helps me understanding the development also in these conferences. Between the first and the second life, there was my moving here at the Scuola Normale Superiore, which also has much to do with this conference, because at the European University Institute, a nice environment, but European. So it means that grants were given by the nation's member state to European students, and we had much less of a diverse groups of PhD students, postdoctoral, and also, as Guglielmo mentioned, having PhD students and postdoc from different areas than Europe also means having different views, helping social movement studies that have always been oriented toward the West to learn also by different type of perspective. And this is something that I've noticed when studying Gezi Park's protest and of course nowadays. So I think that the move at the Scuola Normale Superiore paradoxically was not a move towards a more narrow environment, but rather towards a much more diverse and international environment, because in our PhD program, and of course also in the postdoctoral research, we are able to allocate grants also to people coming from outside of Europe, and this is something that we have done a lot. Third life is a couple of years ago when Cosmos was recognized as an institutional center. So it became more inclusive also towards other members of the faculty, trying to bring together perspectives that are very important for this workshop. So the political economy type of perspective and the social movement studies type of perspective. And we have also launched a few years ago something that I find also very important in order to develop a more plural and perspective, which is the Scholar at Risk project that helped us hosting postdoctoral scholars from Kurdistan, Ukraine, Russia, and now 2 scholars from Palestine. And I think this is extremely important in order to develop a perspective on different types of movements outside and inside Europe that, however, are strongly influenced by what is happening at an international level. And we have, in fact, a conference last year, it was last year or 2 years ago, the one on the micro level effect of the Arab Spring or the revolutions in the Arab countries. As Guglielmo mentioned, another conference on failed revolutions and failed cases of protest, and we will continue on this. And next month we also have a conference bringing together scholars that are starting to study the pro-Palestinian movements. And I think that this opening beyond the West is all the more important in a moment in which the Western values are showing all their cynicism and in the widespread support to a genocide. So I want also to thank Ali, Lorenzo, Julius, Daniela, Ismail, Ahmed, and the other Lorenzo. I would say especially Daniela, because she was the only woman in this group, and I know that the care that is needed for the organizations of such event also has some feminine type of perspective. So thanks a lot, and I'm looking forward to listen to your presentations.
Thank you very much, Guglielmo and Donatella, for these wonderful greetings and introductions. I will take over from now to chair the first panel, but first allow me and my colleague Ali to introduce a bit the topic of today's conference. And Ali, we start.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of Daniela, me, and Julius, Lorenzo, we would like first to thank our professors, Donatella Della Porta, Guglielmo Meardi, and Mario Pianta, who is not with us, for their very kind and generous support and their time to carry this conference out. By the dawn of 2010, the beginnings of 2011, Arab masses marched to confront long authoritarian regimes. Uprising spread across the region with different social forces being mobilized. More than 10 years later, what became of the trajectories of these uprisings? Together with the fellow PhD colleagues, we conceived the idea of this event and the kind of debate we hope to foster, inspired by countless discussions during our courses at the SNS, between classes, and of course over beer and vino. We are very grateful to all our guests for joining us today, for embracing this shared need to engage in this conversation. Building on established tradition at the SNS, we wanted to bring different disciplines and approach into the dialogue. And this is something that I really appreciate about our school, not being from here, but this idea of trying to bring different disciplines and approaches as well, not only to criticize or to engage in an agonistic way, but more really to build a friendship of a scholarship. Some of us, for example, Lorenzo, me, Daniela, focus more on political economy, Daniela more international relations, other sociology, other of our colleagues focus more on authoritarianism, and so on. And then when we started to discuss how to carry out this event, the aim of this conference is actually the product that produced this conference. That we really engaged a lot how to address this topic from different perspectives to try to engage with the different complexities of the issues we are discussing. And from here, we started to go into a very simple need, which we need to get out of the different dichotomies and simplistic approaches that dominated the field of studying the Middle East and the Arab world. Yeah. So we started to question the different schools and scholarships that addressed what happened to the Arab revolutions. We have different approaches coming from democratic transition studies. We have others coming from authoritarianism. We have others coming from political economy. And we appreciate most of them because every branch of these studies really delivers something to the topic. But still, how can we comprehend these different complexities within the topic? I don't think that we need to go more into the details, so I leave it for Daniela at this moment.
Yeah. Yeah, so even after 2011, so even after the revolutions, debates, as Ali was saying, around transition and democratization were often shaped by idealized models and concept of Western liberal democracies, and also perspectives frequently criticized for their Eurocentrism or the disregard for the region's own history. But it's important to remember that in the 60s and 70s, for example, already progressive movements from Yemen to North Africa actively pursued democracy, equality, and social justice. So, as Ali was saying, while debates on democratic transition remain crucial today and should not actually spare every other context apart from the MENA region, so including Europe, especially today, these discussions must be better connected to international dynamics, transnational forces, and complex processes. After all, every instance of revolution, but also democratic backsliding or democratic consolidation, at the opposite, is rooted in historical and structural besides contingent conditions. So, as we observe the rise of authoritarianism in its different forms across the region, but also of conservative ideologies and the allure, allow me to say, of strongman politics, also at the global level, if you want, we cannot ignore the fact that the region, the Middle East and North Africa, hold a unique place as regions where there were and there are strategies and purposes permeated by authoritarian ideologies and coercion that are specifically refined and tested in the region. In Tunisia, we observe troubling emergence of authoritarianism around the figure of the president and its security apparatus. In Egypt, under Sisi, we see a reorganization of coercive means. And in Turkey, political authority has tightened its grip through various forms of control, but also Iran. All of this creates widespread levels of human precarity throughout the region, where vulnerability, violence, in some cases, reaches extreme levels. And this precarity, and this is also something that we want to tackle through this today's conversation, is that this precarity is intensified, exacerbated, and often actually created by ongoing security measures, coercive means, external interventions, and the normalization of states of exception to the rule of law. Ideologies promoting stabilization, often justified by economic interest and controls of social phenomena such as migration, only add to all these issues. So as these different form of regimes attempt to impose order, driven actually by myths of order, they often end up by creating disorder for the majority, and that's why we kind of chose this title, leading to new forms of marginalization, violence, and control. However, all these processes also give rise to always new forms of resistance. It seemed fitting, therefore, for us to draw from all these approaches that Ali was mentioning to describe these processes of resistance compared to processes of restoration. We use this term of restoration, and we understand this as not to simply return to an old order, but as a process actually fueled by tensions, by competing past and future also possibilities that open up. Inspired by Gramsci, but also contemporary scholars such as Asef Bayat, William Sewell, Achille Membe, Beatrice Bou, Ada Manier, Jibel Ashkar. I hope I didn't forget anybody that is actually very much important to all the organizers, as well as many actually of people that are present here today. We view these moments of restoration and authoritarian restorations, if you want, as processes of becoming rather than predefined regime trajectories or typologies. So our aim is a bit to frame this becoming against a backdrop, of course, of colonial and imperial legacies, against structural constraints that are still very much important, including of economic hierarchies. But also to bring forward this discussion that processes of restoration and the politics of disorder that accompany them are not and never static and irreversible. They are marked by pluralism, effervescence, conflictual tensions, as I was saying, along with practices of representation. Even though in many cases the tightening up the tightening grip of on the public sphere has driven populations, and including Arab populations, into political apathy, and we are seeing this with the recent elections, including in Tunisia. And sometimes, even though sometimes the revolutionary demands actually shifts towards more, let's say, reformist or more forms of political compromise that probably sometimes, not always, but sometimes get far away from the revolutionary demands themselves, we always have to understand that these forms of demands and resistance are always there, whether we understood them as dialectic form of tensions or more rhizomatic forms. To conclude, it seemed particularly important for us to end this conference day with a discussion on Palestine, a round table. Not only because of the urgent need to address this issue specifically in these days, but also because we think that it speaks directly to the themes of this conference. With the mobilization in solidarity with the Palestinian people, we have witnessed the resurgence of some counterinsurgency practices, of moral panics, of even authoritarian strategies, if you want, for silencing and undermining the dissent towards what's going on. So we are kind of left wondering whether, we are witnessing the sort of transnational boomerang effects, where violence and occupation on one side of the world actually has far-reaching repercussions elsewhere, like in Europe, as we are witnessing. And let me conclude by saying this, if the images emerging from Gaza or Lebanon seem apocalyptic to many, we think that today's debate reminds us that no order is permanent, that with each resurgence of violence, war, and attempts at restoring order, cracks open and creating spaces for action and participation. And these spaces can and have to be filled with the goals of emancipation and equality, hopefully inspired by a truly universal and decolonized humanism. Thank you so much for being here. So me again speaking and chairing the first panel. So I will invite the guest of our first panel, titled Formal and Informal Forms of Resistance and to Authoritarian Coercion and Restoration. Atef Sayigh, Professor Atef Sayigh, please, if you want to come to speech. Professor Paola Rivetti and Professor Benoit Challand. Yes, please. Stay with me, don't leave me alone. So, we are going to start by Professor Atef Sayigh, that I'm gonna briefly introduce to our public and audience. So Professor Sayigh is a sociologist at the University of Illinois in Chicago. His extensive scholarship engages with political and historical sociology of the Middle East and North Africa, but also globally, more extensively. He is the author of Revolution Squared, Tahrir, Political Possibilities and Counter-Revolution in Egypt. Before joining the academia, Professor Sayigh worked as human rights attorney in Egypt for many years, actually, and worked and directed many research activities for different human rights organizations and also directed many publications, mainly on the issue of torture, if I'm not mistaken, and carceral states more in general. So many thanks, Atef, for being here with us, and I immediately give you the floor to kick off this wonderful debate. Thank you. Yeah, sorry.
I'm thankful to Daniela and the organizers. I'm honored to be here. It's such a wonderful and very stimulating to be in the presence of so many amazing and incredible. Their work with admiration and to meet in person and so forth. I'll try to commit to time. I understand I have half an hour. I'll be restricting myself. I minor change in the title, but it's not really off topic. It's the same. So the topic or the title of the presentation is Revolution and Counter-Revolution, some methodological and conceptual notes. Okay, so this is the outline of my presentation today. I want to first discuss counter-revolution in general, some in the literature, very briefly, but also counter-revolution in the Arab Spring, and some of the issues that I confronted or issues that I dealt with thinking about counter-revolution in my own research in relation to this literature, and then a proposal I'm advancing, and I will try to do a little bit of justice to counter-revolution in Egypt, highlight some of the specificities of counter-revolution in Egypt, and I will end with conclusion. I have more things to say, like some things, images, unique images from my book and other things I may be happy to share if there is more time. I have to say this talk is based on two things. One is an article I wrote in 2021 in Sociology Compass about sociology of counter-revolution in Egypt, and also different threads in my book. Some of the things that it's buried and it's not sharpened, so I'm trying to bring in more light to how I think about counter-revolution overall in this talk. So in general, to my humble or to my limited knowledge, I believe that the main foundational works are the 18th Premier, Marx 18th Premier, Tocqueville's Old Regime, and the Vendée, Charles Tilly, and it's some special when it's class, it's a more political sociology of the French transformation or restorations, all brilliant, important, informative. We can't go beyond these works easily. There's lots of, yet there is no coherent, no comprehensive work on counter-revolution as a sociological category. The three issues at stake when we think about counter-revolution are how to define the old regime. And we have the ongoing problem or tension between the Tocquevillian broader sense of political and social order. The old regime is the entire social political order, vis-a-vis how political scientists conventionally understand the regime as technically to networks, ruling networks, but also we have no consensus about what is regime. For this reason, for example, if we can blame Arab revolutionaries or Egyptians or they chanted the people wanted the downfall of the regime state, and they made this clearly during the ongoing conversations during the uprisings, where we want the downfall of the regime, not the state. We can't blame them easily because in the context where political scientists and scholars have debates and philosophers and revolutions have been debating the concept for years about what is regime and so forth. The other issue is who are the actors? Like how to define the old regime is like the networks, the supporters, or technically the core, the royalists, that we have to find the equivalent of the royalists in the 18th Premier, or the Mubarakist in the Egyptian case, or the NDP, or the deep state. There is no really. So of course, things in the aftermath, we realize that these things are not the same thing. The third thing is what we count as counter-revolutionary actions are the restoration, bring a new status quo, undoing the revolution or revenge. There is no, we need to think about these issues. So I don't have a definition. I'm just proposing this in the sense of we have like really different ways to think about it. I'm proposing that it would be important or critically to think of counter-revolution as a multi-scale, a political social process that aims to combat revolutions with the goal of reversing revolutions and all revolutionary gains if possible and so forth. I understand we need to measure, measure. I'll continue to proceed and share how I've been thinking about that. And here, I move into the literature in the Arab Spring. Initially, there was a virtual lack, and I'm bringing a very important quote from Professor Asad Bayati's work. I admire Professor Bayati's work. I have some revolutions, thesis of revolution, but also how he's overlooking counter-revolution, and it's how critical. I'm especially highlighting this because Bayati's work does a lot of justice to the limits of the Arab Spring compared to possibilities. Maybe it's a big claim, but that's why I'm seeing he's undermining counter-revolution analysis. So in this quote, I think of Bayat is blaming, I'll read the quote for those who, I think it's shared online. So it's the idea, it's counter-revolution here is kind of static, it's given, it's almost a ahistorical account of counter-revolution. It's all the same, all counter-revolutions are the same. If we think of all revolutions are unique, have a unique specific historical characteristic, their own counter-revolutions too, in different moments too, they have different nature, compositions, and so forth. So here I'm not picking on the idea of blaming revolutions for the failure, blaming or for defeats, but they're taken for granted counter-revolution and so forth. But there is the good news is that there's lots of growing interest in counter-revolution. This is wonderful, and as some of the people I cite, and they're inspiring to me, and I realize that I did something different, but I appreciate and I admire these things, and they're helpful to me in my developing the thoughts I'm sharing today. So with bearing in mind these important exceptions, the main challenges for us to how we think about counter-revolutions as scholars of the Arab Spring or its aftermath is that it's we need to not to overlook it, we need to take it seriously, but what does it mean? Two, or how to reduce it, or the idea of reducing it to certain actors and certain moments, because if it's an ongoing process, I know we have a big question. I may not be able to answer, and a big spoiler that when the counter-revolution ends, and that or how far compared to the newer order, new unorder, or making order restorations and so forth. Spoiler is that I can't answer this clearly because we have many ways to answer it, but we can come to this discuss. So in short, this is my proposal, we need to advance a multi-scale and temporally sensible analysis of counter-revolution. So this, as I suggested, these works are very, very important. We can think of the counter-revolution as a deep state, or the counter-revolution as a global political or global capital, or the US as a key anchor on this, the EU and others, or IMF, international financial institutions, or so forth. It's a global and regional, or the sectarianism and Saudi rule and UAE and so forth. Or in my work that I share and I flesh more, is that the shifting national actors and actions in Egypt. The premise one in my proposal is that we need to really put revolutions and counter-revolution in the same framework if we really want to do justice, if they are historically or dialectically connected. And I will show through some examples from my work about how I thought about that. And also we need to think ontologically different about a revolution and counter-revolution as intertwined processes. So really, we ought to think of revolutions as entailing two larger processes. Every revolution brings in, specifically if delivered little outcome, or positive outcomes, or defeated, failed, or whatever, these big contested terminology that I'm not going into it now. So if a revolution entails these explosions of possibilities, but also instigating projects of containment at the same time, from day one. So in other words, counter-revolution don't come out of nowhere and coming and to come to attack or to restore, or in 2013 in Egypt for that matter. So any fair account of revolutions should take into account these possibilities and containments and so forth. How we think of it as multi-scalar, I'm talking about Egypt specifically, but I'll give some minor examples, but really we need to advance these connections. I suggest that it is really empirically difficult to distinguish or to analyze in what ways the internal connect to the external dynamics of counter-revolution. For example, is the US repression shipment ongoing, never stopped in 2011, 12, 13, or US support of whatever status quo in Egypt SCAF, then Morsi, then sponsoring Morsi Brotherhood, SCAF Alliance, then blessing the coup. Which one is more important? You know, or Saudi funding to Salafis, or SCAF is releasing jihadists, or many things at stake, you know. So we need to, I admit it's empirically impossible, but we need at least to take seriously these connections. And I'm here and I have a quote to share, and I will read the quote later in depth, but I'm highlighting a quote from a brilliant and big inspiration to me and many scholars and revolutionary actors in Egypt. Hani Shukrallah, leftist Marxist journalist who passed away. And Hani shared a brilliant analysis. He used to share some of amazing reflections, and Ali and others know and indebted to Hani. So Hani highlighted, and I will come back to this quote, but the idea about the massive mobilizations and continuous 2011 to 2013 didn't stop mobilization in the countryside, Egyptian locales, Egyptian bourgeoisies and the military to mobilize stability at any price. Here to give a quick, just a crude summary of like how we think of, and I'm inspired by dear colleague and friend George Lawson about how we think. I didn't bring Lawson here, but it's very influential, the idea to think of how international relations, international geopolitics shifts constantly in relation to our revolutionary country. Not in the as previously understood, conventionally, or the Scotch pool and John Foran's logic that is geopolitics or international order is either permissive or obstructive to revolutions. But this idea only refers to revolutionary occurrence, not the revolution trajectory. So it's a Lawson highlighted idea, like we should take of how revolutions shifts a counter-revolution or the international geopolitics. Both enables and obstructs revolutions, or supports the revolution, and also, or as to quote Fred Holliday, famous, interesting phrase about the international geopolitical order is, in many cases, the act in supporting revolutions with the aim of bringing them to the status quo, international status quo, at the nearest possible chances, or and so forth. So yeah, I try to differentiate at how international politics, international community was both, and I'm here lumping the international community as the global support, but also global public opinion, solidarity, and also international order, like key superpowers and so forth. So this shifts dramatically from the time of revolutionary crisis, revolutionary trajectory, and the revolutionary outcome, defined here as a 2013 as a decisive moment and its aftermath, and so forth. These lots of examples about U.S. support to SCAF, U.S. supporting the status quo, IMF is back, or UAE funding of the Marud campaign, and so forth. And regional, now towards the current state of affairs, regional and global support to CC. So here's my big disclaimer, or the idea that it's impossible empirically to do justice to the tension and relation between the internal and the external. So we need to do that to analyze it, how this shifts in different moments in time, identify these relations. Move to my third part in my proposal. So my first part in my proposal, we need to analyze counter-revolution, revolution in the same framework. Two, it's a multi-scalar project or process. Three, it's temporally shifting, and this is very critical. So I'm highlighting only three things, and I'm giving some examples here more in depth. So it's shifting, the actors and actions shifting according to the momentum of the dialectical relation between revolutions and counter-revolutions. So momentum matters. It's kind of enduring. There is always a process of hunting back, like bringing back paranoia, the regime, paranoid about what happened in the past and so forth. I'm highlighting briefly these three issues: the shifting actors, actions, momentum matters, and the idea of it is enduring, and here the contentious issue about when it ends. But I'm suggesting it's enduring, but it's not eternal, because there's no such thing as final defeat. Historical long process. Here I can just bring in, to those who know Charles Tilly, look at the chart in the book Democracy 2007 about France in 200 years. How like the sharp zigzag about up until 2006. So here, this is this is from the article in 2021 about the counter-revolution, and I modified slightly in the book, and only this is limited only to the actors and actions. So here, if I try to disaggregate or to think of counter-revolutions in three phases, which is the phase one, the revolutionary crisis, phase two, transitional period, and I suggest this is transitional period. I have a longer definition, or the revolutionary trajectory is all the way to the coup. Now I can elaborate why I'm suggesting this, and then the military coup and aftermath. So temporally, phase one, counter-revolution instigated. Phase two, counter-revolution gaining power. Phase three, counter-revolution's victory, or decisive victory. Again, but it doesn't mean final defeat. The actors changing. I can say more on the economic angles, but I didn't do justice to this part. So counter-revolution's key actors. So the military was not from day one counter-revolution, even though the military role position shifted all the time during the famous 18 days, and I can talk about this in depth, but it was in the back seat. It was the Mubarakis and intelligence, and Habib al-Adli, and the Ministry of Interior, and so forth. So the Mubarak regime, the ruling party, the security apparatus in phase one during the 18 days, and the military only was in 28 January, and then all the way to February 10th, where it distancing itself from Mubarak only one day before his house. Counter-revolution actors changed in the transitional period. The military, the intelligence apparatus, and the collaboration with the Brotherhood and other political forces too. And actors in coup and beyond is the military and military intelligence and other security, heavily security actors. Counter-revolution actions changed also across time, from propaganda and attempted repression that failed, to containment and manipulation. And it's like I describe it as an attrition war and so forth, or unlimited repression to the coup. I'll come back to Hani Shukrallah here, this fascinating quote, and I'll read the entire quote because it's really brilliant in many layers, but I'm only highlighting the issue of the momentum here. And also I love the quote because of reflections, as like many, and this is something that we were missing, many sympathizers or revolutionaries or scholars who are confused, who study the revolution about what to do and how to make sense. And I remember the heated debate in 2013 about coup or revolution and all these things and so forth. Quote, I think that my main mistake in reading June 30th at the time was conceiving it as merely a third wave of the Egyptian revolution. My misconception wasn't because I was unaware of the counter-revolutionary tricks. The counter-revolution never ceased these tricks since January 25th, 2011. I exaggerated in thinking that the revolutionary momentum was able to overcome the counter-revolutionary gains. I didn't consider the magnitude of the exhaustion of revolutionary forces after 2.5 years of enormous sacrifice and no real gains. Not only enormous sacrifice and no real gains, but the very little gain was accompanied by new maneuver followed by another backlash. I didn't consider the size of the massive and surreptitious mobilization that the Egyptian bourgeoisie was doing in the countryside and the city to restore stability at any price. I did not consider the great complexity in the same phenomena, June 30th mobilizations, in combining both the revolution and counter-revolution, In the same phenomena, the revolutionary momentum was releasing its final and last push, while the counter-revolution was recovering in its vitality and taking advantage of the opportunity, moving from retreat and manipulation to do its massive attack. Only with the massacre of Rabaa, I did realize that the counter-revolution, not the revolution, had the upper hand. The counter-revolution started with an alliance between the security forces and the Muslim Brotherhood. It was supported and sponsored by the US, European powers, and regimes from the Gulf, but it concluded with the division of the alliance, of this alliance, and the slaughter of the Muslim Brotherhood in the revolution, end quote. So here I really love the idea of the tension or how the momentum was never static, and this is like a truly provocative insight that helped me try to think about how to think of counter-revolution. In my book, I divide my book chapters, or come back to it if needed, but this is the idea like how I thought about this period about shifting actors and actions is that we can think of revolutions as revolutionary possibilities, from the side of revolutionary possibilities as also changing. At the peak of the revolutionary crisis, during the famous 18 days, where the sovereignty is at its street. Literally, there's no parliament, no cabinet, nothing. There's only Mubarak hiding behind doors with the military and Omar Suleiman and talking, and was on phone calls with the Pentagon and the US administration and so forth. The military deployed in the streets, yes, to 28, and we'll come back to it about sovereignty on the ground, but in general, it's on the ground shared between the military and the protesters. I elaborate more about that and the popular committees and so forth. So in the transition period, the revolution is not over in February 12, 2011, definitely, as the so-called transitionologists, or something I can talk about it, in-depth transitionologists without transitionology, something I describe, but here is the battle of sovereignty is divided between the street and the constitutional politics, referendum and beyond. Beyond is Tahrir or the parliament, and so forth, this contention, and so forth. And then the coup is like no contestations about sovereignty, and so forth. So my final point about the temporal incentive is like, when is to do that is like, to when to end, I don't have an answer to when it ends, but I suggest it's kind of enduring, because as long as the regime is obsessed, more than revolutionaries themselves, so ex-revolutionaries who are traumatized and expats and abroad are in jails and died, the regime is like no single week comes without Sisi mentioning what happened, the chaos, the conspiracy, the whatever, it's like they stop talking about it, and then when we know that you're really admitting, there's some counter-revolution is over, it's like move on, dude, So here I'll end with some, before conclusions, is like the specificity of the Egyptian case. I can't do justice, but I'm highlighting some of the key features, like we need to do justice, to look at all of these angles to think about the Egyptian case in depth. First is the centrality of the Sisi figure, and at least I'm talking about the Bonapartist moment in 2013, or Caesarist, or how the difference between these, I'm not going into this terminology, but it was central. Maybe, yes, the decline in popularity now, but we can't overlook what happened in 2013, the paranoid nature of the new regime. The goal was not to restore Mubarak regime, but to expand military rule. An eye-opening for us about how we think about the regime. Where's the old regime and where's the military in relation to this team? And also the goal also was a war in the revolution and the vindictive nature. It's not really expanding military rule. There's something really, the extra judicial killing, there's excessive repression, unlimited, uncomparable in Egypt contemporary history. Something we need to attend to. And also it has a legitimation problem that from combating terror all the way to 2016, 15, 17, we stopped talking about war and terror, and now it's like we're the new republic, because we're really bankruptcy of like what's legitimate, what's our project, and so forth. And there's all the time, there's constant making and remaking of security apparatuses. And I know my friend and dear comrade, Hossam El Hamalawy, will be talking later online. Hossam will do more depth about this constant making and remaking of the security apparatus in Egypt. So here they highlight, to wrap up about the Egyptian revolution, counter-revolution specificities. Really, these common mistakes in literature or understanding is that in thinking about the counter-revolution, some of these common mistakes are reducing the counter-revolution to the coup. The coup is one part of the story. The counter-revolution is a larger process of mobilization and so forth. Also conflating, lumping the coup with tamarrud. They're two different things. They are overlapping, they are intertwined. 3, also reducing tamarrud to the infiltration of the deep state. The tamarrud is a mixed bag of different things. You know, it's not just an infiltration, and infiltration is not orchestration, so forth. In my work, I suggest that really we need even just a coup. To think about the coup only itself, there's lots of factors work together to make the coup work, like politically, historically. So it was a contingent process. It was possible due to a combination of these factors, the fragmentation and the idealism of the revolutionary left, the weakness and hypocrisy of the liberal elites, Muslim Brotherhood complicity with the military, which made them an easy target for the military's revenge, the constant repression of SCAF and the security apparatus, which exhausted the revolutionaries, the rule of regional counter-revolutionary forces. Finally, the role of the military and the deep state, as well as the Mubarak restorationists in mobilizing against the MB. So all these factors combine to make the coup possible. The big elephant in the room that I'm not discussing here, and it's really something we need all to think about the counter-revolution in Egypt, is the post-colonial states and the depths of the logic of statism in society. Here is one quick example. This is in my book, I have a big chunk of discussions about the first meeting and the first statement in the first day in Tahrir, 25th of January, 2011 at night, under a tree near KFC, if you know Tahrir, and so forth. So the statement was drafted. It's consensus. It was shared and developed and edited by others, by comments, by young revolutionaries and different. But it was drafted by nobody other than Abdelghalil Mustafa, who was a former coordinator of Kifaya. And Abdelghalil Mustafa, this is an example about the infiltration of the logic of statism. Abdelghalil Mustafa was a spokesperson of Kifaya in the eve of the uprising. Abdelghalil Mustafa became a supporter of Sisi. And I don't want to generalize or say Nasrists love the state, or because many comrades, revolutionary socialists and friends were ambivalent about the military. And this is because of the logic of statism. So the statement was drafted by Abdelghalil Mustafa and revised by comments with others and so forth. And this is how the project is enduring and so forth. It looks like an apocalyptic nightmare. Anyway, so one final note about, I don't have a rigid stance on this, but I don't want to conflate restoration, and I love your concept paper, that counter-revolution and restorations are two, they do overlap, but counter-revolution is a larger thing, but restoration is like something specific of it. It's the goal, it's a desired goal, and it's and so forth. But we cannot limit our analysis to miss the actors and actions, how they change. Conclusion, we need to think more ethnographically, historically, and temporal sensibility to counter revolutions and revolutions. Of course, outcome matters, and what outcome we need to. Bearing in mind there is no final outcome. Like if it's an end of history argument, if we saying it's all revolutions all the time, or it is revolution. Neither counter-revolution or revolutions are coherent or static. They don't operate in a vacuum. They relate to one another. And also, indeed, the unpredictability matters all the time. But it's also, it's going inside in the revolutionary trajectory and so forth. Success and failures are not one thing or final thing. They are, a single revolution possibly have many successes and many defeats. This is a wrap-up of what I said. And how's the time? I will share some slides from the images to maybe about my positionality and how I thought about revolution and counter-revolution. So I ended the talk here, but here is an image of how I thought about the contingency as a central concept, or the idea of revolutions as lived contingency. something I developed in the book, and how I came to this book cover. So obviously I started with the iconic image was 1 million person or whoever the number is in Tahrir, the global image that inspiring and so forth, that favor across the globe, literally to think of it. So I talked to a young artist, Yasin Mohammed, who is a former listed as a brilliant, and I talked to Yasin, I gave him some thoughts. We wanted to unsettle this iconic image, how the revolution in the making, or in the 28th of January. Rallies are still coming, or some ideas in the book about rallies are still coming, sacrifice. The image that's not, it's cropped to the book, but here as I highlight, like rallies are still coming. It's not iconic. Now nobody will know what will happen next. Try to blur in the right corner of roses and barricades and blood are like blurred together. Each means something to me, but also the table of content where I try to think of the revolutionary possibilities over time. My positionality and me, Egyptian Canadian, we ran into each other and we were neighbors in Ann Arbor, and he was like teaching big and dental school. Out of the blue, in the hundreds of thousands of people, we ran into each other. Morning of Mubarak's ousting, in the afternoon was Mubarak's ousting, was celebrating. But here, I pause here on 1 minute. This picture was taken February 5th. I am on the left, and this picture was not even, it's not in the book. And a friend of mine took it behind my back. This is my second day of arrival to Egypt. I didn't know what to expect, and Tahrir was still like the little episodes of violence. Friends told me that go from the barricades or the entrance of Muhammad, the barricades and the entrance in Qatar Bridge, because the military was behind. More controlled because there's no tanks can go in Muhammad Mahmoud, so they entirely. So I ran into these Muslim Brotherhood or Salafis, whoever, two big bearded men who have big piles of blankets, asking us to help and to carry the blankets. And I was torn about, I want to help. I don't want to be associated with guys. I'm worried, but I want to badly to be there. And I don't know, the Tahrir yesterday was that like I have all this global iconic image in my head and romanticizing, but mixed with blood and overstimulation. I didn't know. So I was literally walking to the uncertain. So in the context of I'm walking to the uncertain, so many as regular revolutionary actors. Didn't know, and nobody ever can dare a scholar or observer or a revolutionary actor that they were able to predict what would happen next. This is literally how the idea. This is a story about the tree meeting or the statement and so forth. And here I will pause on the note about how to think of revolutions and counter-revolution that maybe I'll come back to this about there's many ways to think of who is revolutionary. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Atef. Perfect timing, actually. I think your proposal of analysis, this multi-scalar approach, is really interesting, especially because you started with the, yeah, if you wish, or you can also, started with the matter of conceptualization of regime, and you connected this to this multi-scalar approach. And this made me think, actually, that we should more often start from conceptualization. The word regime, whether a regime, a revolutionary or counter-revolutionary regime, is to be meant as more as a social order, so in a broader way, and not just conflated to the political regime, right? In Arabic, the same word nizam is like social order and not. So very interesting. I think you gave a lot of food for thought to Donatella for the discussion, but also to our Egyptian friends here for questions and comment afterwards. I leave the floor to Paola Rivetti, Professor Paola Rivetti. I'm gonna introduce her briefly. So Paola Rivetti is professor in politics and international relations at Dublin City University. She researches and teaches about politics and societies mainly with a focus on Iran, but also the Middle East and North Africa more in general, from a comparative perspective, and looking also at social and political mobilizations, governance, migration, but also gender and sexuality. Professor Rivetti is author of Political Participation in Iran from Khatami to the Green Movement, a book published in 2020, I think. And also of an extensive number of articles and other work. She's currently working on authoritarianism and transnational mechanisms of authoritarian diffusion, including through anti-gender discourses, if I'm not mistaken, with a focus on Italy and still Iran, right? So Paola, please, you have the floor.
Thanks very much. Think, yeah. So I'm very happy to come after, to talk after Atef, because there's a lot of, common points, although I will be focusing much more on resistance. So I will be, in my time, I would like to share some insights from my work on social movements and political contentious politics, in Iran, with the hope to shed light on some of the topics that we will be discussing today, from authoritarian persistence and, let's say, the resilience and, the persistence of resistance as well. And I'm very happy that we are including Iran, because Iran is often, thought of this kind of separated place where, other things happen than in West Asia and in North Africa. And while it is true that Iran was not affected by the uprisings as, say, Syria or Egypt or Tunisia were, it's also true that Iran was extremely invested and involved in the uprising. So, of course, its role in Syria, Yemen, Iraq, enhanced cooperation with Turkey in an anti-Kurdish function. So there has been a lot that, that has been going on in Iran, and thanks to Iran at the regional level when it comes to the ramification of the uprisings. And also Iran has been paralleling a lot of the political processes that we have seen happening in the region, but also worldwide, such as, what we have been discussing in terms of authoritarian, diffusion, in this case, deepening and, strengthening, with Iran alongside with many other countries in the world becoming more and more similar to what Nazli Ayubi called the fierce state. So one that is less and less interested in, let's say, cultivating and protecting popular consensus from below, and more reliant on state repression. And this is important because, unsurprisingly, this authoritarian deepening is met with resistance. And, and I really want to stress the unsurprising, aspect of this, banal reality. Sometimes this resistance comes in the form of, dispersed everyday acts of, resistance in the everyday life of Iranians, but also comes in the form of eruption of more structured social movements and protest movements. And my work has been very much, dedicated to kind of retrace and pinpoint important moments in this genealogy of resistance, moments of political acceleration, moments of, eruption. So if you want something similar, but I'm not sure too similar, but something that, Antonio Gramsci called the microfractures in the sovereignty, so these cracks in the legitimacy of the state. And my contention is that if you look at this on, in an historical perspective, what we see is this kind of process of, at least in Iran, what we have been seeing is this process of radicalization and really building up of political opposition, which make protest movements that we often label as sudden, actually not sudden at all, although they might be unexpected and unwished for. And there's a significant difference between these three different things. To operationalize my analysis, I use two concepts. One is unintended consequences, and the other one is surplus or surpluses, plural, of activism, which we will, talk about. I will talk about in my time. So we often think of authoritarianism as this linear, never-changing way of governing a territory, governing political participation, who can access the space for political participation. But we know that it is not the case. We were just discussing with Atef how flexible, right, authoritarian forms of politics can be. adjusting to changing environments and needs. And also this idea of authoritarian consolidation, I'd like to suggest that comes in waves and in many different, moments in history with many different characteristics. This is why I'm starting with the post-war decades in Iran. So we're talking about the 90s and in the 2000s when, one of these waves of, authoritarian restoration, I argue, happened because under the imperative of economic reconstruction and authoritarian ideological renewal also took place. So we had a neoliberal public discourse and mentality promoted with the goal of de-revolutionizing the country and the people. And the governments in power back then faced significant internal opposition. So what they did was trying to craft from above, trying to engineer a supportive and compliant civil society with the goal of pushing their governmental agenda through. So the government was basically saying to the people, self-organizing NGOs, open NGOs, establish trade unions, publish magazines, have difficult conversation about controversial topics and use the university to do that. So what happened is that, they did that with this idea of, engineering this compliant force, but actually ended up with something very different, which was a civil society that they could hardly control, extremely politically empowered and bold. And how did that happen? Where this social and political capital come from? It came from the experience of the 79 revolution and the Decade War, long war with Iraq, which created an extremely politically active and responsive civil society in Iran. And while it is true that in the aftermath of the revolution and during the war, this new Khomeini's state closed off political participation, it is also true that other political ideologies, other ideas, other revolutionaries did not disappear. They actually, continued working, even politically, throwing themselves in, some of them in the kind of cultural work. So they were working in publishing houses, but a lot of them, were also engaged in charity work. So for instance, many secular leftist feminists were at the forefront of the programs that the new revolutionary state was establishing in terms of, sexual education, writing and reading classes that were offered to the population, hygiene classes, and and were also very much at the forefront of the initiatives of solidarity with war efforts, like running communal kitchens, distributing food, establishing emergency schools for the displaced people, collecting offers, and so forth and so on. So when the war ended and the government opened up this space for political participation for its own purposes, what happened was that these older activists, let's call them this way, and a newer generation, became active in that. And ended up, created this civil society that was, increasingly politically bolder and critical of the government. So here we have a wave of authoritarian restoration in the sense that the government was, of course, not happy that its plan were not, resulting into what they wanted. So they resorted to different types of harder and softer repression, sometimes supporting judiciary persecution or, violent interventions against activists, but also more softer and kind of disciplinary, strategies trying to, in a way, pastorate these rebellious political groups back into the space of permitted political participation. And in some cases worked, many other cases didn't work. And these, let's call them rebellious social groups and rebellious subjectivities that were not the ones that were pastorated, and tamed by the government, embody this idea of unintended consequences. Of this top-down political opening up where the government wanted to engineer and craft this compliant, society and ended up with something very different. The social group, political groups that continued to be, active politically were, I call it, were producing surpluses of activism. There is an exceeding amount of activism that was unwanted, unwished for by the government, and yet was circulating in society, creating this sort of extremely lively and bottom-led civil society that was defiant. And there are many examples of this, and they all tell us a story of radicalization. So just a couple of examples. I can expand on this, but so for example, the University Students Organization, since the beginning of the 2000s, go through a process of quite fast radicalization. Already in the beginning of the 2000s, they were calling for a constitutional referendum. They were calling for electoral boycotts, the abolition of the office of the supreme leader, which is something that today, almost everyone does. But back in the day was really something big. The women's movement followed a similar trajectory, not limiting themselves to lobbying for legal reform, which is something that it's called women's movement or feminist movement, has done, since day one of the revolution, but also organizing protests and campaigning that were extremely visible, extremely conflictual, and in the public space. And also starting to tackle different topics, well beyond legal reform, starting to talk about the violence of entrenched patriarchal, patterns. So in a way, already contributing to lay down the foundation for the the woman life freedom movement that came, of course, many years later. So we have radicalization across the board. The workers' movement as well, since mid-2000s, they started to organize in informal trade unions. Teachers were extremely active, nurses, factories were occupied, bus drivers in particular as well were very active, public employees, the pensioners, the workers in the oil and gas industry. So they were all establishing these informal trade unions that went on strike. They were working, they were actually organizing protests and also building alliances with parts of the women's movement and the student organizations I was talking about. So thinking about the surpluses of activism for me is a good way, makes sense in my head, for expanding on the quite banal observation that activism survives authoritarian constraints, right? So thinking about surpluses of activism, makes me not only identify all these different things that actually survive, but also has allowed me to ask myself questions that help me to move beyond this idea of, that exists, in spite of, awful and violent state repression. So, for instance, the mere existence of resistance does not translate or necessarily translate into, a social movement or an uprising or anything structured, anything, organized. So the other question that I kept asking myself is how these surpluses of activism come together, right? And, and this depends very much on contextual circumstances rather than just the existence of this surplus of activism. And this is very important because when it comes to, can explain, the eruption of larger protest movements such as the 2009-2010 Green Movement in Iran, which you probably remember, I don't know, but that was originated by the rigged re-election of Ahmadinejad to the presidency. So the important thing about the Green Movement is what happened before. That is the electoral campaign, because electoral campaign committees were actually offered the possibility for all these people who were still, doing activism and still doing political work, but in this kind of, and more radical, but in this kind of, repressive environment, to actually meet again in a place that was safer, because it was, the electoral committees of, formal candidates to the presidency. So that was the structure that actually allowed for, for this surpluses of activism to come together and establish a structure that then originated and made possible a larger and more structured mobilization. But the Green Movement was also marked, although it was, we don't have to exaggerate, it's reaching. It was, very limited to big cities, Tehran and few others big cities, in terms of intersectionality, it wasn't doing particularly well. But still was, before woman life freedom was the biggest challenge to the stability of the state. So, and that was also important because it kind of, marked this process of radicalization that was, general to many social movements. And there's a specific moment that, research participants always refer to, and that's when one of the self-branded leaders of the Green Movement, one of the two candidates, progressive candidates that lost the election to Ahmadinejad, called on the movement to avoid radicalization. And, everybody kind of identifies that moment as the moment when we actually, gave the two fingers to the system and moved on from where is my vote, we want new election, to the system is the problem. And, that's the elections are not the real problem. The real problem is the system. So we had this, more radical, if you want, activists, those who were in the committees who really took over the movement, changed slogans, radicalized it, and, as we know, it lasted several months, well into 2010, and then, what we have is a new wave of, authoritarian consolidation with repression, and the post-2009 state in Iran, had a different way of dealing with, the repression of activism, much more violent. The interesting thing is that this authoritarian involution, did not translate into less protests. It translated into a specific target, into specific repression of organized activism, if you want to call it that way. So, for instance, the organization of the university students movement, where had a lot of problems in being able to re-establish and re-normalize their presence on campus. But we have a huge number of protests that continued to to take place in the region, so in the country. So Asef Bayat, Zeb Kalb, and Kevin Harris, for instance, reported in 2015-16 alone, we have 700 labor protests. In 2017, the number of labor protests, and I'm underlining labor, soared to 900. While if we look at all the the protests that took place beyond working class and labor protests, that number in 2017 is 1,500. We have major strikes in 2020, 2019, 2020. There are major strikes and major mobilization happening in the south of the country over water scarcity, pollution. 2021, we have the other big strikes in the oil and gas industry that lasted several months. So what this data, and also, research participants have, what they tell us is that the protests were structurally different. So, for instance, there was a much more important class dimension in the sense that, this reminds me, a lot of what Atef was telling before. So while we had this, the working classes, impoverished working classes, often joined forces and, protesting and striking and so forth and so on, the middle classes remained largely unsupportive of these. And this has a lot to do with the regional situation, with this idea of safety and security, right? So, and even the way in which some of the, even just friends were talking about the protests, they often referred to a mob instead of protesters, instead of social movements, like, they probably would have had if we're not workers striking and protesting. And the, again, the alignment with the narrative of the state in terms of maintaining security, protests as threats to national security worked very well for the middle classes in Tehran in particular, who aligned themselves to this narrative and therefore didn't lend support to this labor protest, which changed in 2020 with the downing of the Ukrainian flight, which in the imagination of the working classes were like this unprecedented, disaster, while we have, hundreds of miners, workers in minefields dying, basically mines, very, very regularly. But anyway, of course, it was a disaster. So what I'm trying to say is that we had this structurally, we have this different environment, much more fragmented, with a working class that was, way less active and, really scared in terms of, what's going on in the regional level, the Islamic State being able to target and hit, inside the country a few times. The usual suspects, if you want, so the more structured political organization that were active, that historically have been active, changing, radically. So I already mentioned the student movement, having a lot of problems in terms of even just having a place, being permitted to meet in a place. So they organize things like chess tournaments or book swaps or things like that in order to be able to gather and just, spend time together. But probably the movement that was transformed, more radically was the women's movement, which after 2000, well, even slightly before 2009, but, especially after 2009, was very much targeted in its more structured and organized forms. So we did have, for instance, this happened before 2009, but the very famous 1 million signature campaign, which was an important one, really being able to, to reach to women from different classes and different areas of the country being badly, basically shut down and because of state repression. Other campaigns, surviving, but in a much kind of quieter way. And for the first time during this year, not for the first time, but during this year, we have a much more radical translation or transition from offline activism to online activism. These are the years when this really happens and everyone, kind of reverts to online work in order, which is perceived to be safer. So apart from this, what happens is also that with all those structures gone within the women's movement, all those structures gone, we also see a radical change in the ways in which women protest and resist. So I don't know if you're familiar with the Girl of Engelab Street. So that's a good example of how we move from a movement, women's movement, which is which has different strategies. You lobby the government, you do a campaign, you have journalists writing articles and so forth and so on, to a different type of political environment where that first thing is gone because they are either in jail, exile, or they are just fewer in numbers. And a new generation also comes to the political field with a just different approach, right, to activism and to how to be political. So more performative work is being done. More, there's a lot of it online, as I was saying before, online activism, and also new topics that come to the fore. So compulsory hijab and bodily autonomy had been strategically, avoided in the past because everyone knew that it was a deal breaker. When you're negotiating and lobbying the government or the political elite for legal reform, you want to continue doing that, right? So you're strategic. With that gone, or that, being done in much, in more, say, limited fashion, then we have also the coming to the fore of, these new topics, and compulsory hijab would be clearly a significant one. So what we are, at the just before the eruption of woman life freedom movement or uprising, what we have in the country is this field of political activism where once again we have all these things happening, less political organization being able to kind of take the lead, and this was, this was demonstrated, this showed in the, during the woman life freedom uprising. But we have a lot going on. So what happens, talking about how the surpluses come together, what happened is that all these different, surpluses and things that were going on and different, quite unstructured, political work going on, came together when the news of the killing of Gina Massamini broke out. Why? Two factors, I think. The first one is the Kurdish movement that was really fundamental in terms of kicking off, right, the uprising. They gave it a slogan, They gave it a lot of the keywords, right? So the first, and also having a lot of significant, a lot of material and immaterial resources to lend to the uprising. And the second factor is the fact that the work or the repression of the morality police had already been under scrutiny for months. Okay, so already in the summer of 2022, we had one person shot. We had the harassment, arrest, and TV forced confession of Sepi Derashnu, who's a very well-known activist. So when the news broke out of the death of Gina Massa Amini, we already had, in a way, a slogan, but also we had a frame, right? And the frame was, compulsory hijab, bodily autonomy, and all of that. So, in conclusion, also because I know my time is coming to an end. So in conclusion, I think that as scholars of West Asia and North Africa, I think we've learned that resistance is extremely varied. There are so many different forms, and everything is important, right? But I do think that there are a couple of points that I would like to see more work on, or more, methodological and theoretical attention. And this is perhaps me coming from the subfield of Iranian studies, where there is not a lot of work done on social movements. So there's very little, for instance, ethnography with social movements. There's very little, analysis, even more classical topics like analysis of repertoires of action. So there's a tendency to homogenize. There's a tendency to, there's no tradition of actual engagement, theoretical engagement with social movement analysis. So perhaps it's me coming from this kind of, background, but I think that, what I would like to see, more reflection on, first of all, is the analysis of how informal, dispersed, even affective, forms of activism, forms of resistance in the kind of everyday life and blah, 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 are actually connected and are in a constant dialectical dialogue with more structured forms of political opposition. So there's, as I was saying before, the mere existence of a potentiality, is not something that is particularly interesting in terms of, a scientific observation, but also is not something that has, necessarily a political life in its own. So what usually happens is that more structured movements, even party politics, right? More structured movement and more informal resistance are in a dialogue, and they serve each other, they use each other instrumentally, but they intersect a lot and very often, and I think we should notice this more often, and we should focus on this more often. And theorize more about this. And the second point is I would like to see more analysis of the limits of this dispersed and informal resistance, which often gets romanticized. I think Atef, you before mentioned something about romanticization, but often gets romanticized. Currently in the subfield of Iranian studies, there's work that is being published on the woman life freedom. It has a tendency to romanticize forms of everyday resistance. So we have to avoid that, I think, and we should focus more on how surpluses of activism come together and generate larger and more structured opposition politics. And this is a process that I think merits more attention and analysis from us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Paola, for this very rich and I'd say also engaged presentation. I think there is a lot of cross-fertilization between your speech and intervention and Atef. I retain a lot of things, but I will just recap and wrap up on 2 points. The first one is this idea of unintended consequences, which is connected to what Atef was saying about unpredictability and so on. Then this idea of radicalization and transversal, if you want, radicalization that you also define as a kind of a surplus of activism, but in a very pragmatic and practical sense as well, right? So you very well showed how different, sectors of workers and not only actually came together based not necessarily on their political choices or preferential elections, but really on their embodied kind of and practical conditions. And then this, as you say, informal, dispersed forms of activism, and how actually they are very much not just conditioned by also the broader picture, including the international one and geopolitics, and you mentioned the middle classes and how they support and unsupport actually mobilization on this is very important, and I see a lot of communication also with Atef. Let's see whether Benoit later will continue along these lines or not. but before, I'd say we have more or less half an hour break. It's a long break that will allow the audience to engage with the guests, but please also allow them to have a proper break. So see you at 11:05, I'd say. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Start again with our last speaker for this morning panel, Professor Benoit Challand. There will be after 10-12 minutes of discussion by Professor Donatella Della Porta, and then we open the floor for questions and answers and comments if you want. So I will briefly introduce also our third speaker for this morning. Benoit Challand is professor of sociology at the New School of Social Research in New York, where he teaches social theory, historical and political sociology. He's not new at the SNS. I discovered this recently, as he previously held a position here. So welcome back, Benoit. He's the author of a recently published a wonderful book, I have to say, Violence and Representation in the Arab Uprisings. Came out in 2023. His broader research interest spread from social movements, democratic theory, but also Marxism, coloniality, and colonial formations more generally. So thank you very much, Benoit, for being here, and the floor is yours.
Donatella, Guglielmo for the invitation. So today I'm here to present this, to offer a contribution about this idea of disordering the Middle East. And I will be speaking about the limits of informal politics and what I call the path-dependent pushback against popular politics, which is a continuation on this book, Violence and Representation in the Arab Uprisings, which Daniela just mentioned. But I also want to connect with the important work of a new generation of scholars, many in Italy, but not only, using a Gramscian perspective. And I think there is a great renewal of the studies of the Middle East away from a Weberian approach that studies, conservative politics, not in the left-right, but conservative, like how politics maintain its legitimacy and its stasis. And whereas the Gramscian perspective is really much more attuned to the fine-grained, changed, and also forms of revolutionary processes, right? So I just put here a few source of inspiration. I put the book of John Chalcraft. I come back, I think, Popular Politics, which is a history book. The central thesis of John Chalcraft is that popular politics is overlooked. We tend to look at elite politics. And here a few references also to Gramsci in the Middle East. John Chalcraft, Alessandra Marchi have published in 2021 an issue, A Middle East Critique. And I will mention at time very briefly, but Alessandra Marchi, the idea of molecular transformation, using some of the insights of Gramsci in the Arab Uprisings 2011. Patrizia Manducchi also done a lot of work on the politics of translation of Gramsci, which is fascinating. You know, Gramsci was translated into Arabic from French, but I mean, there's so some filtering there, etc. So I just want to place this this contribution today in this new or growing field of Gramscian studies. So my points are four today. And so briefly, popular politics, which can be encapsulated with the slogan "Ash-Sha'ab yurid," you know, the people want to follow the regime. What I call vis populi, it's a Latin term that I coined for the book. It is that the force or the will of the people has not been able to shape the 2011 uprisings and reorder it on a democratic basis. It has not succeeded entirely, yet its legacies are still with us, they're still present. So popular politics are not dead, and I think they will reemerge at future moments where the desiccation of the sites of hegemonic articulations will occur. And this, I take the phrase from John Shawcraft. But throughout the history of the Middle East, of Muslim majority society, there is a constant struggle between the search for justice and the right to resistance against tyranny. Dhulm, you know, there is this idea in Arabic of injustice that needs to be fought against. And so popular rebellions will reemerge despite the harsh crackdowns we can see in all Arab states. So it's a dialectic between popular politics, ebb and flows of popular politics in the region. The second point is this popular politic, what I call vis populi, is a specific site, in my view, that needs to be restudied on the perspective of democratic theory and citizenship. Namely, how can the means of coercion, how can the legitimate means of coercion, can it be made accountable to the democratic will, the will of the people? And my argument is that one way to consider this interface is to look at informal politics. By and large, Arab political systems are locked for varieties of reasons. Political parties are not able to, they're too close because of crony capitalism or clientelism or one-party system. So informal politics has been essential in 2011 and remains in this popular politics because it imagined a new form of representation, what I call radical forms of representation, which is a combination of cultural representation, enacting, showing how the people needs to be at the heart of the social contract, if you want. So there is a cultural representation of an active citizenship that wants to regenerate political representation. So radical representation is connecting cultural and political representation. And here, I think for people versed in Gramscian theory, or it's quite obvious that from Gramsci the idea of popular politics as a site for civil society emancipation, etc., renewing the political order. That's where the Gramscian ideas can be helpful. The work of Alessandra Marchi, which I was mentioning before about the molecular transformation, it is about the gradual transformation of subjectivity and political consciousness that arise at the micro level and can, if you want, grow out of this informal sphere of action. So this is the second point that I'm trying to address. Then there are two last points in my presentation, which is to do with the territorial inequalities. The book tried to look at historical dynamics, and in a way we could take 2011, especially in the two countries that I study. In the book I look at Tunisia and Yemen. 2011 is a recomposition of past fractures between marginalized parts of Tunisia, in Yemen, places that were internally colonized, or the divided north-south, etc. And in a way, 2011 is imagining a unified territory. That's what 2011 was. And so we need to look at past fracture line from the Ottoman time, colonial, and post-independent times. So there was a reimagination of a unified national territory. And then the counter-revolutionary moment led to a refracturing of those existing forms of marginalization, which have been then amplified by what I call neo-imperialist form of encroachment. Namely, new actors, international actors, come and undermine the democratic process which was generated around 2011. So the last point about why limits of informal politics and the path-dependent pushback against popular politics has to do with the limitation that informal politics reach when it tried to transform the political system in the transition year 2011, 2013, 14 for the case of Tunisia and Yemen, but also the role of external sponsors and new forms of encroachment, which I will explain in a minute. Okay, so for the idea of الشعب يريد, so the force of the people and popular politics. You all remember probably that in 2011, the slogan, "The people want the fall of the regime," الشعب يريد إسقاط النظام, was a slogan that was spread in all the Arab countries. And here I just put a few pictures of the continuation. Part of the argument is that even if we are living in an age of ruthless authoritarianism, we still have this slogan coming up. So the top picture there is taken from Sudan in 2018, is the same slogan, الشعب يريد إسقاط النظام. So it's exactly the same idea. It was used in Algeria, in Iraq, etc. And I put another illustration of this. This is about the Palestinian. This is taken from an article from Ruba Saleh, and there is an illustration. You could see the people holding, calling the right of return to Palestine, and underneath is written, الشعب يريد العودة. So the people want the return, right? So it's not the right of return, حق العودة, that the Palestinians have always, been adamant in proposing, but it's coupled with the idea that of the popular sovereignty. The people want the return, okay? So الشعب يريد is still shaping forms of action and resistance in the region. The second point is vis populi, this idea that I develop in my book, which is a category of analysis, but that comes very close to the principle. So vis populi means the force of the people, the collective will of the people, but it can also mean the violence of the people. And so the will of the people was at time violent, right? The Arab uprisings were not this peaceful, non-violent. There were moments of violence, but the violence was targeting specific institutions seen as unjust, as a source of injustice. In Tunisia, the RCD, the ruling parties, the NDC in Egypt, which was burned down, police station, etc. Dawla, you remember those episodes in. So there is sides of the people's violence, which was an attempt to say, we need to stop the ruthless repression by the state. And these episodes were, in the book I have a lot of visual material showing how the people imagine itself at the heart of this process of creating forms of democratic accountability. So there is this cultural representation, but then it leads to political changes or requests for political change also in the political situation. And so I'm arguing that, that what really broke the straw that broke the back of the camel is the proverbial expression, is really the demos, is the informal alliances of group that really asked for the end of the security. Sayigh called the permanent security custody, or the mukhabarat state. Namely, in Arab states, we had dictatorial regime based on alliance. So informal politic was active in this exercise of radical representation, proposed articulation to reassemble the marginalized space, and I'll give a few examples. And those demands eventually crystallized into demand for constitutional change. So two countries I'm looking at, Tunisia and Yemen, there's demand for decentralization and federalism. So in Yemen, federalism was a way to make sure that the north and the south, that the region of Saada, etc., would be included in this, and that there would be some form of rotation of power within the army. It used to be the army was in the hands just a few people close to Ali Abdullah Saleh in Yemen, or people close to the President Ben Ali in the Presidential Guard. So there's a process of deconcentrating the power of the security forces, and that comes from process of popular participation. So there were genuine reforms in the security sector in the first 3 years, and in light of talking from the vantage perspective of 2024, we see that other countries in the Middle East have taken up similar demands. If you look at Iraq, the protests in Algeria in 2019, it's a big pushback against the power of the army. In Sudan as well, 2018-19 revolution, the encampment was right in front, Al-Buri Road, where the army has its headquarters, etc., and also calling for some form of accountability over the rapid security forces, which were then instrumental in crushing this democratic movement. So Vis Populi is still present. And so then the question comes, what happens with the territorial fragmentation? As I said, 2011 in Tunisia and Yemen can be reread as conceptually a rearrangement, a unification of the territorial spaces. And this is due to the problem of uneven distribution of violence, namely from the Ottoman time, in the colonial era, but also in the post-independence, there were territories, portions of Tunisia and Yemen, where there was more violence against certain groups, marginalized groups, and that's a moment of rupture. In 2011, you see movements, informal actions, the caravan movements in Tunisia, marches of life in Yemen, and other tropes in songs, in graffitis, calling for the equal incorporation and inclusion from all parts of the Yemeni and Tunisian population. So the transformation towards the demand for decentralization and federalism corresponded to a real democratic demand. So the Constituent Assembly in Tunisia passed articles asking for deconcentration and decentralization with the creation of regional councils that would allow us to navigate the redistribution of resources at the level of the municipality, governorate, and not everything had to go. The idea is that everything used to go through Tunis. You had to replace a roof of a school in a governorate in Tunisia. Everything had to be approved by the central government. And the idea is also to have like direct measure for that the people can implement reforms. And in Yemen, there's Al-Hiwar Al-Watani, this national dialogue, 560 representatives sitting for 9 months. And also there you could see a lot of demands in terms of the reform of Yemen, with the creation of 6 federal regions, rotation in the leadership of the army, and so we have this uneven distribution of violence which characterized the reality before 2011, which comes from popular politics. Okay, unfortunately, the implementation of these demands were either hollowed out in Tunisia from 2016 onwards, or collapsed because of the civil war in Yemen. International actors didn't want to see Yemen to be reorganized along federal lines, and that's where the civil war started in 2014 with the implication of Saudi and Emirati intervention in the region. So the territorial elements are there. I'll just give a few examples of how they're expressed. But again, from the perspective of 2014, we have to avoid the simplistic account of success and failure of the Arab uprisings. We have to see that there is still this legacy of popular politics that is at play. So this is an example from the protests in Siliana, which is a small town in Tunisia, in the west, 120 kilometers away from Tunis. In 2012, there were waves of protests against the very slow path of transformation and transition. And the police, like in the old times of Ben Ali, use buckshots against the protesters. So you could see pictures of injured people, a lot of blinded people. And as a result, the people organize a march, which is totally spontaneous. This is a town about 40,000 people. You can see a march of many people. It's about estimated 12 to 14,000 people left the city to protest against the ruthlessness of the repression by the state. So the people refused to be acquiescent to what used to be the patterns of repression by Ben Ali and security state. So people say, we're not going to be represented by these forms of police violence, so we'll walk out of the city. So what is a governor, what is a mayor if there is no citizens, right? So this is an illustration of the vis populi. And this is a graffiti taken a few months later in Tunis. And that shows that was not just a local protest. So the imaginary of the Siliana protest really shaped idea of democratic demand in Tunis, so in Tunisia in general. So this is a graffiti in front of the UGTT, the famous trade union that has been celebrated many times as a central actor in 2010-11. And here you see the figure of Siliana with the person blinded, right? So this is reference to the violence of the state. And in the dark bubble, it says, "Shuftuna," did you see us? So this is a reversal of the violence, right? So it's calling on the illegitimate authority, say, well, I'm blind, but I see you, we see you, the brutal repressive state, whereas you, the state, pretend not to see us. So it's kind of a reversal. In that sense, it is vis populi because it's the will of the people that want a reversal of who decides, who use violence, and in this case, it's the people who wants to have what I call the just use of the means of coercion, right? It might sound paradoxical, but this is an example of the creating cultural representation of democratic accountability over the means of coercion. And legacies of popular politics in Tunisia, very briefly, I don't have time to go into the details, but I'm arguing in the book that there are leftovers of the democratic demands in Tunisia. So one of them is the fact that there are now municipalities throughout the country. So it might sound strange, but until 2018, about 20% of the population in Tunisia were not municipalized. They were under the Ministry of Interior, direct control by the Ministry of Interior. So it is, and that was a leftover from the colonial time, but in the post-independence era from 1956 onwards, that was never addressed. So there were zones in the south of the country along the borders which were not municipalized. That is, if people had complained, they had to basically go to the Ministry of Interior. And if you're Ministry of Interior in the Arab world, you know that it's not the most friendly place, user-friendly place, right? So this is a small example of transformation that happened in Tunisia. Now, everybody in Tunisia can go to a local municipality. There is a local police. The municipality is supposed to have means of extracting some tax, etc., to address the local problem. So it doesn't solve all the problem, but it's a small step forward. There were also security reforms, which have been then hollowed out, and Daniela explained that very well in her work. But in the years after 2011, there was a breaking down of the concentration of security forces. Everything was in the hand of the presidential palace, and then so some security forces were placed in the control of the parliament, some under the Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Interior, and the president didn't have a role in it. So in a way, it's a way to neutralize kind of checks and balances. Some of the people were put in jail, the former leader of the presidential guard, etc. Unfortunately, what happens after 2014-15, there is a regrouping of the security elite. And then where we're seeing in the last years is basically a reconcentration, a re-centralization of the security force. And then there's the Truth and Dignity Commission, which transition justice, maybe I can speak in the or if we have enough time. But there's one last episode I want just to draw your attention, which is Al Kamur. Al Kamur is the most southern place is located on the map, which is a protest around, it's a pumping station where the people ask for redistribution of the oil money, because there is oil production in the south of the country. The oil is pumped and sent to the north in Tunis, and the money never comes back. The benefits of the oil extraction never comes back to the south. So they were like workers' strike in Al Kamur pumping station to cut the flow of oil. And this is another illustration of how this fractured territory of the South, which is a class, also racialized representation of the South of the country, is able to react against the re-centralization that happened. Say like, okay, we're gonna shut the valve. And what happened is that the prime minister sent troops there, but there was a moment of solidarity between the army, because a lot of the soldiers are historically from the south of the country. So the soldiers from the south of the country came in solidarity with the workers. So this is another moment of the reassembling of the territorial fragmentation around the idea of solidarity and acting direct action. So this is, if you want, a few examples of popular politics that's still at play. Now, the hard part is the path dependency, namely that popular politics in the Middle East have been characterized by episodes of popular politics, which is disruptive and transgressive. Charles Kraft used the distinction between contained mobilization and transgressive mobilization, with new social actors entering into play in certain moment. So what I show in the book is there is a path dependency in a sense that the center, the political authority, the security forces are able to regroup and basically infantilize the informal politics and recreate spatial inequalities. But there is this resistance with Al Kamur. So the new actors, the youth, the unemployed, the people from the margin, the tahmish, the people who have been marginalized, they are put back in their place. This is the resubjectivation of actors in 2011 and this period of effervescence. And we have the stifling of political and cultural creativity, right? I mean, the idea of the graffiti, the songs, etc. There are legal apparatuses that delegitimize or criminalized solidarity action. Okay, so this is, we return to the baton and repression. And instead, we have the strong man syndrome, which I describe at the end of the book, which is the idea of a savior, a male figure that presents himself as the only person who can solve the problems. And the strong man syndrome, of course, benefits from the patriarchal culture, the language of I put the phrase of Haybat al-Dawla, which is the dignity of the state, right? This is a phrase that is used by President Khalid Sebsi in Tunisia after 2015. Namely, there is a revolutionary moment where the people wanted to be the owner of the state. So, you know, kids, the recreation is finished. Now the Haybat al-Dawla is like, I am the dignitary. I represent, you know, the awe and the splendor of the state. So instead of having a society-centered view of the state, we have, again, this kind of elite, top-down, male-centered moment that emerged. And the transitional justice is one of those moments where there is a highly gender division of labor within the state. In a Bourdieusian perspective, you know, the regalian function of the state, the security, has to be given to male figure. The transition justice was left to a woman, human rights, and so women can still have a role in education, in social reforms, etc. But the real dimension of the state are in the hands of the state. So you could see that happening also in Yemen with military actors, etc. And I guess the work that we heard about yesterday from Ali about, you know, the routinized exception, the depolitization of social security reform, I think can be read also in these terms of the expectation or the hope that is emphasized by the ruling elite that we need a savior. Democracy was a mess, and it was a failure. And in Shawcroft terms, I mean, I speak of, you know, the resubjectivation of actors, the reemergence of spatial equality, and I think this resonates with the lessons that John Shawcroft talk about, disincorporated constituencies, right? I mean, from the Gramscian perspective, there's this moment of articulation between groups in 2011, the years after, and then you have, again, a breaking apart that happened. And so, you know, Shawcroft in the book, Popular Politics, and I come to the conclusion here, John Shawcroft says that there are three moments in which popular politics emerge. One is in the 19th century, mid-19th century, where there is the emergence of Republican ideas in Lebanon, in Morocco, like short episodes of transgression where the people, well, the people is not al-Sha'ab, but there are like small episodes of organization that calls for egalitarian, that's the language of republicanism. But at the moment, John Shawcroft says those movements couldn't succeed because there was no sense of mass consciousness, there was no political media such as print or cinema or radio that would allow the people to feel part of this project. So that's the first moment where popular politics falters. Then the second moment is in the early 20th century when there is the print media, etc. So there is a conscience for like the Benedict Anderson idea of imagined community. But this moment failed for reasons that have to do with the state in the regions were still inchoate forms or largely or political sites that were under the control of British or French or Italian imperialism. So in other words, the masses couldn't take control of the state. That was something that happened in the third moment, which is the age of ideologies, with Nasser, Ba'athism, etc. But then the popular will, the popular politics was rapidly captured by the one-party system throughout the Middle East. So in the Arab uprisings, what we see, in my view, is a very important moment in the terms of dialectics of the imaginary of a sovereign people, Ash-Sha'ab Yurid. That's why we still have the slogan that constantly reemerges, the people want, even if they know that there will be repression. And I come to my conclusion using this, sorry, I'm obsessed with Latin, but which I think capture very well the idea. Is like jus quia justum or jus quia jusum. So I take that from Gianfranco Poggi, with whom I studied during my PhD. Jus quia jusum means like, what is the basis of why is law accepted? Jus is law, but law not just as law, legal, constitution, but also norms, order, right? So there are two explanations as to why people are obedient to norms and to law. One is to say that you obey to law because it's just. So jus quia justum, right? You obey to law because you feel that it's a legitimate form of organization. The other story, which is the Hobbesian story, which is law, norms are accepted because they're jusum, which is imposed, right? They're imposed by force, okay? So is law legitimate because they try to create a social contract accepted by all or considered as correct or just by all, or is it simply raw coercion and force, okay? The argument that I make is that 2011 and the aftermath was a moment where people wanted to have a form of law to be accepted as just and legitimate. And it was, the hope was that it was so because it involved the people, it involved the gaze of the people, it involved, you know, forms of representation that put the people at the center. What we see more and more is the return of the authoritarian regime and also neo-imperial encroachment is basically the return to raw force. And now we are in a period where all those nice subtleties of democratic participation, etc., are bracketed entirely, and any activists will face a terrible repression. the new territorial destructions that we see and the disordering of the regions, in particular with the multiple assaults on the regional order by Israel, the genocide in Gaza, but also, the invasion of Lebanon, and who knows what else comes, is really an example of this territorial disordering that is possible by forms of external encroachment, namely actors just go invade other countries. And the other genocide that is not mentioned, very rarely mentioned, is the one in Sudan. I mean, in Sudan, there are 12 million IDPs, internally displaced persons, 12 million IDPs, and also a genocide in Sudan. And why is who are the actors that allow this genocide to happen is the United Arab Emirates, who support some of the military factions. And Israel and United Arab Emirates are highly are allied in this period of reactionary redeployment. So I think, when I speak of external encroachment, we really have to see the regional map of the regions which is reshaped, and therefore the problem of authoritarianism and the consolidation of authoritarianism are not only domestic processes, but also highly regional ones. I'll leave it here.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Benoit. Yeah, thank you very much, Benoit. I think your book, but also your presentation in this case, beautifully showed this tension between this process of regrouping around, a security custodianship, as you, or a strong man syndrome, as you defined, and this against this complex background of these populi, but also like the many forms that informal politics and mobilization take, and that you very powerfully illustrate in the presentation. I think you open a bit of a also provocative questions at the end around this idea of whether a social contract or different actually ideas and concept of social contracts can be developed, of whether we need something else, and whether actually all this process that you show will open different, maybe unknown avenues that are going to different directions. So thank you so much. And I now leave the floor to Donatella. They will discuss the three presentations together, and then we open the floor for questions and answers.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Daniela, for moderating, but especially I'm very grateful to Benoit, Paola, and Atef, who came all the way to present very rich analysis of revolutions and counter-revolutions. And I think I cannot make justice to all the richness of their presentations in this short discussion as a discussant. I just wanted to point at something that struck me as quite present in all three presentations. Other people in the room are much more expert than me on the cases addressed, the histories of these cases. I want to focus on general theoretical issues, also because I'm reading these through lenses that I develop especially on the, let's call it, revolutionary side. But it struck me very much in all the three presentations that this sort of relational approach in which many actors interact from one side and the next, and Paola made the point very well, the processual approach, so the importance of time, that also Atef pointed at in his presentations, and the constructed imagining type of the fact that framing plays an important role. So I've seen in all the paper reflections on the ebbs and flows in Benoit, moments in Atef mentioned it very often, also mentioning a term that I think is very relevant to reflect upon conjunctures. And the unpredictability, the fluidity of the dynamic that Paola pointed at. And in reflecting on this, I went back to just want to present two tables that I've developed for the analysis of the social movement sides, but which I think could be very importantly related and expanded into looking much more to the dynamic. Because the important lessons I had this morning is also how revolutions are embedded in counter-revolutions and vice versa. So how the connections happen, which makes time so relevant. And I try to reflect on this on the social side, but I think it is important to expand it if we want to look at this moment. Moments has been used a lot this morning. And here I think that's one challenge at the theoretical and the methodological level is that we as social scientists are accustomed to have theories and methodologies that helps us a lot to address what Basinger called quiet times. So times of stability in which structures are very strong, in which predictability is high, in which there are routines and actors on both sides can rely on existing routines. Changes happen gradually, in slow pace. There is a sort of perceptions that one can define things in an objective way, shared at least visions, this type of normal time. I think that both on the side of the revolutions and the counter-revolution, what is important is to consider the intensity and intensifications of times, which brings about the need to reflect on terms that have been pointed at this morning. Agency that has been mentioned in different forms in the three presentations, and that is usually considered in our theories as constrained by structures. But in Sewell's work, he pointed also at this moment in history in which changes take place. So you talked about the three moments of popular cultures, but we can see nowadays, I think, even more of an acceleration of the different moments of mobilizations and counter-mobilizations. Paola mentioned low predictability, and I think this is an element that is challenging, of course, for the actors in the field, but also for the scholars. How do we analyze events that move so quickly and in which the actors have no way to act rationally because they don't know which are the new rules of the game or the new expectations. And something that I think is very important, but we as social scientists are not yet well equipped to reflect upon, is the issues of conjunctures. Also, William Sewell, when analyzing the takeover of the Bastille, mentioned the fact that many conjunctural events take an important role. And this is also related with the agencies, because it is also related with the fact that when structures break down, then actors feel more empowered and feel that they can intervene more directly. Time in a lot of the analysis, the interviews, the documents that I had analyzed and that dovetail very well with the presentations this morning is presented as very accelerated. So it's not slow time, but it is suddenly, you see changes are happening. And there is an element that was mentioned in all three presentations, which is also the weaknesses of this moment. And I think it is related with the fact that accelerations of times give the impressions that changes can happen very quickly, be very dramatic, and consistently stabilized in time. I remember an interview with an Egyptian that after 2011, reflecting on the defeat of what was perceived the defeat of that moment, said, we thought the revolution was a moment, we realized it is a process. So the fact that the accelerations of times has also an impact in distorting to a certain extent the view by the activists themselves, but also the view on the counter-revolutionary side. So it's more subjective time, and these constructions is extremely important, and it is extraordinary. I was reflecting on two elements that I think are especially important in the presentation today and in general in reflecting on this intense moment. Social movement studies has often pointed at resources. So breakdown theories was a theories of the past that acted more as the straw man in our analysis. So the idea was we have to mobilize resources in order to achieve changes. But I think the risk there was to throw away the baby with the dirty water in the bathtub, because I think that's what we describe are also moments of rupture. So they are moments of breakdown. And analyzing them in the interactions between the different actors, so within a field perspective in which actors are actors from both sides, is important in understanding fields or arenas in which players intervene with different perspectives in different forms.
You put the file on the website and you generate it and then want to
Okay. So just to summarize, I think that there is an important point to reflect when looking at fluidifications of structures, ruptures, the fact that actors do not have a cognitive map they can use but have to react very suddenly, affectively, the surprise that is always there pointed at. And I think this also pointed the importance of contingency, and this is something I would like to stimulate the debate upon, because I think it's relevant, but that we yet are just at the beginning of a reflection. We notice contingencies, especially in in-depth analysis, like the ones that were presented today of relatively short moment in histories. But what is exactly contingency if we want to try to analyze and understand as the statistical standard error that is something that we cannot map within our analysis. And Hermakov tried to theorize about contingencies, and I just want to mention this and leave it with you to discuss. He said processes and events that could have not been or could have been otherwise, that produce mutual uncertainty, which seems to be relevant in both processes of revolutions and counter-revolutions, and situations in which he wrote, members of a group simultaneously make their actions conditional on one another, so the dynamic of interactions, and are at a loss to figure out where they collectively stand, so the uncertainty that Paola also mentioned. In sociology, there are terms like turning point, chance events in institutions. But I think that to proceed in our analysis, reflecting more on a theoretical and methodological challenge of looking at contingency is quite relevant in this type of analysis. Fluidifications and breakdown alone are not sufficient, because what we see are then also processes of consolidations, or at least attempt at consolidations that are challenged by other interventions of other actors. In reflections on contingency, often theoreticians say contingency emerges from the encounters of different parts of causality, unexpected encounters. Unexpected is another terms that emerge today. This produces also densifications of relations, people in the street, people in the people in the different, and creations of new ties, expansions of possibilities, the perceptions that of empowerment in general. And here I want to focus on another term that has been used today, which is agency. Paola mentioned it more explicitly. And so how is agency connected with this moment of intensification of time? Because there is a particular value of agency in moment in which structures are no longer strong enough to constrain events, when people feel that they can intervene. In neo-institutional approaches, Capoce and Kelemen said the range of plausible choices available to powerful political actors expands substantially, and actors are aware that they can intervene. And by actors, I mean collective, but also in small groups and a larger impact. So also here in the connections of breakdown, but also then consolidations, I think it is theoretically important to reflect on these elements. And I would like to ask our guest and in general in the discussions to take into account this element, both theoretically and methodologically. Atef talked about the need for ethnographic work, but also engaging in historical work, focusing attention but embedding the process also in a broader perspective, which also helps to single out contingently which quite relevant, the military, the class actors, one of the different movements that Paola mentioned, and so how these interactions of legacies and turning points in breaking the moment that you have all singled and can help us refining our concepts and categories. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Donatella, not only for wrapping up and finding connections across the three interventions, but also for providing us with new frames, theoretical and methodological, to understand what we have seen this morning. I will now open the floor for questions and comments, asking maybe Paola and Atef if they can join, and also ask one of my fellow organizers to probably take the microphone around the hall. We are also taking questions from home, so please raise your hand. We will have a look at this. I will try to figure out if someone is asking a question. Please be short with your questions and comment. I want to be very generous with picking up questions, but I won't be generous with the people that will take more than 1.5 minutes for asking their question, let's say. So yeah, please.
Can I?
Yes, since you will be like holding the microphone.
I exploit the privilege of distributing the microphone. Okay. Well, thank you very much for your presentation. They were very, very inspiring. Yesterday, I introduced myself as a political economist, but actually, during my master, I was more into this subject, and also for political passion. I love these discussions. A first question for Atef. It's very inspiring your framing of the temporalities of the revolution. I very agree with your critique to Bayat. In my words, in Marxist words, we could say that Bayat conflates the subjective and the objective processes behind a revolution. However, I think that he raises an important point, which should be developed. He doesn't do that. So the dialectics between a subjective reformist subjective outlook of revolutionary actors and the feasibility of counter revolution. So we could say reformism open in some way the path to counter revolution. That's one point. One second point, you told us that rightly you build on the Gramscian frameworks on the Egyptian revolution. I will read soon your book. Maybe you just developed that. Which is the relation between the integral state, so also unions, and the timing that you frame about the revolution. I have to cut. I had other two questions for
Maybe
Paola.
Later we will have a second round. Valera, please.
Hi, thank you. It was, well, I only saw a bit of presentations, only Benoit's actually, so I have a question for Benoit. And basically, you mentioned that the sort of the revolutionary, the resistance is still there, even though sort of the lack of success of 2011, of the Arab uprising, Arab Spring, etc. And I don't know, like, correct me if I'm wrong, or like bringing a bit also of what Donatella presented now. So do you see it as this more dormant, as this more quiet period right now? And you did mention that there is some change still happening, even though, like, you point out to slogans and the change to municipalization, etc. But my question is, what are the new forms that you might have observed since 2011? What are the new ideas specifically, except for the will of the people or the power of the people? And maybe, like, are there new prefigurations forming right now in this, as I understood from the presentation, in the dormant state? But maybe it is not also. So, yeah, thank you.
Sorry. Thank you, Valera. I see Gianni.
Charlotte, I have a question to Atef, because I know quite well all the other speakers, so we have been discussing these elements several times. In your presentation, Atef, but also in the book, there is, especially in the presentation, there was a strong focus on counter-revolution. And by definition, in order to have a counter-revolution, you need the revolution first. So if you stick to the classic outcome-focused definitions, such as Tida Scotch-Paul 1, evidently there was no revolution in the Arab world. There was no change. So we are forced to take into consideration revolutionary situations. And evidently you start from Charles Tilly, but then you also change the definition of situations, introducing some elements in. So my question is, can you discuss a bit better what is a revolution and why the Egyptian events resemble a.
Thank you so much. Sorry, there is Ismail online that raised his hand. Ismail, please. You can open your camera and microphone if you want. Okay, so maybe let's go with Ali, and then Ismail prepares himself to his question.
Thank you all. Very, very inspiring presentation. I have a question actually for everyone, for Paola. I'm not really an expert on Iran, but I was wondering about the effects of the neoliberalization process, particularly with Khatami and reformist approach in the 90s. And then how did this turn up in the 2000s in forming clientelistic networks of corruption and the process of reconsolidating authoritarianism through these networks in Iran. The second question is about how did the Iranian regime survive both uprising from rural areas as well as urban centers? And they successfully suppressed both until now. So I was wondering how was this possible? Like what kind of resources did they have? Is still the ideology of the revolution still very active or not in terms of repression and hegemonic discourse or not? For Benoit, thank you so much for your inspiring presentation. I have one question. Is the closeness, geographically speaking, to the counter-revolutionary allies, regional counter-revolutionary allies, and they are quite contradictory because in some places they all have a consent, like on Yemen, it started all together, Turkey, Emirates, Saudis, and Qataris. Other places it was Saudis and Emirates. Is the geographical closeness has dominant effect on the suppression or not? Comrade.
Yes. Sorry, Ali.
Another round later was
Yes,
Atef.
another round later. I'm sorry. Ismail, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Apologies for this technical. Well, thank you for great presentations. I would love to just get back to the debate on the relationship between different types of actors and also the distinction between regime and state. And when I go through the literature, there is, of course, a lot of focus on the socioeconomic networks of patronage and the distributive actions among social groups and their representatives. However, there was another element of the mental and cultural ties that seem to be maybe more empirically articulated in the education level, the link between, let's say, Francophone elite and international elite and its access to power. And all of these elements, it seems to be having this ambivalent profile of individuals who have a super modern education that is Francophone or Anglo-Saxon somewhere, but with a very regressive outlook. And I'm here sort of referring to my own case study in Morocco and some of the monarchical elite that's supposed to be educated in highly progressive settings while acting like the servants of the Sultan of the 19th, 18th century. So that's an example to see how this element that seems to be not be integrated in the maintenance and the mobilization of these actors in moments of crisis or even in ordinary time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ismail. Anybody else from home? I think I see a hand raised, but I can't see the name. So whoever it is, please go ahead with your question. Okay, no other hand raised. Anybody else from the audience here? Julius, please.
Yes, thank you. I have a question, especially for Paola, but I think Atef also alluded to this a bit. The unintended consequence of authoritarian politics that kind of turn against the regime itself and the process of regime renewal in reaction to that. And specifically, I'm interested in the moment that the regime decides to address these or counter these consequences. You know, when do regimes become aware of these unintended consequences? Is it, I mean, because they're probably the process very gradual. Is it very like an explosion, maybe in terms of a popular protest or something, that they then start this process is very reactive, or is there maybe a more proactive approach to this that, you know, kind of preempts any bigger outburst, that's then even more threatening to the regime.
Thank you. I think we will go with the first round of answers by our speakers, and then if there is time, I will reopen the floor. Okay. So we start with Atef, then Paola, and then Benoit. You have around 5-6 minutes each.
At least some 5 minutes. 5 minutes. So I first I appreciated very much Donatella's comments, and some resonance of things I've been thinking about, and I'm humbled and honored that there's some overlap. And to one quick note that I'm building upon Ermakov. I'm citing Ermakov, but also extending a little bit about the idea of lived contingency and all the Ermakov. And in fact, he read some chapters and gave me comments. We had some with timely conversations during writing. In the book, I have tried to discuss what's lived contingency from the point of view of revolutionary actors, or how they experience revolutions in the course of revolution, with the agential element, spatial element, and something I describe as a radical or uncalculated unpounding. This is process of unleashing. But I appreciated very much all your the distinction between the intense times and quiet times. It's very provocative, and I will come back to it, and I would love to keep talking about it with you and so forth. I don't have answer to your great question about possibilities and how to advance these frameworks about making the ordinary and extraordinary and a rupture, conjuncture, and so forth. That's food for thought. To Lorenzo, I have a big admiration to Professor Bayat's all earlier work, and I agree. And some part of my frustration was admiration too, because he's rightly highlighted the bad times, the global post-ideological conditions of the Arab Spring, revolution in the wrong times, and but also the ambivalence of the subjective objective in revolutions, to blame who to blame, while they are both dialectically work. There's objective conditioning for each, and there's also subjective elements of each. But to your big question, difficult question, but I have some very general answers about the state and unions and workers and how they shifted over time. I allude to it in the book. It's not very explicit, but I argue that the social question was never secondary, unlike the formula Professor Bayat highlighted about Arab Spring was about recognition, not redistribution, and the idea that there is social almost vanished in the course of uprising. It's only paved the way to protest, 2008 workers' protest, and then disappears. And everybody's tried to bring up the worker strike's significance, is being silenced. That this is it's only the social media, the Tahrir, and there's lots of important strikes that took place and peaked in February 10th of 2011. But this relation shifted and from the revolutionary time, the revolutionary crisis, to trajectory, to so forth. And military tanks went to storm neighbors, and there's lots of, on the one hand, the reformation or the creation of the Federation of Independent Trade Unions as a positive thing, but also a backlash with infiltration. And we know the sad story about Giulio Regini and other like it. So it's very horrifying. It's a mixed bag of different things. But in short, the social was never secondary, and it's why the reformist voices were dominating. That's another story. But it's one thing to say this is voices dominating, and another to say there was no social question in the Egyptian uprising. To Johnny, I appreciated your question, and I don't want to. And part of one thing that I try to highlight in the book is that we should not be obsessed with the jargon of like treating revolution situation and our outcome as jargon. But in my stance is that how I define it, I try to, there is a very narrow definition, what seems that Bayat is into this, or there's a very broad, like a Ashkar, like a long revolutionary process. But the narrow definition is like dual sovereignty. If there is no dual sovereignty in the Trotsky stance, there is no revolutionary situation. But it also tell you another, like what the revolutionary situation is, it's more like where a broader sense is too lawson to the one spectrum, end of the spectrum. Revolution mobilization is revolutionary situation, like that, or something in between about when the regime is incapable of coercing or control, or something in between. So I'm something in between. Sorry, this is something between. I have a more broader think about sovereignty, battle of sovereignty, and I have some argument in the book. I don't want to talk about it, but I can be happy to talk about it. But something in between. It's not the narrow dual sovereignty. With sovereignty at stake at the street. So I'm closer to Model Obashi, something along these lines. So Ismail, thanks about your good question. And I don't have an answer about those ambivalence of some certain actors who are like statists and in relation to mediating the how we think about the regime and the state. You know, my only simple, it's not an answer, it's a complicated question, because sometimes I struggle when I talk to my friends and myself and like reflect back on time. When I also discussing with my students about who's statist. Like we are all statists to some degrees. It's like in the Bourdieusian thing, we are an Althusserian, we are statists without acknowledging it. But also I'm not saying like the pro-statist, like the Kifaya or the Nasserist or all the people who romanticize the military. This is the statist. And I'm not to bring it back to Tocqueville and like everybody believes, love the state. The French people love the state. We want the state to, you know, we need a state at any cost. And I love the Benoit's emphasis on security, regional realignment, and how the need for security is an important need for people in the countryside and so forth. I don't have an answer. I'm just complicating this about we need to be more rigorous about thinking about who is really statist.
Thanks very much. I'm not sure I have, good questions, but answers. Sorry, but I mean, I have a lot of disconnected thoughts, so that's usually positive. So, but I will try anyway to say a couple of things. Extremely, thought-provoking and kind of, I will definitely think more about, what you said, Donatella, but something about agency. So it's, yes, this is something that, is a kind of red thread, if you want, throughout, how I think about social movement or contentious politics. And I often think about representations and self-representations. So to me, agency is very much connected to that. So for instance, if you read documents from, and even newspapers from the early days of the revolution, so the early, 80s, it's really interesting how, university collectives and university organizations were so, like you would have, highlights like opening news and newspapers opening with news about beefs between different collectives, or the students' organization like writing to the president of the republic and scolding him, and the president of the republic taking the piece and even replying to them. So it was this kind of hyper bold and extremely important. And of course, students played a very important role during the revolution. The Islamization of the university was an important part of the consolidation of the new state. So that was one of the reasons why the university had such a central role. But it's interesting how this, this produced an agency that was kind of, fed by the political elites, and that were on the one side, also, very afraid and very scared of this students' movement. So on the one side, they wanted to kind of, appease them, but on the other side, they also wanted to contain them. As you said, that there's always these two projects, like, the possibilities and how to contain the possibilities. And, and also thinking about this issue of representation and self-representation and agency, during the woman life freedom movement, everyone my age, so basically, the parents of the protesters were very young. So there was a police report that came out in October or November 2022, that said that the average age of those who were arrested was 15 years of age. So extremely young. Probably there was a reason, probably they kind of lowered the average age to kind of scare, the older, but still, that was a good indication of the extremely, young age of the protesters. So the parents who are, those my age, there was this very not ambiguous, but disconnected relation to what was happening. So on the one side, praising the bravery and the courage of these protesters, on the other side being extremely scared because no one knew, low predictability, and and I think this has a lot to do with with the self-representation of courage and bravery are contextual and subjective. I mean, my interest is not in actually deciding whether they were brave or not, but the point is, how everybody saying that you are so brave makes you feel. Probably extremely brave, extremely agency, an agent, like with a lot of agency. So I think there is. I don't know whether this makes any sense, but this is what along the lines of one of the lines along which I think about agency, and I think about how people are being emboldened by this kind of the coming together and the intersection of how they feel, but also how they feel is a reflection of how others around them see them. So apologies, probably very disconnected, but now turning to Ali's question, so the effects of neoliberalism, the 90s and the 2000s, we had these, very much like in other places of the region and the world, privatization was one of the most important means through which, construct building and consolidating clienteles was, what took place, happened. Perhaps one interesting thing to comment on is the liberalization of the labor market, which was very much supported by the reformists, as you mentioned, and very much benefited a clientelistic network that took over and created and took over this. Human resources agency. There were those that were kind of manpower agency. There were those that were kind of, providing jobs to all these new, made precarious workers. So that was definitely something that was extremely important in terms of consolidating, the power of the political elite. Mohamed Maljoub wrote extensively about these issues, and exactly like social movement is not something that Iranian studies scholars would engage a lot. Political economy is also something that, not a lot of people would write about. There are many resources. I mean, definitely there is, in terms of soft power and kind of more, less violent in a way, overtly violent means for taming dissent, for instance, within the working classes. This is one of the ways for the new reform laws and the liberalization of the labor laws do make it more difficult for workers to organize, and hence the proliferation of informal trade unions. But you were also mentioning ideology, and that's very difficult to say, right? It's extremely difficult. But what it seems to me is that what we are witnessing in Iran is a situation where the legitimacy of the state is very weak at this moment for many different reasons. very class-dependent reasons. So working class people would have a very different idea of what a legitimate state would look like from, from other classes. But, it's difficult to say whether legitimacy, ideology and, the legitimacy of the state still works in terms of consolidating and stabilizing the Islamic Republic, but I don't think that really works very much in this moment. I think it's more, hardcore kind of violent repression and, the fierce state that Ayubi wrote about. So very briefly, so the unintended consequences and how the state represses them and controls them. I think that this, so I wrote a little bit about this, especially when it comes to, the Woman Life Freedom Uprising, because there is something that we should, say about how, societies that go through extremely large and strong processes of, quick politicization or, a revolution. I mean, a revolution is not, it was a real revolution, not that, I would buy into the revolution, and Asif Bayat, but the 79 revolution was a big deal. Like, so a revolution and then a war. I mean, these are societies that are extremely political, and there are a lot of expectations that come with, being active and it's almost like as if the state has a debt towards you. So when that debt is not honored, or people think that it is not honored, then you have a new wave of politicization against the state. So how the state represses them, co-option would be one of the big, one of the answers that I think has worked in the past. Now I don't think it's really working because of the legitimacy crisis. But yeah, I don't think they're very good at the moment at controlling these unintended consequences.
Okay. Sorry. Thanks for the questions. And also Donatella, I mean, yes, what you say about the time intensification, the opposition between quiet times and intense times is extremely relevant. You're absolutely right to use those typology. I just want to point that the book starts with the two versions of Bella Ciao, Le Mondine, which is alla mattina, and una mattina. So it's really about this effervescence with the slow times, etc. And the book is basically the slow times, the historical times, then the effervescence, the una mattina, and an extraordinary moment. And then part 3, where there's the return of the strongman, is the return to the previous pace. So the whole book is built on those two tempos. I would have a question to you, Donatella, which is, where do you put space in, for example, in the quiet times and intense times? Because, from the social movement perspective, there is this idea of, like how does subjectivity or framing, etc., create a sense of space. And I'd be curious to hear you on this. Valerie's question, thank you very much. So yeah, resistance is still there. Yes, there is a certain degree of dormancy, abeyance, right? I mean, there's some structures that go, somehow disappear, but reemerge. But to me, more than the prefiguration, which I don't think has space for enacting as it was in the revolutionary moment, you see that those questions of violence and citizenship and marginalization is again at play. So there's been protests in Tunisia, for example, about the racism, about the migration, African, etc. So this is a good example where you have a reiteration of this imaginary of space that are not only limited to maybe national space. So there's also this transnational dimension, what I call transversal. I mean, the book, let's not forget that the Arab Uprising was a moment for theory, which is extraordinary. It was not about, the European theory being applied there, but we were learning every day on a weekly basis from the actors, from the activists, and from the intellectuals who were, trying to make sense of what was happening. So it was an extraordinary moment of circulation of knowledge, etc. And I think this is also when I speak of transversal, for me the question of migration is one of those. So that's one example. But some of the points that I mentioned around activism, economic justice, inclusion is still at play. So the Al-Kamur is one of those examples. There are other cases where you have continued mobilization. The Jemna Oasis, which was an occupied, reclaiming collective farm that had been taken by the French and then privatized, securitized, privatized under Ben Ali. There's still ongoing debates about how this oasis can be a form of collective organization, solidarity, etc. So it's still there, and the demands for decentralization continue. I mean, sometimes it's just like piecemeal or it's fragmented, but those central demands are still there. To Ali's point, the question of closeness or geographical proximity, yes, in the case of Yemen, you're right to point out to that element. And in my presentation, I guess I changed a bit from the book, why I don't look maybe enough at political economy. And from the perspective of 2024, I think those questions of infrastructure, political economy are very important. There is a war around Yemen, not just for, which regimes can control the country, but also about the infrastructure, the harbor, Hodeida, Aden, Socotra, which is all about the navigation, etc. And there it's very important it's not so much about taking control of the harbors, because the harbor of Aden, which used to be bigger than New York's port in the 50s and 60s, is not active. But what the Emirati are trying to do is just making sure that their harbors, Jebel Ali and the other, are not in competition with the Yemenis. So basically is, controlling so that they cannot develop and that they can't arise as antagonists, like competitors to the region. But by virtue of the neo-imperial argument, it's not a question of vicinity. I mean, what is the relation between the United Arab Emirates and Sudan and Darfur? It's not one, because imperialism is precisely to project power far from its geographical location. So, I think we have to be, and a lot of Gulf actors have been also very much meddling in Tunisia, and there it's not a question of proximity. Qatar and the United Arab Emirates funding different groups, etc. So, I think I'm not a determinist answer about vicinity.
So thank you so much all. I'm afraid we don't have time for any other question. Ahmed, I owe you a question for next workshop. But you will have the chance to engage with the speakers. Also, they deserve, I think, a long enough lunch break. Thanks to all. It was extremely interesting for everybody, I think. We will reconvene at 2 p.m. So we have more or less 1 hour and a half. Thanks for bearing with me. Ali will moderate the second panel, so yeah, there will be a bit of a change in shift. So thank you all so much, and see you later.
Hope you had a good lunch and coffee. And I'm stressing the coffee part. So our second panel will be on understanding restorations beyond presentism and exceptionalism, politics and economies of order, rule, and repression. And I am very pleased to introduce Hossam El Hamalawy as our first speaker, old comrade. Hossam is an active journalist, scholar. He currently received his PhD from the University of Berlin on the role of security services in the Egyptian counter-revolution. And he has been politically active in different labor movements, different political organizations for many years. So the floor is yours, Hossam, please.
Thanks, Ali.
I hope you can hear me well.
I can hear you quite well, thank you.
I'm really humbled to be sharing this platform today with people whom I consider giants in the field. So I hope you find my talk informative. Let me start by spelling out what I deem as a misconception of the counter-revolution. Counter-revolutions are usually portrayed as the restoration of the old order. However, in the eyes of the counter-revolutionaries, the old order has failed. And when I say failed here, it's not because of the reasons that you and I might, think of, like bad human rights record, lack of equal distribution of wealth, etc., etc. But in the eyes of the counter-revolutionaries, the old order usually had failed. It failed to repress dissent. It failed at social control. So the kind of regime that evolves out of a victorious counter-revolution is usually a different regime that aims to avoid the mistakes of the past. And here I will be giving Egypt as a case study, since it's not only the country that I've researched for my doctoral dissertation, but it's also the country where I was born and grew up and witnessed both the uprising or the revolution and the ensuing counter-revolution. I will be zooming in on two main things that, in my view, differentiate the post-2013 regime from the old Mubarak's regime. In case you didn't know, there was all sorts of debates in the ensuing years after 2013, whether Sisi was restoring the old Mubarak's order, whether it's a comeback by the Mubarak's regime. Now it's 2024, and I think very few would argue that this is a completely different regime, but not just in the level of repression, but I'm arguing that we should focus on two things. One is how the security sector is organized under Sisi, and in what way it's different from the old Mubarak's order. Secondly, the relationship of this security sector, or the relationship of that repressive apparatus, to the civil society in Egypt. Regarding the first point, it's not a secret that the Egyptian modern repressive apparatus, or the modern security sector, was born fragmented. It was founded, you can go back to the old Muhammad Ali modern or the foundation of the Egyptian modern nation state. But the current repressive apparatus, you can trace it back more or less to 1952, when an eclectic group of nationalist army officers overthrew the monarchy. And one of those officers, Zakaria Muhyiddin, who was an officer in the military intelligence, he created this current repressive apparatus. He created it fragmented. So its three components, its three main components are the General Intelligence Service, or the Mukhabarat al-Amma, the Interior Ministry, Wizarة الداخلية, and its secret arm, and the army and its intelligence apparatus represented by the military intelligence. These three components of the repressive apparatus were not sharing information. They were competing with one another for resources and power. They had overlapping mandates, and this was intentional. It was a coup-proofing strategy. And in that regards, Egypt is not really that different from many other countries in the global south. And it is in such formula that only the ruler would have the bird's eye view of the repressive apparatus. And more or less, this has served the successive regimes really well up until 2011. Historian Khalid Fahmy usually argues, and I totally agree with him, that before 2011, the ruling classes in Egypt never took us seriously. And by us here, I mean the people. They regarded the street as something that they can mobilize in their interfeuds. They knew that, sometimes every now and then there will be rioting here and there, but a full-fledged revolution like what happened in 2011 was not on their agenda at all. Hence, the dominant perceived threat had always been the threat of a military coup. That's why the security apparatus was fragmented. So this is the first feature of the old authoritarian formula. The second feature was the existence of a vibrant civil society in Egypt. I mean, don't get me wrong, Hosni Mubarak was an autocrat, and so was Anwar Sadat, so was Gamal Abdel Nasser. They were all autocrats, they were all dictators. But at the same time, when it came to the control mechanisms in society, before Hosni Mubarak, whom I will focus on, before he sent in the repressive apparatus of the state to squash dissent, he usually outsourced policing in our society to other civilian institutions. And I mean here by civil society, I mean it in the Gramscian sense. I don't just mean civil society. When we usually say civil society, people use it interchangeably with NGOs, especially human rights NGOs. But I mean here civil society in the Gramscian sense. Let me give you few quick examples. Under Hosni Mubarak, whenever there were atrocities happening in Palestine that he knew that was bound to trigger internal dissent or massive protests or some social explosion, Hosni Mubarak had the Muslim Brotherhood, which was a mammoth organization that existed in every single province in the country, that was reformist in nature, that did not have any problems with coordinating with the security services. So Hosni Mubarak used to allow the Muslim Brotherhood to protest on the university campuses, inside the mosques, inside the professional syndicates, protests that will never chant against Hosni Mubarak, that will never take to the streets, that will never confront the police, and it would act as a diffusing mechanism for dissent before he had to send in Al-Amn al-Markazi or the Central Security Forces to squash the protests. If there were rising prices and inflations and soaring prices everywhere, that was bound to trigger some social explosion or mass rioting, Hosni Mubarak had an elaborate network of Salafis who did not mind taking on the Friday ceremonies, blaming unveiled women for the economic conditions, blaming the Egyptian Christian Coptic minority for the economic malaise, blaming the Shia, blaming anyone else other than the regime. And if there were, so Mubarak had them before he had to send in the Central Security Forces to squash anti-price rocketing protests. Hosni Mubarak had the National Democratic Party. His ruling National Democratic Party was unideological. Yes, it did include largely elements from society who were opportunistic. But at the same time, these were heavyweight community leaders who had branches in every single street almost in Egypt, who could act as an enforcement mechanism for the regime, but also could act as a conflict resolution mechanism for the regime. So if you were in any neighborhood in Egypt and you had problems, you would go to your local NDP guy and, maybe bribe him or give him some money and your problem would be solved. And he depended on the ruling National Democratic Party for such mass mobilizations also, whenever he needed it. If industrial actions flared in the workplaces, Hosni Mubarak had the state-backed General Federation of Trade Unions, had the Tagammu Party, which is our legal left-wing party, that for a very long time still had some considerable presence among the industrial hotbeds in Egypt. And he could count on them in order to diffuse the industrial actions before he had to send in the repressive arm of the state, which is the central security forces. So, as you can see, there was a vibrant civil society that actually could protect the state from explosions, but also can protect society from the intrusive arm of the executive authorities. Now, this has served the successive regimes well, or it served the old republic, as dubbed by Sisi, which is the republic or the first republic that existed from 1952 till 2011. However, with the uprising that Egypt witnessed in January 2011 and the ensuing social chaos, and I put that between quotes, of course, because I'm looking here through the eyes of the military generals. The military generals who led the 2013 military coup, and I'm talking here about Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, then the Minister of Defense and the former Director of Military Intelligence, as well as his classmates who mostly belonged to Class 69, who were graduates from the military college in 1977. It's this class that basically led the 2013 military coup. This class graduated when all wars ended with Israel. This class, they ascended the ranks in the 1980s and 90s in an institution that was geared towards domestic stability, domestic policing, towards economic profiteering from a rising sector that was controlled by the military, that was involved in economic civilian activities. And it's this class of generals who regarded Hosni Mubarak as too weak, as too lenient. They regarded, and they are quoted on the record, you can go back to some of their statements in the ensuing years after the coup. They regarded the catastrophe of 2011 to be resulting from this formula that I spent now like 15 minutes trying to explain, which is fragmenting the security sector and allowing a vibrant civil society to strive in Egypt. So the kind of regime that evolved out of the 2013 military coup was different. It was not a restoration of the old Mubarak's authoritarian formula. And I don't just mean here a high level of violence. I mean, any 5-year-old in Egypt now can tell you that, the kind of repression that we're facing now is unprecedented in our history. But you have to look at, again, these 2 points that I tried to highlight. The security sector after 2013, for the first time ever, got unified. Sisi worked methodically in order to unify the security sector. And it was not an easy job. On the one hand, the military came out of the 28th of January 2011, after their deployment in the streets. They controlled the Interior Ministry and started restructuring it under the supervision of Abdel Fattah Sisi at the time. But the General Intelligence Service remained unscathed. And it's not a coincidence that only 2 days after the military coup, on the 5th of July 2013, Sisi sacked Major General Mohammed Ra'fat Shahata, who was the director of the General Intelligence Service, who had been appointed to that post by former President Mohammed Morsi. He sacked him and he replaced him with his mentor, Mohammed Farid al-Tuhami, who was among the hawks of that regime. Al-Tuhami's task was not just running the GIS, was also bringing the GIS in order, bringing the house in order. And there were successive purges that took place under his tenureship of officials from the GIS who were deemed as anti-regime, but they were anti-regime not necessarily because they were Democrats or revolutionaries, God forbid, but they were anti-regime because they preferred to return to the old Mubarak's authoritarian formula. So the Sisi also created an unofficial body that, for example, my colleague Ali Raggal has dubs as Al-Lajna Al-Amniya or Al-Khaliya. And this unofficial body was in charge, has been in charge of the daily coordination and information sharing between the three wings of the repressive apparatus. For the first time, they were meeting, they were coordinating, they were sharing information on a daily basis. And this is simply because they have a new enemy. This new enemy or this new dominant perceived threat is not a military coup any longer. It is the Egyptian people, the threat of popular unrest. So on the one hand, they got unified. There were several coordination mechanisms also that have been erected or activated by Sisi after 2013, not just this unofficial body. So, and just to sum up this point, you probably have heard recently of the recent news of the removal of Abbas Kamel from his post as the director of the General Intelligence Service. Abbas Kamel was not demoted in that move, actually, unlike some who tried to claim that, oh, there are divisions within the regime. No, this was not a demotion. Abbas Kamel was given basically a formalized role for what he's been doing across the previous years. This unofficial Lajna Amniya or this unofficial Khaliya, now Abbas Kamel is in charge of such coordination between the different wings of the repressive apparatus. And now the second and the last point that I will make before I conclude is about civil society. Again, I mean, Sisi and the generals, they regarded the old Mubarak authoritarian formula that outsourced policing and social control to civilian institutions. They regarded it as a point of weakness, as a mistake. So what Sisi did after 2013 is that he demolished completely Egypt's civil society, demolished it completely. He desertified the political scene. Now in 2024, I mean, 10 years roughly after the coup, Sisi had already dismantled the Islamist opposition, dismantled the secular opposition. The current legal political opposition parties have been largely neutralized, and they don't really have any space for moving. The parliament which under Hosni Mubarak used to be one of the co-option mechanisms and a power sharing mechanism that was tightly controlled. Now it's rubber stamped, like no one really cares about what happens in the parliament. NGOs have been largely either crushed or put out of order. Independent trade unions are a forgotten story now. They have all been either crushed or put out of order. So just to exemplify or give you an idea about what the situation is like now in Egypt, you have at least 2 or 3 generations of Egyptians who have graduated from universities and they never took part in a protest. They never drafted a leaflet. They never distributed a statement. They never took part in a student union election. They never took part in a parliamentary election. They never marched in the streets. They never went on the doors knocking in some electoral campaign. Sisi has completely demolished such civil society. But Sisi could also be the victim of his success, and that's what I'm concluding my talk now with. This civil society in the past under Mubarak, no matter what Sisi and the generals thought of, was also very important for the state to protect it from any social explosions. Sisi had demolished this civil society, and instead you have the repressive apparatus micromanaging society on a daily basis. So this means that if an explosion happens sometime in the near future, which is also very likely, it's going to be spontaneous, resulting from the deteriorating economic conditions in the country, that the state would be naked in front of such explosion. And hence, the repressive apparatus institutions will be confronted with a danger, a new danger, of suppressing a popular revolt firsthand using their own conscripts, which is always a very highly risky endeavor. And I think I will conclude here. And thanks again for giving me the platform to present my ideas.
Thank you so much, Hossam, for this insightful presentation and for singling out the different configurations between Mubarak and Sisi and the trajectory of this transformation. Now I would like to welcome Guendalina Simoncini, and she is a colleague. And I would like to briefly present what she is doing. She is a postdoctoral researcher at Scuola Normale at the moment. That's why she is a colleague. Before she graduated from the University of Pisa, she wrote her thesis on counterterrorism effects on the Tunisian transition, and it was published as a book in 2024, Counterterrorism in Transition, Tunisia, Democracy, and the War on Terror. She also carried out several research consultancies related with preventing violent extremism and human rights for NGOs, international organization, as the United Nations Development Program in Tunisia. Please, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me? Thank you very much. I need to say that I'm extremely happy and deeply honored to participate in this conference today and to have the opportunity to present some aspect of my research in front of this incredible audience, but also beside these brilliant scholars that preceded me. So I do not take this for granted, and really I want to thank you deeply, all the organizers of this conference, for organizing such an incredible event. So today I would like to discuss some part of my research, which I have been conducting since 2017, on the consequences of counterterrorism measure on Tunisia democratic transition. But this time, please allow me to start from the end,
from the very end, from the very present. In the past month alone, in Tunisia, more than 30 people, including many queer activists, have been arrested or called to appear before the judicial police in a new wave of repression. Over the past years, hundreds have been detained and dozens prosecuted for crimes against the regime, ranging from defamation of the armed force to conspiracy against state security, terrorism, and spreading false information. Social and economical right activists, feminists, queer activists, and most notably opposition politicians, journalists, and lawyers who have been voicing explicit and implicit criticism of Kais Saied regime are now among the hundreds of political prisoners. On October 6, President Kais Saied won Tunisia's presidential election, securing around 90% of the vote, but with an extremely low voter turnout of just 28%. Said's closest rival, Ayesh Zemel, who is imprisoned and was imprisoned during the election, garnered only the 7% of the vote. So Tunisia has quickly shifted from being labeled as the only success story of 2011 uprising to become just another case of authoritarian resurgence. But the success narrative persisted until 2021, when Kais Saied staged his coup and concentrated powers in his hand. So many have wondered, how could such a dramatic shift happen in such a short time? And I think that certainly it wasn't a rapid shift. Oops. Sorry. It wasn't a rapid shift, but rather a process that unfolded over the years of transition. At the same time as democratic transition was occurring, there were also regressions and new anti-democratic developments. For this reason, I think that instead of speaking of a transition to something, to democracy, as many authors suggest, it would be probably more accurate to speak of a transition from something, in this case, from authoritarianism. As transitions actually do not follow a simple teleological path, but are extremely complex. So, in any case, to fully understand what has happened, it is necessary to consider a long time frame and avoid falling into the simplistic logic of success versus failure, or continuing to view democracies and authoritarianism in a mutually exclusive way. Tunisia's political path has been systematically framed under the rhetoric of exception, to the point of being labeled the only democratic exception in a context of Arab general authoritarianism and destruction. It is true that Tunisia has followed a different path compared to many countries that have been experiencing the uprising of 2011 and achieved significant milestones in democratic development, including the pioneering 2014 constitution, a transitional justice process, and new democratic institution. However, this narrative of the so-called exceptionalism is based on a colonial myth and is infused somehow with Orientalist undertones. And the rhetoric of exception and success have helped to obscure a mechanism that, contrary to the democratization, revived practices of the old regimes while refining new anti-democratic ones. So the authoritarian mechanism indeed didn't come back with the power grab of Kais Saied in 2021, but much earlier. It is the result of a complex and interconnected set of factors, and my research focuses on one in particular, that is counterterrorism, and how counterterrorism policies and discourses have paved the way for a new form of authoritarianism and the return of authoritarian tools of control and repression that has a long historical tradition in Tunisia. So, of course, there are numerous factors that have contributed to Tunisia's current democratic backsliding, and there is a very incredibly vast literature coming from Tunisian scholars, remarkable Tunisian scholars, and also from the West that have explored various fields. So mainly language institutions, political actors, socio-economical and structural factor. A key issue has been the incomplete institutionalization, for instance, limited implementation of the 2014 constitution, particularly the failure to establish vital institutions like the constitutional courts due to a lack of political will somehow. And then additionally, following the Gramscian scholars, so what they describe as a crisis of hegemony that have severely hindered the democratic transition. So both old and new elites failed to address fundamental social and economic challenges highlighted by the 2011 revolution, widening the gap between the political class and the electorate. Socially, decades of unequal development, and we saw this before, much better than me from Benoit, these decades of unequal development and unequal resource distributions have led to widespread feeling of marginalization and exclusion among many that the revolution couldn't solve. So consequently, both the Islamist and secular political project have somehow failed to deliver their promises, deepening the public disillusionment. And of course, also the severe structural economic crisis has only grown since the revolution. So, moreover, as we saw yesterday with the work of Daniela, the lack of comprehensive reform in key institutions such as the security sector, the judiciary, and the penitentiary system also, has further hindered the progress. And so, in this context, I argue that counterterrorism measures have also had a major impact on Tunisia's democratic transition. So, immediately after the 2010 and 2011 Thawrat al-Karama, Revolution of Dignity, Tunisia faced a challenging context marked by an escalation of political violence with a strong jihadi insurrection. Salafi jihadist network took advantage of the political instability to regroup and reorganize both in organizations such as Ansar al-Sharia, Tunis, and then also in armed group operating in the central mountainous regions. So the rise of ISIS or Daesh in Syria, Iraq, and in Libya also created a favorable environment for the growth of international jihadi networks, with Tunisia playing a significant role in that. And so, and also Tunisia experienced major attacks, with more of 70 attacks between 2011 and 2020. So the response given by various governments to this phenomenon have often been framed around the dichotomy between security and freedom. In the post-revolutionary period, this has led to a resurgence of repressive practices from the past and new forms of control and repression. So I argue that the price that Tunisians have paid for counterterrorism has been very, very high, politically, socially, and economically. From a political point of view, counterterrorism practices contributed to the normalization of exceptional governance. Counterterrorism have resulted in a concentration of power in the hand of the executive branch at the expense of the judiciary, for instance, leading to systematic violation of the rights and freedom. Tunisia has lived under a state of emergency, halat tawaria, for more than 10 years, and the fight against terrorism has certainly led to the normalization of this state of emergency, as seen in many other countries. However, I think that also Tunisia offers a case that is relevant because the state of emergencies has become so normalized that during the health crisis, there were an implementation of a new level of exceptionality, the halat al-istithna. And this suggests that Tunisia has not only normalized the state of emergency, but also created somehow a sort of scalability of exceptionality, where each new crisis can justify a further extension of state extraordinary powers. Counterterrorism, indeed, also normalized right derogation and systematic human rights violation. Starting in 2015, during the period covered by my research until 2020, counterterrorism measures have increasingly legitimized the return of old repressive practice, such as torture, mass pretrial, detention, excessive control mechanism that includes, for instance, extrajudicial restriction of movement, severe limitation of freedom of expression, both online and offline, infringement of the right to privacy through really large-scale warrantless home raids, cyber surveillance, and the use of social media posts as ground for arrests. So initially, these practices targeted the Salafist community and then gradually extended to the broader population, particularly affecting human rights activists and social movement. Indeed, also, the state of emergency and the war on terror began to restrict key civil rights, including the right to protest and the right to associate freely. Many social movements from the south, El Kamur, that was cited before, and Karkar Island, for instance, Win El Petrol, and also in Kasserine, to the most articulated in the central Tunis, but not only, the movement Manish Mesema, have been limited, threatened, and repressed on the basis of the state of exception. And it was the Interior Minister, Najem Ghazali, at that point saying that any demonstration, whether peaceful or protest, is against the state of emergency. So counterterrorism practices resulted also in endorsing state unaccountability and security apparatus immunity. So in contrast to the effort that aimed at reforming the security apparatus toward greater transparency, accountability, and democratic oversight, the terrorist crisis has instead somehow driven dynamics that endorsed state unaccountability and impunity within the security sector. So security assistance and security cooperation indeed have contributed to funneling a great amount of money into an hypertrophic Ministry of Interior at the expense of the transparency and the democratization of policing practices. So, and then also it's important the role of police unions in Tunisia that have played a role, central role in obstructing accountability, often pressuring court to dismiss charges against officers involved in abuses. And a very infamous example is when in 2018, during a trial involving 5 officers accused of torture in a terrorist case, police union members stormed the court, leading to the officer release. So this underscores the power that this union wield in protecting security personnel from accountability. And also, more generally, counterterrorism measures have led to the militarization of Tunisian society. And here you have one example of a campaign that was sticked on public transportation in Tunis in 2014. And security forces increasingly dominated this public life and policy. So, and the predominantly male, actually, security apparatus has also exacerbated gender inequality, with women largely excluded from decision-making role in key security institutions. And then, of course, also the economic burden of counterterrorism that is important to highlight from an economic perspective. Counterterrorism measures have concentrated the state budget on the security sector, exacerbating the national debt also, and further worsening the Tunisia already deep economic crisis. So the counterterrorism somehow diverted funds from productive and social sector to the Ministry of Interior and Defense. So at the expense of Ministry of Education, for instance, or Ministry of Industry. So And another aspect that is crucial is to understand that counterterrorism practices were not simply a set of action taken in isolation. They were accompanied by and justified by a powerful counterterrorism discourse. This narrative legitimized the adoption of exceptional policies and the violation committed in the name of security. It created an hegemonic framework that made it almost impossible to challenge or criticize the security measure being forced. The anti-terrorism rhetoric centered on the supposed necessity of violence to combat the scourge of terrorism become the dominant lens through which policies were shaped. So in my research, I applied critical discourse analysis to speeches from former President Beji Caid Essebsi and also on parliamentary debates that were discussing counterterrorism law of 2015 and its amendment. So I think that the analysis revealed the extent somehow to which political discourse shaped Tunisia's counterterrorism approach. Take, for example, some of these statements by political actors. This is former President Essebsi that declared in 2015 after the attacks of October, "I want the Tunisian people to understand once and for all that we are at war with terrorism. This wild minority do not scare us. We will fight them to the last breath without compassion or mercy." Or consider, for instance, this other statement. "Nearly 20,000 potential jihadists have been stopped at our borders since May 2015, thanks to enhanced surveillance. The unemployed youth heading to Turkey is not going there for tourism. Some accuse us of undermining freedoms, but these are exceptional measures, and the terrorist threat is greater danger of freedom." Such rhetoric focused on the war and the complete eradication of terrorism and made human rights concerns seem secondary or even irrelevant. By framing the fight against terrorism as an intentional existential threat, governments silenced critics and human rights organizations. And so you have other example of this narrative and also a visual one. This photo was taken in high school in Medellin. So it makes just the level of this kind of narrative in the country. And so here is an extract from Samir Dilou, a representative of Nahda, that said during parliamentary discussion, "We reached a point where defending human rights is seen as defending terrorists. People no longer want to hear about human rights when it comes to terrorists. The best solution, they believe, is to kill them all." And then you have this rhetoric of this humanization of terrorists that is really sharp. President Essebsi have been defining terrorists as roosters, slaughtered, as well as rats. So the dehumanization of the terrorist other has intensified the existing division also inside of this society, particularly between the Islamist and secularists, further polarizing the political landscape, undermining, of course, democratic values, and erode the civic culture essential for a functioning democracy. So this was the landscape that Kais Saied encountered when he took office following the his democratic election in 2019. And then, after his power grab, he used counterterrorism to purge opposition, starting with the Nahda party, which has been in government in various coalitions for 10 years, and later expanded his repression to all forms of opposition. In doing so, he was handed, of course, certain tools on a silver platter. And for example, the control measure and travel bans within and outside Tunisia are part of the procedure like SD7, introduced in Tunisia toward the end of 2013, aimed at preventing young Tunisians from joining jihadi networks in Syria and Iraq. And it This kind of measure resulted in police raid, movement restriction, and workplace surveillance, among others, but also passport confiscation, and prevented many of the people under SD set to leave their hometowns. So this method, that is inspired originally by French security techniques from the 40s, has evolved in a broad surveillance system in Tunisia, preventing people from leaving their hometown, and was also used under Sayigh regime to restrict movement of former ministers, lawyers, journalists, activists, and members of the former parliament. Another case of counterterrorism repurposing is that Qais Said also used the revised outcomes of the Inquiry Commission on Departure of Tunisians to Conflict Zone to launch new criminal investigation against more than 20 members of the Nahda and their close affiliates. This commission actually was funded in 2016 and faced many criticism, and its findings actually were never brought to public discussion. So Sayigh decided 4 years after the commission closed its work to arrest individuals on the basis of information from this commission, accusing them of terrorism-related offenses, and also accusing them to facilitate the transfer of Tunisian youth to Syria. So also the terrorist label come back into the scene to announce the arrest of dissidents. Between February 11 and 14, 2023, a wave of detention took place in Tunis, leading the arrest of approximately 10 individuals and then much more, including prominent opposition figures, ex-judiciary members, former diplomats, and others. And President Sayigh personally commented on these arrests, dismissing any concern about human rights violations related to the methods used and labeling the detainees as terrorists. So counterterrorism, following my research, operated as a black box in the very first moment within the broader democratic system, that was undergoing the transition and progressively influenced other areas as well. Initially, this counterterrorism black box seemed to be unscrutable, encompassing short-term approaches like state of emergency and other exceptional measures. And gradually, over the time, this once opaque black box began to open and to reveal anti-democratic measures that political actors, particularly authoritarian and populist, have been employed to assert and enforce authoritarian control. So I'm running out of time. Okay, just yes. I think the securitization of counterterrorism has empowered the Ministry of Interior and the military, leading to a consolidation of power and a reduction in accountability, as I already said. But also, it was a matter of international influence, and particularly from the global terrorism strategy and the financial support to northern democracies that have shaped Tunisian counterterrorism strategy. And often prioritizing stability and security over democratic values and human rights. So on an international level, Tunisia's strategy have been heavily influenced also by geopolitical interest, the exchange of security intelligence, and global counterterrorism discourse. So I think that this kind of study maybe inform the debate about Tunisia democratic backsliding that is not due to an inherent cultural or religious resistance to democratic as the culturalist approach pretend, but rather by a combination of social, political, internal, external, including also global influences and practices that undermine democratic processes. So, despite all this, a strong social movement after 2011 systematically denounced violation committed under the framework of counterterrorism. Today, despite the intense repression and the return of political prisoners, social movements are once again entering in a new phase of mobilization. Following a period of demobilization also due to repression from one side and also for activist burnout, and partly also spurred by the pro-Palestinian protest and mobilization that took place starting from October 7, some movements have strengthened and now are taking the street again to voice their discontent over injustice and repression. So perhaps the revolution continues, and maybe, as is Christian, Tunisian scholars underlined, revolution, like classic theater pieces, are never presented in a single act. So thank you for your attention.
Guendalina, in the name of desecuritization, I must thank you a lot for this very detailed and comprehensive sketching out the different factors that govern the transition into the role of counterterrorism in this process. Are we ready with Yezid? If not, then I would suggest to Kevin to start maybe asking both Hossam and Guendalina. And I would like to thank Kevin again for his kind support and time, not only for helping moderating this session, but for helping to conduct the whole conference. Thank you again, Kevin.
Well, thank you to you, especially to all the organizers, Daniela, Ali, Lorenzo, and Julius. I hope I memorized everybody. This is a great event. I'm very happy to be here. I'm very glad to be able to talk about these things that I think about a lot and also have this great input from colleagues here that I'm very happy to engage with. So I want to start with a general observation which riffs a bit on something that we discussed in the morning, and I think that also reflects some of the things that came up in both Hossam's and Guendalina's presentation now, which is this notion of restoration or counter-revolution and the difference between the two, which I think in the morning panel was actually underlined quite well, including also in your introduction. Actually, when I was preparing this morning, thinking about what I would say, I was like, "What restoration? Why do you talk about restoration?" And then you already said this in your introduction. So we're all good. We're all good there. But what is interesting about this notion of counter-revolution and about thinking about also this question that I think Atef raised, which is, when does the counter-revolution end? And so what do we expect the outcome of the counter-revolution to be? I think that's a very interesting perspective, because it allows us to think about not where we're coming from, but where we're actually going with this, right? And in that sense, to look at the mechanisms of production of new types of political order and also new types of coercive orders very frequently in the cases that we're talking about. And one of the beefs that I have with some of the literature on this, on these cases, but then more broadly on the whole thing of democratic backsliding, autocratization, and so on, is that this literature usually argues very much from what has been there before, right? The undermining of democratic norms, the undermining of constraints, and so on and so forth. Whereas I think what we really need to look at, and what both of the presentations, I think, underlined nicely, is this question of what is emerging there, and to what extent is this really something that is new, that is different from the pre-democratic, in both cases, regimes. And I think, Hossam made a very strong point about that this is new, right? This is not a restoration of the Mubarak regime that we see in Egypt. And I think the same point can be made very strongly also for the Kais Saied regime in Tunisia. That is, this is not a restoration of the Ben Ali regime in any shape or form, even though there might be some overlap in terms of personnel, but the logic is very different. And so I think this is, looking at these orders, this is really what we need to grapple with as scholars, looking at this and trying to understand what is going on. And so in a sense, what I think is kind of this dichotomy that we tend to employ between restoration and resistance is also not very helpful, because what came out, I think, both in the morning session and also now in the presentations, is that there is a very strong interaction between these two sides in terms of what kind of order is, let's say, being negotiated out of these political conflicts. So that being said, this is just kind of a general reflection on some of the things that were discussed in the various presentations. I have a couple of questions on both the presentations here. First, for Hossam, I'm very happy to hear you present on this. I'm an avid follower of your work on the Egyptian security sector, which I recommend to anybody who is interested in this. I mean, there's no better source of aggregated information on what is going on, and it's very hard to understand, of course, for outsiders. So great work. Please continue doing it, because I really need it. Now on your interpretation of what is going on in Egypt. So I completely buy the overall point, which is this idea that the people who engineered the 2013 coup learned lessons and maybe even overlearned some lessons from what their diagnosis of the failure of the pre-revolutionary order was. And I think this perspective that you bring to this in terms of the way in which this is then translated into a centralization of the security sector on the one hand, and this complete repression of civil society on the other, is very interesting and clearly resonates with what is going on the ground. Now, what I'm wondering about and would like to hear your perspective on is the extent to which this is really an overlearning of lessons. Because it seems to me, if you look at the larger kind of theoretical literature on autocracies or the way in which power sharing works in these regimes, I think there are two problems. One, you already pointed out yourself in the very end of your presentation, when you said, at one point the security sector might be confronted with a situation in which they need to actually repress uprisings and use their conscripts for doing so, which, given what we know from the work of various people, Hisham Bounasif and others, that seems to be something that the Egyptian security, the military in particular, was not particularly sure about, because they didn't know whether loyalty would fall of their conscripts. So does this not mean that you're basically building an order that is more fragile actually than what was there before in its capacity to react to these kinds of crises? So that's the first point. And the other point is, and this links back to what I said about the mechanisms of production of these new political orders. It seems to me that what you would normally expect this kind of political order to provide is some form of inclusion. I'm not talking about including the people or allowing participation or something like that, but the inclusion, the type of inclusion that you were describing for the NDP in the Mubarak era. The way I see it, and also the way you described it in Egypt, I don't see this happening, right? I mean, I'm thinking back to I think it was the 2015 election, when Sisi was calling for one political party, and one political party did not emerge, partially because the different security sectors had their own projects going on and it didn't really all go together. So, this creates a vacuum in terms of the type of structures that are able to penetrate society, right? You have security penetration, certainly in Egypt, but you don't have a penetration in terms of support building, mobilization, the type of thing that a party would be able to do, the type of thing also that, to some extent, and you were talking about this as well, the old corporatist union for some time maybe was able to provide, and so on. And so I was wondering about your perspective on the absence of this kind of cooptative mechanism that, again, from my perspective, really is a weakness of this political order, because it seems to me that it makes it again on a different level, but it also makes it fragile in a sense. So I don't know if you have any reactions to this. And then a couple of observations also are for Guendalina and her work on this, on the contribution of counterterrorism to, you know, call it democratic backsliding, call it whatever you want, autocratization. I mean, I completely buy your description of all of this, and I think that's great, and somebody needed to do it, so thank you for doing it. I have a number of, so I start from a very big conceptual question, let's say. And in your presentation, you were talking about autocratic or authoritarian practices. And certainly some of these counterterrorism tools and mechanisms are autocratic or authoritarian practices. There's absolutely no doubt about that. But then one of the beefs that I have with this concept of autocratic or authoritarian practices, I'm taking it from Malis Glacius, I don't know where you, if this is your reference or not, but you know, one of the, like the point of this concept is that this can happen in any type of systemic setting, right? And let's not kid ourselves, democracies are involved in these types of autocratic practices just the same as, say, Tunisia or any other country is, right? Counterterrorism is almost by definition an autocratic practice or authoritarian practice, if you like, and it has this potential of being used in a way that does not respect human rights and other the rule of law and other types of norms that we care about. So I'm wondering here, what exactly, if anything, makes the Tunisian type of counterterrorism policy different so that it actually led to this systemic, if that's actually your argument, to the systemic transformation that we are witnessing, I think, in Tunisia at the moment. Maybe there is something, but frankly, I don't see it. I see how you can look at this transition, the current transition on the side, looking back to the years prior and say, oh, look, there were these long-term trends and they culminated in Sayigh. And you're, of course, also right that he uses these tools. But I'm really, like, if you look at this from a causal perspective, I'm wondering if he's really driven by, like, if this is a necessary condition for the possibility of Sayigh, if you would go so far, or if this is kind of more an indirect influence, let's say. The other thing that I was wondering about is this notion of militarization. And I don't remember now in what context we discussed this yesterday, but we did. I mean, you know, there are many Egyptians here in the room and online, you know, looking at Tunisia and you say militarization, I understand, I think what you mean, but it's not Egypt at all, right? So I mean, this is on a different planet when it comes to militarization. And so I think this is maybe just a small side note, but I think what is important, correct me if I'm wrong, but the way I would understand militarization in the Tunisian case is kind of in terms of the tactics that specific units employ that are more militarized, the type of weapons they have, the type of equipment and so on, which is the type of militarization that we would be talking about when we talk about the militarization of policing in the US, right? Yes, this militarization exists in Tunisia, but it's not the same type of militarization from the much deeper, much more structural type of militarization that we see in Egypt in terms of, I don't know, the expanding military economy. Yezid doesn't seem to be here, but he could tell us. He's here? He is here. Perfect. He could tell us much more, so I will not talk about this at all. So this is just kind of a comment on the use of militarization and kind of how this fits in the larger comparative picture here. And then one thing that I wanted to know a bit more about, or maybe also diverge from your interpretation, is that this is a very small thing for the Tunisian nerds among us. This is the question of why was there no constitutional court in Tunisia? When it actually, I mean, this is a very significant thing, as you know. This was an important issue when the coup basically happened, and technically the constitutional court should have been the organ to say whether this was actually appropriate or not, and it was not there. And so it seems to me that the lack of you said it's a lack of political will. Sure, but then whose political will? And I think here we're actually, if we're going back to the actual process, and I mean, my view on this is that it's basically a defection by Nideh from the kind of compromise framework. And in that sense, I think we're looking at kind of the domestic drivers of the type of political crisis that enabled the breakdown of democracy in Tunisia, which, and again, this goes back to this question of what is the role really of counterterrorism in this, right? Is it something that enables when that is used, or is it really a causal driver, right? Because for me, but that's just my way of seeing Tunisian politics, what actually, I mean, this domestic story of the breakdown, the erosion of the political forces that were kind of carrying this compromise, that is the actual story that we need to talk about. I think I shut up here, and if Yezid is actually here, then I don't know, you're the boss. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Kevin. And I think, as we say in Egypt, topics call their subjects. So you mentioned militarization. Yezid immediately appeared. So is he online now? Can't see him.
Yeah, I'm here. Hi.
Good afternoon, Yezid. I don't want to take a long time, because if we go through your list of publication, we will not really finish on time. But I'm personally very glad that we have you with us online. Yezid is one of the prominent experts on the question of militarization in the Middle East and the Arab world, has enormous publications. As an Egyptian, always publication of the Republic of the Officers, Dawlat al-Jumhuriyat al-Zubat, is central to our understanding of our contemporary reality. So without taking much time of viewers, please, the floor is yours.
Well, thanks, and I apologize for joining late. I got my time zones mixed up. I've been traveling a lot, not sleeping well, so I'm also not very well prepared. And I'm really sorry I missed Hossam and Guendalina's presentations earlier. I am already subscribed to Hossam's Substack, incidentally, and I do encourage others, as Kevin said, and both Kevin and the organizers, thanks for the invitation. Look, I think what I'll do is I'll give you somewhat broad thoughts and remarks in the hope that we can spend more time on discussion. I don't have a highly developed presentation, partly because coming on the heels of discussions of Egypt and Tunisia, which I think are possibly the two most interesting cases in the Arab region, it's difficult to add more. So I'm not going to dive into that. Instead, I'm going to take a fundamentally different approach and highlight what I think are a few trends and key relationships that we as researchers or as activists need to focus on. The broadest comment, I think, that I'll start with, it's the most general, is that I think there's a shift in the nature and purpose of the state pretty much across the Arab region. This is not unique to Arab states or Arab countries. I think there are similar patterns and dynamics around the world, the results of very long processes of globalization, deglobalization, socioeconomic shifts and changes, and the politics that go with that. But I'm going to focus my remarks specifically on the Arab countries and suggest that the very long trend is one in which we're shifting from the notion of the state as the steward of the public good to being more of a private business. I mean, that's a very crude way of putting it. Is obviously there's much more detail, much more nuance than that. But that allows me to encompass countries as far apart as, say, the United Arab Emirates, all the way through Egypt and I guess Tunisia, but also to Lebanon and Syria, for instance. In all these cases, I think what we've seen is ways in which ruling elites, whatever they are, monarchies or not, republics, militias, they've basically shifted away from the idea that the state delivers certain basic goods, such as regulating markets, not necessarily about providing goods or even controlling prices, but just regulating markets, regulating energy supply, regulating access to things like medication, regulating national currency. but also the enforcement, provision and enforcement of security, of justice. These are key attributes. And in many of these cases, we see multiple trends, and they vary, but I think ultimately converge. And where they vary is that in countries like Lebanon and Syria, Yemen and Libya, we have a sort of an abdication of these functions of the state, and people are left to their own devices. And this obviously is reflected then in high degrees of economic precarity, of poverty, and of dependence on more informal black market or militia kinds of relationships and so on. Sectarian, ethnic, tribal, regional, ethnic, depending on Iraq or Syria or Lebanon or Sudan and so on. With that comes a delegation of security as well. Now, I want here immediately to jump in with a qualification, which is that while elites let go of certain things, they don't actually let go of them completely. They still control, by virtue of occupying state office, they continue to leverage that position in terms both of their domestic legitimacy and authority and of their international recognition and ability to broker and to be a power broker in between global markets or global donors or global arms suppliers and the local domestic scene. So what they do is they delegate security, for instance, and we've seen that in Syria and Lebanon very clearly, but at the same time, they still manage that delegation and manage the actors to which various security functions have been delegated. And so it's a two-way street, of course. I mean, as we've seen in Lebanon, let's say, whether the Lebanese army is a genuine autonomous organization in the manner that, say, the Algerian or the Tunisian or the Egyptian army is very, I think, I wouldn't propose that. I'd say that the Lebanese army is paralyzed to a large degree by this interpenetration. But that, at the same time, doesn't, I think, negate my overall point, which is that the political class that manages the Lebanese system has positioned itself such that all players, including, for example, Hezbollah, which supposedly has a revolutionary rhetoric and is anti-corruption, doesn't want to take part in the system, and yet ultimately became the key defender of the system following the October 2019 uprising. And so there's a lot of coexistence, but ultimately there are those who manage the situation. They manage the crisis in part by behaving as if they're at war. So you get ultranationalism, as in Egypt, hyper-nationalism. You get the use of conscription for the creation of a new kind of nationalism in multiple Gulf monarchies. And of course, you've got the war with Israel, the axis of resistance, Mumana, all these concepts behind which political classes and elites manage to continue to, basically to manage what is fundamentally a very deep financial crisis in which they allow the cost to be shifted onto the rest of the population while continuing to retain their income streams. And that's where I want firstly to go back to the rest of the region and observe that this same pattern occurs in states that don't look like Lebanon and Syria, for example, Egypt, or Algeria. I think these are two very good examples, and Sudan in 2019. I mean, why Sudan and Algeria in 2019 were so interesting is because a certain aspect of the social contract that is applied from independence onwards of the relationship between the state and society shifted as ruling elites, including, of course, in both cases, the military, squeezed the public sector wage bill and started to undermine what had been for decades its core socio-political constituency. And it did this in parallel, of course, with increasing repression. But what was happening at the level I'm talking about is that the ruling system, ruling elite, ruling whoever it may be, was ensuring that amidst a severe financial crisis that has been underway with ups and downs since at least the year 2000, if not the 1990s, that the crisis in public finances was not impeding the ability of key power brokers and elites and gatekeepers to capture rent, even as And so which meant necessarily that the cost of the squeeze had to be dispersed elsewhere. And in these two cases, in Sudan and Algeria, the primary victim of that squeeze was the public sector, which prompted it, into a mass movement that brought down Abdelaziz Bouteflika in Algeria and Omar al-Bashir in Sudan. So these kinds of dynamics are also very common, and I think they operate in Egypt, even if the regime since 2013 has been able to stabilize its situation with a lot of repression, but has also used things like the social welfare programs of Takaful and so on, to actually provide quite a lot of income to the poorest sectors of society that has allowed them to cushion against the net loss of income that the middle class has suffered in Egypt. So there's multiple tools here, but that is one key observation. Now in this, the military, people with guns, the military and security services more broadly, I won't differentiate at the moment. The military, the coercive agencies are clearly key partners in this process. Often they are primary partners. They're members of ruling coalitions in Egypt and Algeria. Arguably, they run the show in coalition with the presidents, whether the presidents are military or not themselves. We can get into that. But here I want to again broaden out even further and to suggest that the military has acquired increasing salience, increasing primacy as a political actor everywhere, including in countries like the Emirates and Saudi Arabia, where they're not an independent power broker or a member of the coalition. They're intertwined with the ruling family very, very intricately. But where military affairs and defense industry, arms supplies, the whole cluster of things revolving around the armed forces has become a central driver of politics and policy making in a place like the Emirates. And certainly one of the first things that Mohammed bin Salman did in Saudi Arabia was to assume command of the National Defense Council, or whatever it's called exactly, but to bring under it both the regular army and the National Guard, which previously had belonged to rival wings of the ruling Al Saud family. So he's ever since then been all but merging these different agencies under one structure that he heads. So again, we can see, not surprisingly at all, that there's an attempt to monopolize the means of violence. And I think that that is central in those cases to the manner in which these same ruling families have in a way become the CEOs of massive private businesses. So the Abu Dhabi, sovereign fund and other major holding companies that are set up are all headed by princes, brothers, or nephews or whatever of Mohammed bin Zayed, the ruler. And in a sense, it's very difficult to work out whether these companies are genuinely state-owned entities that belong to the state and whose assets belong to the people, ultimately, or the state at least, or whether these actually belong to, the narrow circle of the immediate family. And so, in this manner, what Bashar al-Assad does in Syria, what the sectarian political elite do in Lebanon, what the military and the presidency and the top level of state managers, government ministers, and so on in Egypt, and so on and so forth, what they've been doing is, in effect, facilitating a convergence of control over violence with control over capital. And this plays out in different forms. I don't know if Hossam got into this, but I'll just mention that, say, in Egypt, one of the most interesting and striking patterns in Egypt, and it's happened in partial ways else in a few other Arab countries, is the creation of sort of parallel state agencies or supra-state agencies, not just the military, which now constitutionally stands above everyone or outside of everyone, but where there's been a creation of a whole series of councils, the Youth Council, the Economic Policy Councils, various councils that in effect have become where a lot of key decision-making in different sectors is now happening outside of the government and government ministries, which are nominally where these things should be discussed and decided on and implemented. And so there's various ways in which the state is weakened but maintained or sidestepped or privatized, ultimately putting ruling elites and coalitions, whatever their composition is, into these positions of gaining increased control at a time of financial stress in many countries, and nonetheless increasing control over finances backed by this military power. Here I'll make one or two more observations and then stop. One observation is that there has been an increasing autonomization of the military and of the security services for sure, but the military, I think, are always the most important actor. And this has always been the case in Egypt, but it's become, of course, more constitutionally confirmed since the 2019 constitutional referendum. But we see it now in Tunisia, and I think Tunisia is a fascinating case of the La Grande Muette, the non-partisan, non-political army, now finally starting to think like, we are a political player. We are entitled to be a political player. We are at the table, and we have views on things. And I think that Sayigh is an interesting case of someone who is fairly powerful, but at the same time has been a midwife, having allied with the military and the Interior Ministry to mount his auto coup, has basically paved the way that whoever comes next is either going to come from the military or will definitely need the military's permission. More of an Algerian scenario, in other words. So the autonomization trend is one that I think is very, very interesting. And again, it'll take shape very differently from Syria, let's say, to the Emirates, or from Iraq to Sudan. But that the military have massive autonomy. I think Sudan is a great example where two official state militaries have basically, well, the military has ruled the Sudan since before independence, in effect, and almost non-stop since independence in the mid-1950s, and where finally the two key actors who determined the outcome of Omar Bashir in 2019 and the failure of the democratic experiment and the return to military rule in 2021 and then to civil war in the last couple of years are two official state agencies which act as if they're in total, disconnect from the political arena, from the economy, from society. They do what they want. And that, I think, is one of the most interesting trends, the degree to which the military has become autonomous from social forces. These are not militaries, let's say, like Pinochet's Chilean army, the army in Chile, when it overthrew Salvador Allende in 1973, how closely it coordinated with the Christian Democrats or the Eduardo Frei and the business class. I mean, clearly there was a fair amount of coordination and deliberate sabotage of the economy, which was a prelude to the coup. But at the end of the day, the army also acted as an independent actor in the manner that the Turkish army operated in the 1960s and 70s and 1980s. While they had a lot of autonomy, they weren't autonomous in the full sense from social classes in the way that I would argue the Egyptians are, and potentially the Tunisian and quite a few other cases in the Arab states. This raises questions about how we define class, how we define the relationship between social forces and state power, and that again will vary a lot. And that takes me to my final comment, which is about the economy, the political economy of the military in particular, since I do a lot of work on that. And definitely, I co-edited an online digital compilation with my colleague Hamza Meddeb a few months back, comparing across the entire global south relationships between the military and the private sector, and the triangle of those two actors with the political heads of state, or those who held political power. And I think that triangular relationship is very interesting in Arab countries, because in most cases, the private sector is actually almost non-existent as part of the triangle. It's a very weak leg of the triangle. The private sector in Algeria, Libya, Iraq, for instance, still doesn't exist in any meaningful sense, and is wholly politically marginalized in Egypt or in Sudan, for instance, as well. And so the relationship between the head of state and the military, I think, is a crucial one. And that's why that between Sisi and the Egyptian armed forces in the coming years is going to be very interesting to watch as he comes to the end of what should be his final presidential tenure. the relationship between Bashar al-Assad and his military, between Mohammed bin Zayed and his military. These are all very, very fundamental relationships that I think determine how civil-military relations go, but ultimately are increasingly relevant to how the economies functions and how it's managed, and whether the military is part of that management, as in Egypt, whether it become, or as in Algeria, in very different ways, or in Sudan in yet a third model of direct predation through violence. These are very different examples, and they're constantly being negotiated and renegotiated with the heads of state in those cases and in others. And what I think is interesting, and I'm hoping to start looking at in the next year or two a lot more, is to dive deeper into why private sectors in these countries have failed to reappear, and how that triangular relationship is the shaping framework for that process, progress, failure. I think I'd better stop there and then allow for some time for discussion.
Thank you so much, Yezid, for this very insightful and wide presentation on the different Arab countries. I would propose the following. Kevin, you will start giving some questions to Yezid, and then we go in an inverted order. Like, since your questions are going to be very fresh, so Yezid answer, and then we go either with them or with you, whatever you like.
Okay, thank you very much, Yezid, for this very inspiring set of comments. So I start with a very big question, which kind of reflects on two of the trends that you mentioned in your remarks. One is this trend of which you spoke about last, of the autonomization of the military becoming more and more autonomous, also of social forces, and the other one being this idea of the convergence of control over coercion with the control over capital. And to some extent, I see a bit of a tension in these two ideas, right? If you have this the convergence of control over coercion and capital, this, in a sense, almost inevitably also creates some kind of link to specific social forces, right? In particular, control of capital is obviously an important element there. And so I was wondering if you could develop on this point, because it seems to me that, in particular, in countries such as, of course, Egypt, where you have this very important role of the military in the economy and therefore in control over capital, you could make the argument that the military itself becomes a tool for a specific social force. And so I was wondering how you square this with the question of autonomization of the coercive forces. The second thing that I wanted to ask you about has to do with this idea of this broad trend that you outlined at the very beginning of the privatization of the state. And also here, obviously you have this trend, you have, and you outlined this very well in how this kind of is reflected in the various different political settings. And I was wondering, from your point of view, what is really the driver of this trend, right? Because if your analysis is correct, you have a trend that kind of spans a variety of extremely different political settings, right? From settings of conflict to a very specific political system, such as the one in Lebanon, to very established autocratic states, such as in Egypt, yet you see the same trend, right? And if that's the case, then you would expect that there is some kind of underlying structural force that pushes into this direction, so that the differences in political context, in various political histories, in conflict histories, and so on, don't matter anymore. So I was wondering if you have any pointers as to where to look for this underlying structural force that is pushing towards this development of the privatization of the state, which you outlined in in your remarks. These are my immediate reactions, so I think I leave you with that, and then maybe I come up with smarter questions as we go along.
Yezid, I would also like to manipulate my position a bit and ask a question. What do you think about the current transformation in privatizing security, not in the old sense of the late 70s when Sadat was forced to initiate private security companies, but in the sense of the current militia in Sinai, in northern Sinai, and Falcon Group represented by Nakhnouch. So I would like also to hear your opinion on this. And another question on Gilbert al-Ashqar thesis on the privatization and the difference between the repressive regimes in the Arab world and in Eastern European countries. And his argument was mainly that in Eastern European countries with privatization and then liberalization of the economy, the old bureaucracy will find even more opportunities within the new market economy, and it is therefore that they facilitated the democratic or the so-called democratic transition, while different structures in the Arab world led them to furiously defend their political regimes. Thank you. Yezid, please, we will go in this order. You respond to Kevin, and then we will start taking other questions and go in the order.
I see. Okay. Yeah. Thanks. Right. I think the questions about Sinai and Falcon Group and so on. I think Sam's the right person to tackle those. Although I was discussing the Sinai militia just a couple of days ago with a colleague, and I think anyway we could talk about that. But I'll come back to Kevin's questions. I mean, there are tensions for sure in the convergence of control over coercion and capital. I mean, that's Charles Tilly wrote about this. A great book, and that's sort of the fundamental dynamic, basically, in state building in history anywhere. The sort of the spatial distribution and the social distribution of these things, and how they vary from, say, Germany to the Netherlands to elsewhere. So I'm not saying anything new there, and of course there are tensions. There are always tensions. What shapes the tensions in these cases are, of course, the last few decades of economic and social development and political development in individual Arab countries. So there's a path dependency. There's legacies, and what I think is striking is the extent to which, and here again I come back to the private sector, and not necessarily, not because I am promoting the private sector, but simply because it's clearly the business class, whether large or small, is a very significant social actor in many societies, and it's therefore interesting to see where it sits in politics. And the fact is that in the countries I mentioned earlier, Algeria, Libya, Iraq, i.e. the countries that went through nationalization in the 1960s, but also Egypt, which is in a very different position. But in all of them, I think the private sector is fundamentally marginalized and weakened politically, has been unable to rebuild itself, partly because, and this is, I think, goes back to the question about Gilbert Ashkar's thesis and comparison of East Europe, is exactly that. The manner in which power was institutionalized and bureaucratized in Libya, Iraq, and Algeria was fundamentally different than in Egypt or, in fact, than in Sudan, precisely because they were oil-rich countries. And so that whole process unfolded in a different way and created a situation where in the 1950s and the 1960s, even before the Gaddafi coup d'etat, and today, at least 80% of the entire population is directly or indirectly dependent on the state for income. So these are massively significant social facts. They're not just economic facts. And they tell us an enormous lot about, you know, the context within which we expect private sector activity to thrive or not. I'm running a new project now with a small group of researchers, and one of the papers we're hoping to produce is looking at Libyan investment in Egypt. And unlike, say, Syrians or Yemenis or Lebanese or Palestinians and Sudanese investing in Egypt, or Tunisians and Gulfies or others for that matter, Libyan investment is very closely tied to the Libyan state, whoever the state is, of course, in Libya. But it's not, you know, the private sector as we know and understand the term. So I'm just emphasizing that these path dependencies and linear sort of legacies, well, linear, but legacies are hugely important in telling us whether these social forces exist, how big they are, how influential, what role they have. Now, what's interesting about Egypt, which sort of started in the same place in the 1960s, but is in a very different place today, is that the private sector is huge in Egypt. And in terms of share of GDP and employment, job creation, and so on, is massive, 70% or so. But it is an extremely distorted private sector with about 1% of all businesses, non-farm businesses, can be considered as large or medium companies, and 99% are small, micro, or nano. This is an extraordinary structure for a private sector and tells us a lot about how business is done in Egypt and how political control of those in state power and the bureaucracy and their networks determine private sector activity. So again, there's a path, a trajectory to that from the 60s, part of which, and this again goes back to the privatization thesis, is that to a large degree what happened with nationalization was private sector companies moved into state ownership along with everyone except their private family owners. But everyone else moved over. And so in a way, the state was populated with people who sat on both sides of the divide. The whole notion of a public-private distinction is questionable in the case of Egypt in many instances. And Sarah Smirchak wrote a very interesting book about this. So there are tensions, but again, the tensions will vary enormously in terms of their significance, their scale, and who they're actually with exactly. I mean, I think that big business people in Egypt like Sayigh, Swedi, Mansour, and others don't have a fundamental problem with Sisi's model or his repression of labor and so on. But so their problems are more to do with more assured access to dollars and electricity and gas and so on at reasonable prices, and access to contracts and so on. And as long as they get a share, they don't put up a political front and not a unified front, and so on. So we could go on and on about that. Of course, it gets interesting when you look at some other cases. I know Morocco, which sadly I know very little about, but Tunisia is actually also really interesting, where there's real private sector, but where that private sector in the long Bourguiba years and then in the long Ben Ali years evolved in ways which the rules of the game were adopted and internalized by everyone, including private business people. And Beatrice Ibou describes that wonderfully in her book on Tunisia. So, I think, again, it's very interesting to look at the military, police, and business and their relationship with those in political power to get a sense of these social forces. How do we define them? I mean, the whole question of, are these actually distinct classes in a sort of Tocquevillian sense? I mean, do they want democracy? Why would they? We in the past, political sociology has tended to very simplistic assumptions about what the bourgeoisie will do or what the working class will do, none of which really fit anymore. And maybe I need to wrap up a bit. And tie again a bit between the sort of trends in the state that I described, Kevin's question and the question about, again, East Europe, Arab countries, and Ashkar. I mean, for one thing, I think it's fundamental to remember that none of these societies are immune from global forces that are affecting markets, technology, the technology gap, all the processes around us that have affected each Arab country and society and economy in direct ways, for instance, by providing technology of surveillance, but also in indirect ways where taking part in global markets becomes harder and harder and harder for economies that are failing. Let's say the Egyptian economy, where outside of real estate and to some extent energy, the Egyptian, the real economy, as it's called, is failing, is regressing, and is woefully unable to catch up at all. But this is true of a lot of other parts of the region. So the indirect effects of being part of this global system, which is not a single global system, and it's not all simply driven by one superpower or whatever, but it's a huge context. All of this also has indirect consequences, part of which are the deepening financial squeeze and often crisis in many Arab countries. And so this, I think, is one of the key drivers, and has been one of the key drivers, which is prompting a doubling down and a retrenchment of ruling elites to ensure that they capture, rather than say, well, in this situation, we need to reduce our predation or capture of rent and maybe change some of the rent behavior and maybe include some reforms, open up the market, open up the economy, whatever. The response is instead to lock down the existing income streams and make sure that they're held more firmly. So there are, I could go on with all this, but I did want to suggest that the privatization process has been certainly underway for a long time. But unlike East Europe, there are similarities in terms of capture and how old elites that ran the Soviet system were the best positioned to take advantage of the new free market system and capture it again as well. That made total sense to me at the time, back in 1989. It's exactly what I anticipated. But that occurred in a context where East Europe was also being integrated into Western Europe, into the EU, given credit and aid that had previously, partly at least, gone to the global south and to the Arab region, and which was now redirected along with investment flows to Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe was also, of course, more industrialized and so on, better able, therefore, to catch up. You had Volkswagen take over Skoda and, start producing Skoda, Volkswagen, mock-up, Skoda basically being Volkswagen from then on. But there are things that were possible there that were impossible in much of the Arab region. And I do want to throw out, just because I don't have an answer, and maybe someone among you would, has any thoughts, is the instance of Morocco. How Morocco, which has utilized its relationship with the European market in particular, but also with Africa and elsewhere, to develop a really vibrant automobile industry. Whereas Egypt, which started its automobile industries 70 years ago, is still unable to make any headway in that same market, even internally, domestically. And so how to explain rather fundamental differences in approach between the one and the other, I think would be a very interesting thing to look at. I think I'd better stop there.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Yezid, so much. Since we are good with time, I give our researchers two options. Excuse me. Would you like to respond to Kevin, like 2 minutes or 3 minutes each, or shall we open the floor? Whatever you like. Hossam, would you like to respond first to Kevin?
Yeah.
And then we open another round for questions, and then you respond back, or you would like to take all the questions and respond at the end? We are good with time, so you can do both.
Okay, maybe I'll respond briefly to what Kevin mentioned.
Perfect.
Okay. And then we can open. All right.
Please.
Kevin put his hand on two problems or two issues, which is the degree of fragility that the Sisi regime is experiencing, and the failure to be inclusive of other political forces. But this is what the Sisi regime has strived to build from the beginning. To borrow an expression from my friend Magid Mandoor, whose book I highly recommend for everyone to understand the Sisi regime. Sisi is the victim of his own success. In order to be able to crush the Egyptian revolution, in order to be able to pacify the country, Sisi has built this apparatus and indoctrinated its members to believe and to regard themselves as in an existential battle that is being conducted against the Egyptian state on a daily basis from imagined and real enemies, both, whether domestically or abroad. And they were given the green light to use whatever level that they deemed appropriate of lethal and carceral violence in order to protect the Egyptian state in such an imaginary existential fight. This is what kept this regime intact these past 10 years or over this past decade. And over this past decade, they have produced 2 or 3 or even more generations of young cadets and young officers who have joined this regime, who are indoctrinated in a militarized, hyper-nationalist ideology that, again, puts them at the forefront of such an existential universal battle to protect the Egyptian state. And they basically don't know anything else. They never experienced politics in its classic sense of give and take, making bargains, making alliances. The Sisi regime, when it was in the formation phase, did not opt to create any form of broad class alliance, not even with most sections of the current bourgeoisie. So in a way, he succeeded, and this formula provided success in terms of killing and destroying the Egyptian revolution, but it is a toxic formula that cannot be sustained for a long time. And the only thing that's keeping it afloat at the moment is the unlimited regional and international financial support that's keeping this regime afloat. And they are bailing him out 1 month after the other, simply because they regard that Egypt is too big to fail and they don't want another round of instability and chaos in the region. But in a way, they are feeding into the problem even more. They are not solving it. So yes, it is a very fragile regime, a regime that did not create class support of any kind in society. And at this point, Sisi's constituency does not go beyond a very small clique of senior army officers and the senior officials of the repressive apparatus in Egypt. So in a way, he is the victim of his own success.
Thank you so much, Hossam. Guendalina, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Kevin, for your comments. So, as you probably already remarked, I'm not the finest theoretician of Scuola Normale, so I will try to answer your question with a very humble point of view. So, you raised legitimate concern about this work, and I think that about authoritarian practices connected with counterterrorism and how what exactly you asked what exactly made Tunisia different from other contexts in which of course we observed huge set of violations also in other countries. So I do not pretend that Tunisia, I mean, my work started in 2017, and the situation was very different at the level of the knowledge production. And so I can say that one of the first seminars we had in our PhD, they asked us to just try to figure out what was the literature about our themes. And during this workshop, we just tapped like Tunisia, counterterrorism. And in 2017, it was anything. But I mean, now the situation is incredibly different. I see works way better than mine have been published, and the interest in the issue of counterterrorism is like really now at the center of the debate. But in that moment it wasn't. And so my humble question was why, and how can I add to this lack of study? So my study is just one of the production that have been made on Tunisia and on counterterrorism in Tunisia. And what I've done is just to understand how to systematize, and then also I took Tunisia as a case studies actually. So, and even because at the level of transitology or transitional study, actually the focus is often on terrorism and the effect on of terrorism on transition, that also imply counterterrorism, of course, but it's different, no? Somehow the focus. So I wanted to understand what have been done before, and also I saw that many other transitions have been severely marked by counterterrorism. For instance, the Spanish case in the past is like super important, I mean, and continues to tell us many things about how counterterrorism is instrumentalized for counter-revolutions, or to bring some part of the past and mix it with new and future systems of control. And then militarization. Thank you for underlining this, because yesterday I was also thrilled by the question. And so in my case, actually, I discovered militarization through the feminist theory, because I was interested in this very gendered dimension of political discourse about counterterrorism, how it's actually conveying images very gendered. So one of the main outcomes of the analysis of the campaigns and political discourse is like this hegemonic, bellicose, militarized masculinity. And so my understanding of militarization, or how I use it in my work, is inspired by feminist scholars that have been, I think, in the last 20 years, underlying that processes of militarization happen also outside of the army and the military. So for me, the interest was to understand how these war style ways of thinking and ways of also behaving in the public space happened, and what were the, so that's my humble answer. And then, yes, concerning the constitutional court. So it's very, very difficult to answer to this question. I think that it was by both Islamist and modernist was not wanted at any time of the transition. And I think that Tunisian space probably goes now for this thing. But I'm sorry, I cannot further develop this question at least in a
Thank you so much. If we have time at the end, I will also manipulate my position again and ask you on militarization. Now the floor is for the audience. Ahmed, and then... Oh, you start.
I exploit again my privilege of having in my hands the microphone. Well, the discussion became very interesting also in the answers. I wanted to stress the relations between the military and global transnational capital as important to address the issue of their autonomy. You provided many elements, but I would like to stress how it's not just to find correspondences or linkages, but to locate more broadly Egypt in the global capitalist hierarchies and processes in order to understand the politics and the outcomes of the Egyptian economy. For example, I don't think that there is a contradiction between the rent-seeking emerge from the huge infrastructural investment that Sisi promoted and the needs of global capital in a period of low interest rates. One of the key strategies of the global financial capital was to crowd credit financial flows towards the periphery, and mega projects were completely coherent with this strategy. Now it is backfiring because interest rates are increased and there is a problem of debt. Therefore, I wanted to stress the role of the military in the global south as mediator of transnational capital accumulation. Then two small points for Hossam. It's very interesting. Your reasoning about the retreat of the integral state, we could say. However, maybe I would ask you to delve better how are accumulating revolutionary forces in this period, because this pulverization of the civil society could create problems on this side. This lack of organization, lack of mobilization could represent a break for the eruption. I think that the Egyptian revolution of 2012 teach us that revolution is an accumulation and then the reaching of a turning qualitative point. So maybe if you could find an analysis also of the current situation. I conclude. It is promising what you said about the overcoming of this fragmentation of the security sector, but in a sense it is also fearing, it's scaring, because more unity in this scenario could also make us to envision a more violent confrontation between the revolutionary forces and the state, as for example was in Syria, where the regime was more united. Thank you very much.
Okay, I will try to be brief, but I think I just need some patience because I want to take the discussion a little bit to an abstract level, because I'm hearing some outcomes of analysis that are a little bit contradicting. On one hand, we can talk about we are giving so much agency for the military regimes and how they are really consolidated, and at the same time we all agree that in several numerous moments they cannot sustain without international intervention or international support or regional support. And I think the problem with the analysis and that we need to deconstruct a little, like some little things in the theoretical approach, approaching the making of order and disorder in this region and in any region, and is not to start with this simplistic question as what type of order, order for whom, misorder for whom. We need to take out the gone of democracy as a theory of seeing, because it's very distorting. We're assuming that these regimes really care about democracy. We are actually also assuming that the populations of these nations really wanted democracy as much as maybe they are just merely wanting equal distribution. But also we need to take out the question of exceptionalization of the region. I think we need to add more of the unfinished decolonial questions, that most of the state formation, the state capacity, each state, how it was formed, how it was formed, the capacity of the state that is really like lots of competence to have strategies. Sisi regime never had a strategy. We have to look at the knowledge production and the knowledge transfer of the specific regimes. I mean, they are always using the same social currency of counter-terrorism and then the renaissance with mega economic projects. And I think by deconstructing this and adding a little bit of more components and approaching this theoretically, you can understand the making of order and disorder. We are actually going to understand some trajectories. We can also understand what is going to happen here in Europe. Also, we're going to understand better what is happening in the Zionist regime and its expansion. So, in a nutshell, this is what I wanted to kind of say, that I think we need to stop dealing with the Arab states as Western states that have structures of organizations that are competent, that put strategies, whether on the state level or whether on the population level, whether on the resistance level and whether on the military level, because we are assuming really that they are not improvising as much as the revolutionists are doing. The Sisi regime has been improvising, and you have also mentioned this in the morning, but not directly, by shifting alliances every year or two, internally and externally. To the extent as in the first 4 years, 6 years, for example, we were the enemies of the Muslim Brotherhood, and then later on we had to ally with Hamas strongly to fight terrorism in Sinai. And then the same way also he was making alliance with ex-Mubarak regime businessmen. He ditched them for a while. And then the question of privatization. There is the factor of political economy and is really undermined in this analysis. It depends a lot on the resources of the country. It depends a lot of the conditions that the World Bank and the IMF put on the country to give them more loans to save their behinds at the end of the day. I'm sorry, I'm taking lots of time, but I think we are really approaching this as if we are talking about democratic states seeking representations. No one is seeking representation in the Arab world, specifically in many countries. The state is not willing to. The average citizens are not really interested in that. The international community is not interested at all at the order. They just need an order for the consuming markets, and that's why they are turning all of it as a consumists. Anyways, I know it has been too many components I have been talking about. Sorry to take the time, but I think we need to take back a couple of steps and really look at this in a different way. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Atef?
Thank you, Ina, and thanks to Kevin for the question. I don't have any major question, but one minor question to Hossam is that I love your analysis. I appreciate it. And one minor thing that coup-proofing didn't vanish like I would think. So it's the fact that all this hyper-nationalist indoctrination for the newer generation, the younger officers and so forth. Love if you elaborate more on this. And other thing that, and also I love if Hossam answered Ali's questions about Falcon and Sinai and so forth, how this would fit into analysis. Um, I hope that Yezid elaborate more about private sector and securitization, like larger, like conceptually, because I know it's a case by case. It's and this tension that delegation while in control, and I agree that this is beautiful and lots of sense, but at the same time there's variations across cases. How to make sense of this, and it's the same comes back to Kevin's question that like why they buying this? I know we need a piece of cake to control and to for businesses and Sawiras and all the examples you brought. But at the same time, there's these politics. This could grow out of control. My final comment may be just rambling from the earlier conversations about success and failure, and because it depends on angle. So I love that Guendalina's about all the Tunisian authors that you cite about our success. They are paranoid, they are vindictive because we succeeded. Same resonates with Hossam's analysis about, it depends on the angle of the analysis too. Like the regime would think, they would not call it a revolution, it's a conspiracy. The Mubarak regime failed to stop the revolution. This Mubarak's formula is no longer working and so forth. The interesting thread to reminding us is that it is all relative, depending on how we define success and failure. Thanks.
Atef?
So thank you very much, everybody, for your presentation. I will go directly to Guendalina just because I think we work on very similar teams. Thanks, like really thanks. And I think you also gave the opportunity to reflect a bit about the idea of revolution and counter-revolution, in the sense that what we define as counter-revolution, of course, like for clearly analytical reasons, I think we shouldn't forget it is still defined as the beginning of the revolution by many Tunisians, and it's the complete discursive apparatus Sayigh is governing upon is that revolution was seized by the democratic elites on the 14th of January. That's more or less the story. So I think I completely see the rhetorical move behind that. But at the same time, I'm wondering if I don't know if it's possible to expand a bit more on the fact that we are treating this as a counter-revolution, because it is one, but at the same time, many of our friends in Tunis wouldn't maybe agree on this point. The second point is specifically about counter-terrorism, and I was wondering if you can draw a small parallel with Ben Ali and the law 2003, and basically like counter-terrorism operations that already were there in Tunisia, and what's their value today, especially I'm thinking of all the Ennahda prisoners that we treat like, that's also like very, very curious, like they're political prisoners on the one hand, but they're treated like, okay, but they're Islamists, you know. And so I think like counterterrorism also was very strong in keeping back this idea that we're fighting against political Islam. So I don't know if you have, because you say in 2017 there was nothing, and I'm sure about it, but I was wondering what was if we can draw just a parallel between these two. No other question, and thank you. Maybe a general question to everybody, but Hossam also in his 2 points of how we can compare what is happening now with Mubarak. And the 2 points were the first about the security sector and its organization, and the second one about the relation between the security apparatus and government. And I was wondering if in all this story about authoritarian restoration, there's space for legitimacy. There's space for treating, I mean, it's not the panel, I know. So, and like security is driving, of course, but like repression is based on legitimacy. And once again, I'm talking the Tunisian case. Like you couldn't allow yourself a certain level of repression if you wouldn't legitimize the regime on that premise that migrants, cooperants, and people like that are problematic. But you made this in your presentation. So thank you.
Final questions before we conclude with our speakers? Final call for the Middle East North Africa, Arab countries, repression, please. Make it fast so we give them everyone.
Thank you, everyone. I wanted to bring your attention to the fact that counter-revolution is an academic concept, but it's also a political one that's been used by political actors themselves to discredit other political actors, political competitors. So typically, Islamists that have dominated governments in Tunisia and Egypt, for example, have been accused of being counter-revolutionary forces. And to some extent, they have blocked some reforms. Kevin mentioned the issue of the Constitutional Court. And they have played a role in paving the way to the coup in both Egypt and in Tunisia, to use those examples. So how would you wear that with the issue of counter-revolution at an academic level or perspective?
Thank you. Please.
Very briefly for Hossam. I mean, you started by saying that you were honored to be here because there were a lot of giants, but if anything comes out from your presentation, it's simply the fact that you are a giant as well. But I mean, that's not something new, and many compliments for what you have been doing over the last years. Quite clear that in your presentation there was a overarching concept behind the scene, that is Antonio Gramsci integral state. And what is integral state? Well, it's political society plus civil society, hegemony armed by coercion. Now, although we can keep analytically separate the two concepts, political society and civil society, evidently in Antonio Gramsci, the two concepts are intimately connected one another. So my question here is, what happens once civil society becomes so brittle to the relationship with political society? So if you can expand a bit on the relationship between political society, that is state apparatuses and repressive apparatuses specifically, and civil society, that is apparatus of...
I kindly ask our speakers to respond to the questions in 2 minutes, 2 minutes and a half. Be precise and concise. We can give like 5 minutes as an exception. Can we start with Yezid, please?
Yeah, there's a lot of rich material there. I just wish I'd been able to attend the whole workshop in person, because a lot of these discussions, there's no way we could have them even with another 20 minutes or 2 hours. So basically, I just wanted to say that I agree with a lot of what I heard, with the criticism or the enriching of the approach, the emphasis on political economy and so on and so forth. So there's really, I can't do much justice to what I've heard beyond that. I do want to touch very, very briefly on the last comment about civil society and political society and the brittleness of civil society. I think that's a very good insight. And it reminds me that something I was going to say earlier about states like that of Egypt. It's a country I look at a lot, although I'm very much an outsider. I use the same word. I use brittle. These are political systems that are fierce. They're strong in many respects. They have a lot of resilience as well, but in a sense they're brittle because they've removed politics. Almost everything that the Sisi administration does is about depoliticizing, or at least emptying the political arena and dominating it completely, whether through militarization, things that Hossam Substack has discussed, the militarization of education and society and culture, or through many other means. And I think that concept is true, probably increasingly, of Tunisia. I would hazard Algeria, but also obviously Syria, Iraq. I mean, these countries don't have effective political arenas. So anyway, The other thing I wanted to touch on briefly is the comment made at the very start about the transmission of capital, global capital via the military. I mean, that's true, of course, but let's also look at it a bit more carefully. Of course, I don't know exactly what you were suggesting, but I mean, it's classic and have been sort of argued for decades that defense exports, imports, procurement generally is an important part of economies and has to be assessed. Arguably is not just a net loss, it's also part of the economy and contributes to the economy in various ways. So there's a lot about all of that and the role of transmission of military technology as a form of transmission of capital. But that, at the end of the day, is nonetheless fairly limited in its overall volume if we're looking purely at the military side of things. And where it gets more interesting, I think, is if and where the military become part of the wider set of processes and institutional bodies or networks that are involved in or that influence and shape what capital, the terms of transmission of capital and what it's used for. And that's where the military is we're no longer talking about defense procurement, domestic or international, and transfer of capital in the form of military capital or military technology, but whether the military is involved more broadly in reshaping the political economy, as in Turkey after 1980 or as in Chile after 1973 and so on and so forth. So I think, again, we need to be fairly careful about what we mean by this. And I think what's interesting in this context is the way in which, again, I'll come back to, I mean, who are the capital holders? Who are the various people along the way from somewhere or elsewhere in the globe to inside Iraq or inside Syria or inside, the Arab Emirates or inside Egypt? And who along the way controls that process, shapes it, directs it, redirects it, takes a cut, etc. And I think here, we open up a much wider, very rich area of discussion, as I think the second person was talking about, the need for a political economy, if I understood correctly. I think when we do that, we're opening up also our social mapping. And that's something, by the way, that I've really found missing in a lot of academic work in recent years on Arab countries, including on Egypt, is a very problematic lack or the inadequacy of our understanding of social forces and social transformation. And one new project I'm working on has involved me talking to Egyptian counterparts, and Hossam doesn't know this, but I had him on my list as someone I was going to come to and ask for an interview. But to look at politics in Sisi's supposedly final presidential term. And one of the things that struck me really hard was that sociologists and social scientists were saying, living in Egypt, saying, we no longer know. We can't do the research. And that's quite a statement. That's a radical statement for us to have such a, I think, inadequate grasp of social trends and dynamics and class formation, whatever you want to call it. And I would say even countries like Palestine, where there's way more access and knowledge, or in Syria, where again there's a mountain of people who do amazing work, etc. But we've seen a lot of academic interest go into, identity politics and all sorts of other things. And the sort of people who 20 years ago would have, written for merit, for instance, and looked at water ownership and who controls village resources, etc., the kind of granular political economy and social and moral economy type of work, and the sort of consciousness of class, if you like, doesn't drive. I mean, I and my partner worked about a year ago on trying to put things together on Palestine, looking at unions, looking at social formation and deformation. And it's almost impossible to find pictures who work on that kind of thing anymore in those terms. So I'll stop with that.
Thank you so much, Yezid. Hossam?
Thanks, Ali.
Thank you. Kohler, try to be precise.
Yes, I'll try to be as brief as possible, although it's tons of questions. The question about legitimacy and repression, I would argue that at least during the first 2 years of Sisi's rule, from 2013 till 2015, he had the backing of the people to a level that probably Egypt had never seen since Nasser and the Suez crisis in 1956. This was helped not just by him painting a rosy picture of of the kind of Egypt that everyone is expecting to be, but like in the case in any counter-revolution, you had substantial sections of society that feared the instability, that was going through mass fear psychosis, and who wanted to see an end to the revolt. This is a phenomena that is not just limited to the Egyptian revolution. You can always find parallels in history. But I would argue that he lost this clout as he progressed in power. And I would say this is because of two things. Or three things. One is the high level of repression that touched sections of society that included even his own supporters. Secondly, and that's the most crucial element, is his economic failures. And thirdly, I don't think that he really cared that much at any point about creating a broad class alliance in society to support him. This is, in a way, he is the victim of his own success. Regarding the point about the situation of the Egyptian revolutionary groups or Egyptian dissent at the moment, the picture is very bleak. I will not lie to you. But as an activist, I'm always hopeful. And the reason for my hope is that this regime has actually failed. It is one thing to be an autocrat, but at the same time, you're delivering economically. Hence, you can find sections of your own society engaging in a Faustian bargain where they say, okay, maybe he's an autocrat, but at least we're living well. But this is not the case at the moment. Secondly, I can see that there is an incremental rise in industrial actions and social protests at the moment in Egypt. It's not on the pre-2011 level, definitely, but there is an incremental rise, and I expect it to continue rising in the coming period. Thirdly is that with the outbreak of the war in Gaza, we have seen scattered protests across the country last October that even broke into Tahrir and started chanting the same slogans of the 2011 uprising. Now, these protests have been quickly repressed, but it started some sort of a rebirth of the movement on the campuses that's happening on a very modest level. And it would be interesting to see how this progresses. Atef's point regarding coup-proofing is definitely spot on. Coup-proofing is always there, and it's not going anywhere. But what I try to highlight that there is always a dominant perceived threat. And according to that dominant perceived threat, the security apparatus is organized. Now, any autocrat, if they want to stay in power for a long time, they have to protect themselves from all sorts of threats, but there always has to be a dominant one. And I argue that the dominant perceived threat that the Sisi regime faces is the threat of popular unrest, not a military coup, although he is also taking his precautions towards others. I will conclude with just quickly commenting on the question of Falcon and the Sinai tribes. Now,
This
having
was
a
my
local-
question, and I'm retreating from it because this question paralyzed everything with the timings. I apologize for it. No,
Then I'll stop
thank you
here.
so much, Hossam, and I'm so sorry for interrupting. If we had 2 more minutes later, I will give you the floor again after Guendalina, because I know that this question is a trap.
I can leave the floor to Hossam. I think it's more interesting than my answer. But okay. Just super quickly. I think that counterterrorism in these late years become a way of governing Islamists, and it's something that is not new, of course, and is not related only to Tunisia, of course, and even here in Europe we can stress that at many levels, but that is why it's a continuity with the Ben Ali period, because actually it was the same. And I want to bring here the voice of one of my interviewees that, of course, how you also underline the fact that counter-revolution can be counterintuitive and even not shared for the Tunisian people, and it's I cannot speak the name of others, but I mean I understand that Sayigh had a huge support and huge legitimacy at the beginning, and it was also because he used somehow this instrument against the Islamist elite. And we cannot deny that at the very beginning was one of the things that made his legitimacy in that place, in that moment. At the same time, this interviewee that I had a couple of years ago said, we already know that actually we already see these, I mean, and he will start from them and he will finish with us. So, I mean, they are conscious, of course, at any levels of the outcomes of repression. So, and the relation with the before and after 2011 is always super present when you speak with the political activists at any level. So, but I have no time to delve into it as loud as you suggested and everything. So I just want to spend 2 words really to thank Yezid and Hossam and all the other panelists. It was great. Thank you very much. I learned a lot. So, and I leave the floor to Hossam.
So, Hossam, out of Guendalina generosity, you have 2 minutes to finalize.
Very brief regarding Sinai and Nakhnouch. Having a local auxiliary force is a classic part of the staple of counterinsurgency warfare. We witnessed that in so many counterinsurgencies all over the world. And the involvement of the Union of Sinai Tribes that was founded and led by Al-Arjani in 2015, but only gained momentum after 2017, was one of the reasons why basically the army finally prevailed. I mean, there is a long list of reasons, but this is definitely one of them. Now, my unpopular opinion regarding both Arjani and Nakhnouch is that the media attention given to them has blown up their importance beyond their actual power on the ground. I've seen people who were trying to draw parallels between them and Hemeti in Sudan, for example, and this is an atrocious, actually, comparison that is completely out of scope. We have a regime that improvises, that lacks coherence when it comes to its repressive practices, even when it has been successful over the past decade. And having this extra hand when it comes to repression and social control, in the view of the army generals, it doesn't hurt, but it doesn't compete with the state authorities in any sense, unlike the case of Hemet.
Thank you so much, Hossam, for this concise response. Hameti is the head of the militia running a civil war in Sudan against the Sudanese army. On behalf of my colleagues and myself, I sincerely thank all our audience and sincerely thanking our speakers. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Yezid, very much. Thank you, Hossam. Thank you, Guendalina. Very special thanks for Kevin.
Okay. Thank you all for being still here at the end of this long day, in which we are beginning to talk about a very important issue, which is important also beyond academia, which is, of course, Palestine. Before presenting our guest, I would like to raise a few points that I think that could be interesting for this roundtable. Well, we have talked about the issue of revolution and counter-revolution in the broad Middle East, and I think that one key point to discuss are the relation between these broad trends and the Palestinian issue, because you cannot envision what is happening now without paying attention to the Abraham Accords, Abraham Agreements, and those the problem of the restoration of the regional power relations in the Middle East and North Africa. The Palestinian issue and how it is unfolding also interrogates the imperialist West, and particularly the trends toward authoritarianism that we are experiencing in our societies. Donatella has wrote a paper related to this topic, how the Palestinian issue is weaponized to repress social movement in the West. And the situation, of course, also interrogates us concerning the role that academia and more broadly the university plays in the reproduction of oppression and also broader imperialist, I would say, relation along the global north and south. Finally, I think that another important issue to discuss is the specificity of this transnational solidarity movement that, differently from the past, has to deal with a peculiar challenge that is the influence on the Palestinian liberation movement of peculiar regional actors like the Iranian state and political actors on the ground that does not simply resonate with the past national liberation movements. I stop here my brief introduction, giving the floor to our guest. Particularly, I would like to introduce Hadeel Karkar, who is a new colleague of our faculties. She's a renewed scholar on the Palestinian question and transnational politics in a comparatist way. She has taught at Bill State University and and he's also editor of the Palestine Interactive Encyclopedia. So now I'm giving the microphone to her, and then the roundtable will proceed with other intervention that I will keep attention that they will stay in 10 minutes each. Thank you. Hadeel, you can begin.
No. Yeah. No. Okay. Okay. So thank you. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for really wonderful 2 days. I had have a headache. It's a lot of information, it's a lot to process, a lot to reflect on, and a lot to do in connection with Palestine, what is happening at the moment in Palestine. What I'm trying to do in this presentation is sort of answer the question proposed by the conference organizers on restoration of power structures, and I'm looking at Zionism as an embodiment of that restoration of the settler colonial paradigm that has taken place, started in the 17th century and is ongoing until today. What I'm looking at here, looking at Palestine as a settler colonial entity, it has been subjected to an ongoing process that perpetuates genocide, herbicide, pesticide, ecocide. So after the 7th of October, the Israeli military announced the implementation of the scorched earth policy in Gaza. In pursuing this policy, the Israeli government did not mean to make Gaza an uninhabitable place, but also a place uprooted from history and civilization. But yet the call for the Israeli officials for the total destruction of the Palestinian population did not take place only after October 7. For instance, of quotes from Israeli officials. 2008, for example, Matan Vilnai, Israeli deputy defense minister, threatened to bring a Holocaust on Palestinians in Gaza. More recently, Ariel Kellner, a member of the Israeli parliament, demanded a repeat of the mass expulsion of 1948. He repeated, right now, one goal, Nakba, a Nakba that will overshadow the Nakba of 1948. Yoav Gallant, Israeli Minister of Defense, called Palestinians in Gaza human animals and completed his praise with, and we will act accordingly. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu refused to differentiate between civilians and militants. He clearly stated all people are guilty for the presence of Hamas. He refused to spare even children. So these were the allegations. And after that, Israel continued its genocidal war that includes a total siege, cutting off water, electricity, fuel, wiping out residential and commercial vivid areas populated with civilians, bombarding lots of numbers of towers, burning alive entire families, deliberate assassinations of reporters and journalists, medical personnel, and crews while on duty, bombardments of hospitals and religious sites, effacing entire neighborhoods, depriving a 2.2 billion population of food and medical supplies, kidnapping men and women, this happened at the beginning, and subjecting them to inhuman conditions and brutal torture. So many of those who refused to leave their homes were taken hostages, and many of them were killed in field executions. Now, considering that 70% of martyrs are women and children, with thousands left amputated, dispossessed, and without families, it is becoming more and more clear that this war is actually on the Palestinian demography. Why is this important, to highlight? You know, from Patrick Wolf, who wrote on settler colonialism, was published in 2010, that the primary and most crucial logic of settler colonialism is manifested in the elimination of the people of the land. So the demolition of the landscape, theft, and dispossession, that's the most important crucial elements of this elimination. So he contends the primary motive for elimination is not race, or it's not religion, it's not ethnicity, it's not grade of civilization, etc., but it's access to territory. So territoriality is settler colonialism's specific irreducible element, quote, end of quote. So we come now to the question of where do we start? Do we start in October 7th? Do we start in 1948? Do we start before?
In my research, I go back as far as Oliver Cromwell, 17th century. So in order to trace the origin of the extermination of Palestine in modern history, I tackle the extermination from looking at the discourse that was perpetuated about Palestine during the colonial campaigns carried out by Oliver Cromwell. So Oliver Cromwell, what did Cromwell do? I mean, Cromwell, well, he did three things. He did three important things. First, the genocide in Ireland. So Cromwell launched a genocidal war in Ireland after the Parliament of Westminster issued an Act of Settlement in 1652. So the act gave Cromwell the authority to confiscate land from Catholic Irish in order to give to the Protestant English settlers. So the Irish resistance, supported by a strong Irish community, carried out a forceful confrontation against Cromwell's army. However, Cromwell brought 12,000 soldiers and an entire train carrying weapons. He carried out one of the bloodiest genocidal wars in modern history. So between 618,000 and 1.5 million Irish were killed because of the war and famine. So technically, the Irish population was diminished to 41%, and the majority of land was confiscated. So any Irish who was involved in supporting the resistance lost land and property. Now, after the genocidal war on the people of Ireland and the confiscation of land, Cromwell turned his eyes towards what we call today America. Of course, the Puritans had already been there, had already established colonies, but they were relatively new. So Cromwell considered this victory of defeating the Irish resistance and the colonization of America to be a victory from God. Second thing he did was to invite the Jews back into England after they were expelled by King Edward II during the 12th century. So Cromwell became very fond of his achievements in Ireland and America, but at the same time, he paid a heavy price. He wanted to compensate for his loss by asking the Jews to carry out a colonial campaign in Palestine. He referred to this campaign as the restoration of the Jews in Palestine. Where does this idea of restoration come from? Come back to the third point, which is the Hebraization of the Christian faith. So basically, it revolved around restoring the Old Testament, particularly the notion of the Promised Land. Important to note that Christians considered the notion of the Promised Land as obsolete since the crucifixion of the Christ. Now, Cromwell vigorously imposed the Calvinist faith. The Calvinists believed that they had been chosen by God to take charge of the nation and enforce religious order. So Cromwell did not only restore the notion of the chosen people, he also Hebraized Christian rituals, meaning that baptism had Hebrew names were used during baptism. The service was held on Saturday and not on Sunday, etc. Why is this important? Now, demonize, efface, and conquer. These are the guiding principles that apply time and again in settler colonial contexts. This principle stipulates that the people of the land are given a subhuman category. Now, we're talking about a colonial expansion where you have the Irish. We talked about the Irish, and we talked about the Americans, and now it's generally the people of the land are looked at as subhumans. Sometimes they're described as animals, sometimes they are described as demons. And we see this in the work of John Milton, who was the porte-parole, the spokesperson of the Cromwell's government, and he was a famous poet. He wrote Paradise Lost. So we see this. He particularly refers to Palestinians, not Palestinians, but like people of Canaan, and people in the colonies in what we call today America, as demons and animals, like he alterates. Now, the act of demonization constitutes first the description of a people as demons, which demonstrates that the people of the land are separated from the Western definition of human. then it provides necessary justifications to commit the act of extermination. So these strategies of extermination, they include deprivation from basic needs such as food, water, electricity, fuel, and medical services, destruction of the economy, as in the case of the Buffalo Massacre in America, and the destruction of agricultural land and fishing boats and vessels in the case of Gaza, squeezing the population into ghettos, where issues pertaining to overpopulation, crowdedness, and feeble infrastructure persist. The colonizer then moves from collective persecution embodied in inflicting such dreadful circumstances unfit for any sort of dignified living to total extermination through a genocidal war. Now, this use of evangelist narrative to call for the colonization of Palestine was revived again in the 18th century and early 19th century as Britain had prepared to infiltrate Syria and to implement its imperial plans in the region. So basically, after the Crimean War, Britain had access through the Ottomans to the region. The British evangelists propagated the idea of exploring and surveying Palestine using biblical geography as a model and method. So biblical geography, which was founded by Edward Robinson, American missionary, stipulates narrating the history and geography of Palestine based on evangelist travelers' observations and understandings of Palestine's history. So during the 19th century, a relatively large number of evangelist travelers adopted this method. The point was to find a common narrative that brings the Hebrew people closer to the evangelists. This had meant that the production of knowledge over Palestine from the 19th century onwards was influenced by the agenda of evangelists who had used the reading of the Bible to promote colonization. Oh, okay. I still have
to inform you.
I still have 10 minutes?
Yeah, but you can have also 15 minutes. So don't worry. Just to alert you.
Okay. So these efforts to Judaize Palestine attained considerable significance amongst British Victorians. So in the mid-19th century. Now, British evangelist figures who were from the British peerage or close to its circle published texts describing the physical geography of Palestine from an evangelist Orientalist perspective. For instance, the book titled Sinai and Palestine in Connection with Their History by Arthur Stanley, Dean of Westminster Abbey, became a Victorian bestseller in 1856. John Quito's work also on the physical geography of Palestine became a reference to scientists and to explorers, despite the fact that Quito had designed these boundaries, the boundaries that he mentions in his book, based on his personal reading of the Bible and observation of space. We also have Lawrence Oliphant, who wrote a manual on the Levant area, and he wrote a proposal to the Ottomans, basically saying he was British South African, and he wanted to copy the model in South Africa, in the region. So he proposed to the Ottomans that they give settlers. He didn't identify which group, Jews or Christians or Muslims, but then he concludes that it has to be Jews for certain reasons, that will act as a settlement, and then it will expand into the region, just as is the model in South Africa. So he gave this proposal. This was the first time that such a proposal gets submitted to the Ottomans in writing. He also spoke to Benjamin Disraeli about it. Benjamin Disraeli was the prime minister, and Benjamin Disraeli advised him to get funding from the Palestine Exploration Fund. So, coming to the Palestine Exploration Fund, so in 1864, it was an important date, Britain sent a team of the Royal Engineers to survey Jerusalem. The Ordnance Survey of Jerusalem was then published in 1865. This success in surveying Jerusalem encouraged them to explore the rest of Palestine using the same method. So basically what they did in the ordinance in the survey was to explore water systems. Hydrology was and by exploring water systems, they could map out where the Ottomans kept their troops. They could also measure sea level, between the Dead Sea and this was important because of their ambitions for the Suez Canal. So this success, the survey was very successful, and so this success in surveying Jerusalem encouraged them to explore the rest of Palestine using the same method. Hence, the Palestine Exploration Fund, which is an organization, was established, and it carried out excavations in Palestine. Now, the objective behind these explorations was to study the flora and fauna, the nature of the society, but more importantly, to find material that corresponds to Jewish history as laid out by Flavius Josephus. The first mission of the engineers that were sent by the Palestine Exploration Fund was to investigate the Jewish temple. So under Al-Haram Al-Sharif complex. You know that the claim is that the temple is under the Al-Aqsa Mosque, okay, which is the west side of the Haram complex. Now they did the excavations. The excavations already happened. Okay, yeah. So there was a ban from the Ottomans, but then they managed it anyways. And the results that Charles Warren, an engineer, a young engineer, enthusiastic young engineer, gave were not satisfactory. Basically, he said that it is impossible to find any kind of construction under this part of the Haram complex because there is a dam under the Haram complex. That's what he observed. They got rid of him. He was sent to South Africa, and the mission was given to the famous H.H. Kitchener and Claude Conder. Now, important to note that the Royal Engineers reported to the War Office. The British intelligence in 1912 confiscated all materials related to maps and cartography made by the Royal Engineers. It became responsible for their publishing. It also made use of them in the wake of World War I to attack the Ottoman Empire. The war resulted with the British occupying Palestine in what became known as the British Mandate. Now, we know the story afterwards. In parallel, we had the creation of the Zionist organization. We had also the first and the second Jewish immigrations. And then we had the violence culminated until 1948 and what became known as the Palestinian catastrophe or Nakba. Basically, 400 villages were wiped out. 400 villages, we are talking about a very small area. So that's like, that was, I think, I don't want to speculate, but that was a lot. And the entire topography of the land was transformed to fit the Zionist narrative of the land. For precise information on how towns and villages were destroyed, I actually suggest that you look at the recent work of Salman Abu Sitteh and Walid al-Khaldi and Zukhrot, Israeli organization. So the use of the term, now I just want to wrap up with two points or 3 points on the use of the term genocide, like as we use it now. So far we've talked about how racist exclusionary thought about Palestine that was present from the beginning of the settler colonial period, how it influenced the colonization of Palestine. But we illustrated how such epistemic structure prepared the rhetoric for the extermination of Palestinians and the appropriation of land. So we explored how the sense of cultural superiority was a constant of genocidal brutality, pointing out that it was not limited to Palestine, but preceded by many countries that were victims of settler colonialism since the 13th century. If we look at wars of extermination associated with settler colonialism, if we consider the early colonial campaigns in Ireland in the 13th century, and more recently in Palestine in the 21st century, which lasted, we can say that the settler colonial campaigns have lasted for more than 8 centuries. So during which they claimed thousands of victims. However, the definition of genocide did not receive the attention of intellectuals until the 1940s, when jurist Raphael Lemkin formulated the definition of genocide. Now, his definition, So his definition, you can read the definition. There's this definition and the definition given by the Geneva Convention. I'm sorry, I'm just like rushing, okay? by the Geneva Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, Article number 2. If we look at these two definitions, we can see that the definition confines the concept of genocide to the dichotomy of intent and commitment of crime. And it does not consider the historical specificity of the genocide in the settler colonial context. So genocide is not an event. Genocide is a structure. Come to your question on restoration. And it's accumulation of massacres. It is severe economic and political losses, parliamentary laws, and that legitimize mass murder and land confiscation. But the definitions of genocide we use today do not take into consideration that the people of the land or the indigenous are targeted for the mere fact that they simply exist on this targeted land. Okay? Lastly, the narrative of extermination circulating in Western academic and non-academic circles is essentially Eurocentric. Not forget that the definition of genocide was originally developed to describe the extermination of Europeans in the world wars, and is therefore not inclusive and does not qualify to represent the massacres victims of settler colonialism, in that sense that it does not address also the issue of racism that is associated with extermination for the mere fact that they exist on this targeted land. And finally, Palestine until today occupies very little space in colonial studies. A little has been done on racist discourse pertaining to the Palestinian strategy. For instance, scholars paid little attention to West's relentless attempts to demonize, distort, and misrepresent knowledge about Palestine in order to obliterate Palestinian narrative. They overlook the history of colonial genocide in Palestine by first separating Palestine from its surrounding, and second, separating the history of Palestine from the history of global colonialization. And yes, so I end here.
Thank you very much, Hadeel, for this deep genealogy, this incorporated comparison between different geographies that lies, however, at the roots of our present. I would shift now to a more maybe sociological attempt to establish interdependencies between oppressive projects, leaving the floor to Donatella, that maybe wanted to talk about her article on the weaponization of anti-Semitism in Germany. Thank you, Donatella.
Thank you, Lorenzo, and thank you, Hadeel. I will try to be very brief also because I presented the book also in the pro-Palestinian camps, and now I want to connect it a bit to the reflections of these days. So a main questions that prompted me to do this research is why so much repression of international solidarities, because we have in the past examples of anti-war movement like the Vietnam, the movements against the Vietnam War that were repressed in hard ways, but often it also connected with specific forms of actions. Now, the pro-Palestinian movement in solidarity with Palestinians took in Europe and in the United States very peaceful forms. So it was the camps that were also very much oriented to develop knowledge and exchange informations. There were the vigils that were also moments of mourning. And there were boycotts that are a peaceful forms of action. So why so much repression, even in countries that were led by center-left governments, like it was the case in Germany or in the United States, that are the two countries in which repressions of solidarity with Palestine is more brutal. In social movement studies, you have research especially on the policing of protest. And this was, of course, relevant with the repressions of acts of activism in the streets. But what I wanted to focus upon is also the fact that repressions took particular forms and mechanisms, so that it was type of repressions that didn't involve mainly the police, but involved societies that in its broad meaning, uncivic type of society, mass media very much, and the political power. So it was forms of repressions that we rarely have studied, that targeted not the activists in the street, but intellectuals, artists, academics, often of migrant backgrounds, but more in general, left-wing activists that traditionally had been, and it is still confirmed by opinion polls, the least anti-Semitic in terms of their positions towards racism. And as a sociologist, what I did was to try to find concepts that could help to understand this type of situation. So first of all, help understanding the mechanisms of repressions, and then to reflect also on the reasons for these reflections. And there, the idea of a moral panic I found very telling, because in the work of left-wing scholars studying especially mass media phenomenon of stigmatizations of groups of people, like Cohen or like Stuart Hall, the analysis focuses on how social problems are targeted as main attacks to the moral values of the societies, and usually through an exaggerations of the relevance of this type of problems. But it's interesting because I reread Cohen that I used a long time ago, and it seems to reflect exactly what I saw ongoing. So periods of moral panic, he said, a conditions, episodes, person or group of persons emerges to become defined as a threat to societal values and interests. So the very core of the civilization. Its nature is presented in a stylized and stereotypical fashions by the mass media. The moral barricades are manned by editors, bishops, politicians, and other right-wing thinking people. So it was very similar to what one could see ongoing, not just the policing in the street, but a policing, you use the terms demons, and in fact, in the analysis of Stuart Hall and of Cohen, the idea was about a moral panic that targeted the folk devils. So that's target a sort of invented and constructed type of enemies that was very often, also in the cases they analyzed, racialized, young people, so considered to be the outside that threaten our own civilization. So this was the mechanism, but then I tried to understand also which were the basis for this moral panic. And I singled out three sets of variables that I think are at work. My case studies was Germany, but many elements are present also more in general. One I called looking for the institutional basis of a moral panic, because in the work of Cohen and Stuart Hall, the analysis was more at the micro level of the development of the panic. But what I saw looking for the causes, institutional causes that allowed for this moral panic to develop was something that is particularly relevant in the German context, but I see more and more also relevant in other contexts. One is the adoptions of a very highly contested definitions of anti-Semitism, which includes critique of Israel as mainly to be considered also as anti-Semitic. Second element, present again very strong in Germany, but also present in other cases, is the definitions of the non-violent boycott of Israel products and institutions by the BDS, the Boycott, Divest and Sanctions movement, as a form of anti-Semitism. so as an attack to the life of the people in Israel. And then specific to the German case, the creations of a bureaucratic body, the special commissioners for the fight against anti-Semitism, whose power is very vaguely defined, whose competences are also quite untransparent, and whose task is especially to collect information about left-wing activists and migrants as exponent of this new anti-Semitism, as it was called. So this is an aspect, the institutions that allowed for this. Another element which is important, however, is the political background. And there what is important is in the German case, but also in this case as a main example of something that is development, the convergence of all political parties, including in some cases also the left-wing parties, and for sure in many cases the center-left parties, in a definitions of the survival of Israel as a raison d'etat of the Western countries in general. And this type of political opportunities was very much exploited also through the interventions of different actors. The ambassadors of Israel became main lobbyists for the Zionist type of positions. Colleagues in Israel told me they are studying the ways in which Netanyahu planned the substitutions of the personnel in the embassy in order to make them the main promoters. But also many of the different associations for economic exchange with Israel or for cultural exchange with Israel created these political opportunities. And finally, the societal type of background included a form of journalism that, as in Germany, as journalists themselves told me, the aim of the journalist is perceived to be not as informing, but as educating to the mainstream type of values, which was an observation that reflected very much also my own perceptions. Why? So just 2 minutes on the why. I don't believe in the sense of guilt, because the dynamics of development of this process are quite recently, second half of the 2010s, with all these steps that I mentioned. And they developed in a context in which those responsible of the Holocaust, of the Shoah, and so on, are less and less present. In Germany, there is 20% more or less of people living in families with migrants background that, of course, cannot be considered as responsible for the Shoah, and very new generations. So the idea that the responsibilities of the fathers is referred to is no longer the cases of the grandfather, maybe. And so why? My impression is that in this development, there have been a lot of attempt to create an identifications that has been prompted by the far right, that is an ethnic identifications of the citizenship, that to a certain extent imitate the development in Israel with the sort of ethnic cleansing and the idea that there are the proper citizens belong to the genetically defined core of the nations. This started with the push on the far right, Alternative für Deutschland in the German case, but produced also a sort of alignment by the other forces, in part because of the attempt to reconquest on the right wing the votes that had been lost, but I think more deeply in understanding of the Western civilizations as opposed to the Muslims, the Arabs, and the migrants in general. And this, I think, is the reasons why this form of identifications has oriented the societies towards a sort of self-fulfilling prophecies with the isolations, marginations, rationalizations, and repressions of the migrant citizens, but also of the universalistic Jews that, in my research, represent 1/3 of the victims of repression. So from Nancy Fraser, Masha Guess, and many of these cases. So it is very often Jews, very often also people from Israel that are considered as not the right shade of Jews, and that are targeted very strongly, first of all by embassies and various commissioners, but then also with this convergence of moral panic. We'll stop here.
Perfect. 12 minutes. Okay, thank you very much, Donatella. I would pass the microphone to Atef, who has a vantage point both from the Middle East and the US to talk about this situation.
It's hard to follow Donatella and Hadeel, and it was hard to be in this panel in the first place for many reasons, but maybe I'll start with this about my first point is that I would had a quick conversation with Lorenzo about the cliched, maybe often cliched Gramsci, the will, and also like in my research in the revolution is that they often the dual hats challenging to me. Like one time I'm depressed and disappointed and as somebody who cared about the revolution or was engaged in some sort of another, and the other is like the scholar is the one that's pessimist. Vice versa. Is something wrong with this? Maybe I talk in waves, like revolutionary waves, and I'll be closer to the mic.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's really hard. This is my first disclaimer: is that I really don't have an answer. I'm trying to make sense of hope and despair. As a revolution scholar who I'm not a scholar of genocide, but it's like really hard. I studied, or like so I have some students who had like a MA thesis or work in, but they are quantitative scholars with due respect. So I try to push them hard to think about genocide historically and But so I'm trying to grapple between these two things. As a human, I'm disappointed. I'm heartbroken. I can't see images. Most of my life, I was writing about torture, writing about revolution and counter-revolution. Was like very, very attached to it. I had perseverance. I thought I had perseverance and resilience about pulling myself together, like being heartbroken, collect yourself and think thoroughly. And also we need to fight in all fronts, colors, but also as humans about epistemic violence and so forth, going through the etymologies and so now at this point, while I am heartbroken, can't speak and avoid them, but sometimes some images haunts me about a girl who's carrying her brother or her sister, and she was like a 10, 11-year-old, for like 2-3 kilometers to find an ambulance. It's like, so it's hard. That's my first comment, is like, really, maybe we need to keep learning from each other as scholars or as organizers, because it's one thing to stop the genocide and another to think about peace and justice in the Middle East. That's like we're failing to end something. That's one comment. The second thing is that maybe our responsibilities as scholars in relation to the production of knowledge about genocide. And I really loved Hadeel's sheet about alerting us about the definition of genocide, not only in the Geneva, but also Declaration, but also the Convention of Genocide, and then the ICC statute, there's many iterations. It's mostly about atrocities. And I know we are, atrocities in Europe, of course, make sense. You know, regardless, I agree with Donatella about the guilt, maybe it's not a defining factor, but it, of course, genocides elsewhere is not really genocides, because it's not even, so I'm glad that we need to think through about how we redefine, how to undo Eurocentric notions of genocides. So maybe the least we can do is to keep, and I'm not saying stop organizing, I'll come back to this, but as scholars to keep thinking and digging and think about how we think, what's the production of knowledge in the age of genocide? What can we do? Like, despite of the attacks, despite repression, what type of vocabulary or discursive terminologies we need to come up with, and so forth. That's my second point. Most of my comments maybe are answers, questions to myself, because I'm grappling with them. I don't have answer. My third comment is that what are the mechanisms that working together, that's shaping this current moment about different directions of really different competing factors, such as and cross-overlapping, like they will have systems and war manufacturing businesses that flourishing, and it's being tested, and AI in terms of bombing and drones, and there's lots of things. It's advancing compared to Obama. It's a totally different level, you know, about the and also the debates about precision and the lack of human agency on drones is something we need to think about. But at least I'm just highlighting these mechanisms or these issues that we need to think through. They are competing. Highly manufacturing, global, corporate, militarized industrial complexes, networks. We need to test and learn and improve and make money. And we need to prove that these things are working, you know. Two, it's also global racial supremacist war, and I agree with Donatella. This is something about the vocabulary that Hadeel highlighted about the human, animals, and It's how to think. This is something, and also Israel. I agree with Donatella. There's something about the discourse. We cannot avoid this discourse about anti-immigrant, anti-Muslim, anti-Palestinian, and they're all working together. But Israel is the safeguard or the guardian of Western civilization. Vocabulary that's not just only Netanyahu uses, but also right-wing European and the government, global. This is our folks. There's something civilization, cosmic war logic, like a political theological ideas about war and bringing the Messiah as it's something about something like in a blunt supremacist war. Emboldened version of what happened in the war in Iraq about we're saving humanity. So that's a second mechanism. There's supremacist logics. Three, and similar to what Hadeel was saying about the paradigm of settler colonial and extermination is continuing. This is something, part of it, we cannot defeat settler colonial model because it's extermination model. It's an ongoing paradigm. Like it's a getting away with murder or the genocidal logics, continuous and discontinuous all the time. Third or fourth logic is the global solidarity movements. It's really important, even if it's symbolic, it's not symbolic. They're enduring a lot, but actually they are, even though the global superpowers are complicit and highly repressive in unprecedented ways compared to many other anti-global mobilization movement and anti-war and so forth. And would be disappointed because we could see easily these movements are not delivering anything. But I mean, there's symbolic gains, there's a global awareness, there's a logics about talking about Palestine and the encampments. And I visited 2 encampments, and they were evacuated. And I was heartbroken. I was triggering lots of things and so forth. But in short, the global solidarity movement is not a failure, and it's important, and it exposes regimes no matter what we do. Other logic is that what's happening on the ground in Palestine, Gaza, and Lebanon, they're important things. I know it's hard to say which one gives. This is part of the deep despair that we could confront for momentarily at least. Sometimes we seek hope from Palestinians, believe it or not. And it's like, what is on earth, like people are burned alive. Life. So that's also one. It's also logic that feeds into all those global image. Another thing is actually the idea about nuclear apocalyptic scenarios. It's all this. There's lots of discussions about Netanyahu is crazy. Could you do it like this? Something about Iran. Iran will respond to killing Haniya or like this. Like it's all about undermining Iran's influence in the region and so forth. There's many things, but the nuclear scenario is scary. Like something about something can happen with mistake and But this is how vicious this genocidal campaign. Like really, it's not. It's normal. It's part of the discussion. It's expecting, and it's. Is it possible? It's not possible. It's like something as if it could. So anyway, these are competing overlapping dynamics. I don't have an answer which one was more important, but I'm hopeful, trying to be hopeful with the global solidarity movement, or think of it. I will stop here. I don't have.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Atef, particularly for the stimulus about the optimism of will. Also in Italy, as around the world, we are trying to give our contribution to this struggle that, as you said, is not just symbolic, because universities are one of the mechanisms that reproduce the war machine, the Israeli war machine. And I would like, about this topic, to give the microphone to Paola, who is particularly committed to a network of researchers and, importantly, also workers of the university for the academic boycott. Of course, my suggestions are not expected to compel you to talk about that, but they are just hints to introduce. Thank you, Paola.
Thanks very much, Lorenzo. So, yeah, it's difficult. There are so many things to say, and I really appreciated Atef, because we really, I think we also, there's also very kind of, emotional and human, side to witnessing a genocide. And we were talking before at lunch with Hadeel and also with other people in the past, in the past year. One of the big questions is really how we will reckon with all of this, as humankind, like collectively, and how, and how think about humanity, when the genocide, the extreme violence, will be over. And I was also sharing that I also kind of I recognize in myself like this dynamic of dehumanizing those who do not feel, as much as I feel, and I really don't understand how we can, in a way, be part of the same humanity and yet, have, harboring some, very different sentiments and very different feelings about how we feel and how we what are our opinions like. So there's a lot, there's a lot that is emotional really about this. But on a more kind of rational, if you want, plan of things, I really appreciated, what Hadeel was saying in terms of how practices and ideas about settler colonialism, circulate in time and geography, and we've also talked about this in some way about security practices and securitization and counterterrorism, counterinsurgency practices, and I think that this idea of settler colonialism, the way in which it manifests in our societies, is white supremacy in the sense of this very violent normalization of violence, the refusal to acknowledge and reckon with that violence and its genocidal nature. Lives being continuously, put in a hierarchy. And I think universities have, what we have learned about universities, at least what I have learned about universities in the past year, is that they are extremely dangerous places, can be extremely dangerous places. So very, very different from this, this stereotype or this idea that we have, in a way, grew up with about universities being, the place where you can be political. And I'm thinking of Ireland in this instance in particular, Ireland being a place where public employees are required by regulation not to display any, political opinion or not share any political opinion in their workplace. But there's one exception in the public sector, and that's university. So even, so this idea that you can be political like in university, but it comes with, with a lot of danger. I mean, we've seen in this past year, and I think this is what is really happening is that we're going through a process. I mean, through genocidal violence, through more specific mechanisms such as the moral panic around what is called the new anti-Semitism and the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, which, as Donatella was saying, conflates anti-Semitism with anti-Zionism. But also, like, I'm thinking of, all the anti-migrant racism that comes with, with this genocide, with authorities in the UK, France, Italy saying that, migrants are deportable because there's this prejudice about anti-Semitism. So it's a process that makes migrants' lives even more precarious and makes them more deportable, basically. So altogether, and of course I'm thinking of the latest security package proposed by the current government in Italy. So I think that, this is, by large, an authoritarian reconfiguration. This is, very much part of what we have been discussing today, which comes with this under the banner of this idea of protecting Jewish life, but actually has nothing to do with that. We've seen Jewish students protesting alongside Palestinians and, defending Palestinian lives and asking to, hold Israel accountable and that Israel is sanctioned, and yet being targeted with extreme violence, by security forces. And we've seen that, again, university being, a place where we've seen this dynamic extremely in a very clear way. In the US, but we've also have, examples of this in Europe and in Italy as well. So university is a central place for this authoritarian reconfiguration, in particular taking the, the form of repression of something that we call academic freedom. Sorry, the vast majority of cases being opened against colleagues who were accused of anti-Semitism and then being closed off with no evidence found of, of such accusation. And on this, I'd like to redirect you to a report that BRISMES, the British Society for Middle East Studies, and the ELSC, which is the European Legal Support Center, co-authored and was released last year, where 45 cases of colleagues who've been accused of anti-Semitism under the HRA definition of anti-Semitism are examined. And, there was just one out of these 45, just one that still, when the report was published, outstanding, but all of them were closed off with no evidence, basically. But of course, this comes with the high price, right, for colleagues. Many of them are of migrant backgrounds, many of them are precarious. So with high price in terms of future employability, your credibility being destroyed, your name being, being accused of a rather infamous accusation, which is the one of being a racist. So I'd like to, I could talk more about different cases, but I know Federica will talk about this. But, it's interesting also to see how, these attacks on academics and colleagues have taken, also shaped through larger attacks on decolonial studies, settler colonialism, and largely speaking, critical race theory, which we have seen many instances and examples of this, in places like Switzerland, Germany, of course, the UK, and North America. So I'd like to conclude this by saying that there's this saying in Italian, which is like, we shouldn't put yeast on rubbish. And I do really believe in it, because this has been a time of extreme desperation, but also, I think we should all engage in a discipline of hope, not because we're naive and, how a bit, dumb, but because it's necessary. We have to hold on that, I think, in order to, basically to continue to do what we are doing. And the mobilizations in university have been, at least for me, a great source of that hope, which have been, for the first time, perhaps in history, extremely transversal: student, colleagues, workers, so people working in, administrative staff, mobilizing together. I don't have memory of that, in the past. Many of, of those who have been mobilizing are present in this room. So, it's a bit emotional as well. I think that what these mobilizations are forcing us to do is to reckon with the history, the legacy of colonialism and the history of racism that, we hardly have any chance to, to think about in other spaces. And I'd like to close on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Paola. Well, it's unprecedented, I think, in Italy, but in the US, I told yesterday with Benoit, there was a broader movement in the university. I don't know, Benoit, if you want to comment on that in your intervention or whatever. I give you the floor.
Yes, thank you very much, Lorenzo. Thanks for all my colleagues on this panel. Just want to pick up on Donatella's point. I think the idea of moral panic is a useful frame, and I think in the US you see that at play. Maybe the one way to frame it is that the USA, there is a sacrosanct principle of freedom of expression, right? The First Amendment, which guarantees, on top of carrying guns, you can carry critical speech everywhere. But then there is the so-called Palestine exception, right? In the USA, anything that pertains to Palestine then is easily dismissed or become increasingly criminalized. And I think the moral panic is, I just want to illustrate a little bit with examples from the place where I work, the New School for Social Research, which is supposed to be a place progressive, etc., but that has taken some very aggressive measures. We all have seen, how the police was used on campus against the encampments in the USA. At the New School, we had 2 police intervention on campus, one against the student occupation of the campus, and then the second was the faculty occupying in solidarity with Palestine, and also the faculty were removed forcibly by the police. And what we're seeing now in the last couple of months is after the summer, there is a more pernicious choreography of repression and criminalization of solidarity. Namely that you don't have the same level of confrontational engagement, but you have disciplinary measures related to Title IX. Title IX is a federal law that prevents discrimination, harassment, and bullying on campus. And this is being used increasingly as kangaroo court against anybody engaging with forms of solidarity expression, of condemnation of the genocide, etc. So we have quite worrying development. Just last week, we had our emails that were subject of some interventions simply because we have a person invited on campus who is a UN rapporteur, Francesca Albanese, and all the emails that had Francesca Albanese disappear from our mailbox from one moment to the other. So a direct intervention in this. So this is a perfect illustration when we talk about the Palestinian exception. You basically disrupt any forms of communication. Then they were like excused about whether it was a spam attack and they had to, take the emails, etc. But there are other things that are, we confront them. There is a media policy. So if you do a front-facing public event at the new school, you cannot use certain words. So there's a literally censorship about genocide, settler colonialism, indigeneity, and other principles that basically you shouldn't use those in your titles or text announcing the events. And so you get to the point where you feel really concerned about what you can say, what you can teach. And then you get into some Kafkaian situations where, in the US, you have to be extremely careful. This is called trigger warning. That you have to warn students that you're going to be confronting with difficult situation or difficult text, etc. And so you get to the point where last week I was assigning texts by young writers from Gaza, short stories. And, you get to a point with undergrad students where you have to choose texts that are not too violent because you don't want to hurt the sensibility of the students. So you get to the point where you cannot explain, the genocide, the violence, because you have to be mindful of the sensibility of. So this is as kind of like an extreme situation where you are in warps where you think like, where am I? And the last example is really, I think, and that goes back to the point of Hadeel about settler colonialism, is that now more and more we have colleagues on campus who say they feel threatened whenever they hear any argument related to Palestine. And so I think this is a trope of settler colonialism, which is what I call is the reversed attribution of violence. The reverse attribution of violence, namely in settler colonial formation. Think of Algeria, France. Think of Ireland, England. Think of the USA and the Indians. Think of Palestine, Israel. Who is the originator of violence? Then, according to the dominant settler colonial narrative, it's always the colonized subjects that are the violent. The Indians scalping the Americans. In reality, the scalping was actually the Scottish Ulster who were paid to actually demonstrate how many Indians they had killed, etc. And so we see there's the same history now we have with Palestine, that the Palestinians are the originator of all violence, and the victims are people who, criticize this. So we're really in this situation of reverse attribution of violence. Ruba Saleh, in a recent piece quoting Rima Hamimi, calls this DARVO, the acronyms Deny, Attack, and Reverse Victim Offender. So there is an actually, an elaboration of this problem of reversed violence. And I would like to, conclude with a couple of points, which is, so we have to restate the right order of the problems, right? So there is the asymmetry of the occupation, there is the history of settler colonial, there is the multiple forms of, spatial-sides, ecocide, genocide, all those points, elements that are constitutive of the settler colonialist project. And I think it's important to, I hear the criticism about Eurocentrism, but I also want to know that the Convention on the Prevention of Genocide has been used, in the case of Srebrenica. So it has been applied, and the ICG has demonstrated that there was a genocide committed in Europe. And so the ICG is an important tool, however fraught the international legal system. And this is, you know, and we have to use this instrument to document, right, those processes. And the other case of the ICG on Palestine about the illegality of the occupation, or the question was of how legal is the occupation, the answer has been very clear. And I think from this decision from July, not the temporary measure on the genocide, but about the legality, the other order of the ICG, I think we can reverse and create another narrative that will allow to fold the point that Hadeel was making, namely that all those forms of destructions, they are reprehensible, they are illegal under international. So I think we have to make this effort to build a narrative, an analysis in which we can basically restate the basic premises of the deep asymmetry that settler colonial creates and put the Palestinian in this in the wrong end. And so there is another element, the last point that I want to make, which is setting the right order, right? I mean, let's get rid of this, you know, criminalization of solidarity. Let's criticize the Palestinian exception, and is to take Palestine as a source for global theory. And I think this is what we all need to do as teacher educator, is to show how we can learn to address global struggles by reversing and taking, documenting and explaining what happens in Palestine. So legal scholars use this argument, it's called erga omnes. So it's a right of obligation towards all, namely that if there is a threat to ecology, it becomes an argument for everybody because we are all concerned by ecology. And, you know, what I encourage us to do is to show that defending the humanity, defending the need to have legal protection for Palestinians, the need to understand the history of Palestine is a way to understand the global structure of domination, etc. So that's another way I want to put it, is like to reverse and make of Palestine a source of global theory to push back against the military securization, the management of time and space, the form of surveillance, ecocide, etc. So in that sense, you know, the struggle around Palestine is a global struggle.
Thank you, Benoit. You rightly stressed the power asymmetry. However, it has also to be stressed that the Palestinian resistance is very long-standing, and so there is also ways to counterbalance. I don't know if it's a good hint to introduce Aris for your intervention. Not necessarily. No, I'm following the order on the program. Okay, use that.
Okay. It's just some reactions or answers to some of my colleagues here. Thank you for having. First of all, we need to understand, and it's a point that can really relate to what Hadeel said, that Israel now is actually fighting for its existence, what they claim to be, and this is what they call it. Like, it's the war on existence. And this is rooted back to the history of what is called Jewish people. And this history of existence is also really rooted also in the Westerner mind as well, in case as a response of the Holocaust. And this also has a lot of ramifications, because they use these metaphors not for nothing. They use it to express their deep concerning about their own existence. And these ramifications would also, I wrote it here, it could be also about a censorship. They could use this censorship. They could use these mowing the grass narrative in order to justify their own inhumane genocidal actions. And also there is one very very specific metaphor that they are using right now in the Israeli media in Hebrew means En Chafim Pesha Be'aza, which means there are no innocents in Gaza. And those metaphors are deeply rooted in the Israeli society right now and also in the Western media. And that's how they construct those narratives during since October 7th and before, of course, October 7th. This is something that maybe has to do with media and moral panic. And the other thing that has to do with Germany that's really interesting, that Germany is using right now they're using bureaucracy to justify their own actions and their own support to Israel. And it really reminds me of how they do it, in the Holocaust, and what Zygmunt Bauman has spoken in his book about modernity. And this is something that really hits me so hard, because when you ask, for example, people who work in the company that really built some kind of features in the weapons, and you ask that, you tell them that you are really sending weapons to Israel, they justify it as it's part of our bureaucratic manufacturing of those weapons. We are not sending M16, for example. We are sending only a bullet from M16. So these specificity that you're talking about, this is how they use in order to justify their support. And this is something that we need to reflect on maybe deeply. And the other thing that really comes in mind here, where we're talking about the freedom of expression, is as academics, right now we need to keep reflecting on what is our role now in times of genocide, and this is really brings me back to your question: how come the Palestinians really still have hope, or give you hope, or we don't have a privilege to give up. We really don't have this privilege. So we need to move on. Otherwise, because our existence, as Hadeel said, is our steadfastness. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dil. Now I shift the microphone to Federica.
Okay, I have the hard task of closing up. It's not easy. Well, I think I will also start with a personal experience that until recently I haven't considered as a violation of academic freedom, but I was going through some notes that I had taken around 7th of October, so when everything started this year, and what happened to me was that I had this article under revision for a sociological journal, and it was about my experience from, let's say, a methodological reflection, so doing field work in a settler colonial context. And I did through two ways of revision, so minor and major and minor and so on. So I changed everything, and it was about to be published. And I woke up the morning of the 7th of October, after everything happened, as we know, and with an email that was saying that the article was rejected because the editor found that probably one of the reviewers was biased. And this person maybe knew me, I don't know, but that's their job, no? To make sure that you are sending out an article that is not connected to the person that wrote it. But I really didn't think about it as academic repression, because I expected that, in the sense that when we start, as it didn't start with the 7th of October, when we start to work on Palestine, our supervisions and supervisors tell us, listen, this will be a long path in which probably you will see many rejections that are not on the base of your academic work and your academic production, but is more about the topic itself. So for me, it was something that I had in mind as a possibility that could happen. And I think that's also maybe why we as people that worked on Palestine and on the Palestinian cause before the 7th of October were not that much surprised about also the level and type of repression that followed. And I saw it also in the type of repression that we are witnessing now. I'm doing a project together with Donatella on the Palestinian movement in Italy, and what we see is that first, well, Italy, it's a very close political opportunity structure system because of the government that we have. And because of that, we also expected a bit higher level of repression in terms of collective mass event. This was not that much there from the protest event analysis, so reported from the news, but what we instead found out is that at the individual level, people are targeted. So what we see is that, for example, people are identified because they are wearing a keffiyeh, or that there was this very, I don't want to say funny, but there were two elders while the Pope was giving a Saturday Mass in Rome that were holding the Palestinian flag, and they were identified and brought to the police the 24th of December, so the day before Christmas. So we have this kind of personal targeting that I think they also in some ways reflect the type of targeting that Israel has always had with the solidarity with Palestinian people. So Palestinian people are targeted because they are Palestinian so massively at the group level. Instead, solidarity and, let's say, allies of the Palestinians are targeted individually. And I think this is even truer when it comes to the academic context. What we have seen again at the Italian, where we followed mainly the case of Bologna, but also there, what was clear was that the police was not supposed to enter the university. So the directors of the different universities had to control inside, let's say, the physical buildings. And outside, instead, so during the encampment, for example, it was up to the police and to the law enforcement system to repress them. But this distinction was very clear. And this is also probably because what we have seen in cases like Bologna is that there were basically no victory. I mean, at the level of the rettore, so the director of the university, they didn't allow students basically nothing compared to other senate. And also, in the case of Bologna, what was very interesting was, I'm about to finish, was the level of mobbing and other forms of, we can call them soft violence. So, for example, denying the rooms for having events like Omar Barghouti, for example. And so this was something. And then what I was also would define as peer pressures. So other colleagues that were writing, maybe you shouldn't do this event, maybe we should engage that much for this cause because there might be repercussions. Then in Italy, we didn't witness what happened, for example, in Germany or in other countries. There was not that level of people fired, for example. Nobody was fired as much as I know in the Italian context. And so I'm actually wondering why. On the one hand, I think now that Benoit was mentioning that, and also Paola, might be the fact that Italian universities still not that into some discourses. So the colonial theory, indigeneity, settler colonialism, except for some faculties, these are not topics that are dealt on a very regular basis. And so that might be the case. But on the other hand, I think that it plays a very high role, the self-censorship. So the fact that most of the people are also, they just don't send emails to share events or to, yes, make the university aware of something that is going around. So at this point, I don't have an answer, but I'm really wondering why in Italy we have this high level of censorship inside the university, but I leave that to you.
Thank you, Federica. There was a firing of a high school professor in Rome. He was a migrant and he lost his. He was fired and he lost his visa and he risked to be expelled. Well, we have still almost half an hour for the debate, so it's 6:30. So.
The teacher, so Seth hasn't lost his international protection yet, so it's in the process of being repealed.
Indeed.
But yes, we definitely have that anti-migrant thing and, kind of overlap happening in the case of Italy.
Yeah, that not to criticize Federica, but just to exploit the situation to remember this case that it's important and deserves solidarity. And okay, so question answers to question raised here. Ahmed, the microphone, where is it?
Well, I want to thank you all for the presentations and also some of the, like I don't know if they are like emotional reflections or also conceptual ideas about how to kind of digest the situation from a more point of view of a scholar or a researcher. However, I want to ask a question on related to the making of order and disorder and related to this conference. One on the international level related to what you, Hadeel, have said and also what you, Benoit, have said is to what extent we will keep engaging with what we can say is the international order, which is the international institutions that are byproducts of the Western civilization, which is collapsing unless in the mirrors of many Europeans themselves. And if they are ignoring us or everyone that is actually confronting, let's not say the capitals, but mainly the war industries, to what extent we have to consider them and also still engage with the definitions of genocide? Do we really care? It's one telephone call and the ICJ will not make a call, like will not make an appeal, will not raise like an order to consider this or that. This is on the international level, the post-Western Cold War order. Where are we getting? On the regional level, and this might be more territorial, military, and political. There has been a gap in the middle. I don't like that term, Middle East. There has been a gap in this region for many years, and has been only causing wars. So 1 minute, there has been always causing wars, and the gap. Many international and local. Regional players have tried to fill this gap and they couldn't. Qatar tried, Saudi tried, UAE is trying, USA is actually trying, they're failing, Russia is failing. And to what extent, and I don't want to put scenarios of the success of the scenarios of the Zionist state or the success of this 0-0 equation. It's a hard question, but what will fill this gap? On a political sense, no, but like this gap of lack of a regional, not leader, but a regional kind of rock of sustaining the region, because eventually the international powers have failed for economic and military reasons. That's it. So I'll pause.
Dani?
Yeah, very briefly, I wanted to ask a question. Which I know that the answer to which will be very difficult to articulate here and now, but I think it's an important one, and I also want to take this chance to greet you before I will have to leave at 7, because as you know, I have a ferry to take later. So yeah, my question is, and I'm sorry I won't probably have the chance to listen to the replies, but still I want to ask it. So we were talking about this a bit during lunch, and there is much focus from us, as you were rightly all mentioning, on the extreme violence of this moment, right? Both, especially in Palestine, but also like in his articulation, authoritarian articulations and repression here or elsewhere. And I can really see from engagements with people that are not have not been very much familiar with the history of Palestine or the Palestinian issue, very pragmatically, like my parents, for example, in our conversations, they are very much traumatized about what is going on, and this brings them to, of course, solidarize with the Palestinian people, but because of the violence and because of the trauma that the violence causes. The problem and the question is that this violence, we don't know whether and when this will end, but we also need probably to resonate on the fact that it will probably at some point end in its extreme manifestations. But, it's also our role as, let's say, people very much engaged with the production of knowledge, if you want, and violence, that it's also our role to kind of, look a bit forward and try to articulate what will come after violence. So to reconnect again with the Palestinian cause, and there is, not easy solutions to that, and it's very complex, but still is something that we should consider and keep the focus on. This violence will probably come again if the Palestinian issue doesn't come to some sort of solution, which I don't want to explore which one and which one is right or not. And this is actually the decision of the Palestinian people according to how I see things. But it's a question that we should keep in mind together with the urgency of facing the extreme violence. I don't know if it made sense.
Of course. The question, before answering the question.
Yeah.
You want to do...
But maybe Benoit can help. Or the I don't know. I'm sorry.
It's not how. Oh, okay. It's not about the elections mainly. It's about the politics in the U.S. and the future of the parties, the Democratic and the Republican parties, after the, events that we are actually witnessing right now. Do you think that we are witnessing some kind of frictions between those parties and different, models of parties, political parties in the U.S. specifically after genocidal events in Gaza and now in Lebanon?
Well, I suggest to collect still other reactions for 7 minutes and then replies from the table. Lorenzo?
Thank you. It was super interesting, etc., but necessary, I think, first of all, really necessary. And coming from the Department of Political Science of the University of Bologna, this is would be totally unacceptable. So I'll be clear open on that. There's been not directly with me, but different cases of what can be identified as mobbing. And last time I tried to organize an event calling a Tunisian activist. The answer was yes, but if you call an activist and you bring politics into university, you should call a counter-activist stating, in that case would be that Kaysai the regime is fine. I think I would like to find him in Bologna, maybe it would be also interesting. But it was not the case. And then the person who told me this directly came out with the history of how Palestine was treated in the Department of Political Science and the problems that it created not having a counterpart. So apart from this sharing moment, I think it's interesting because in a certain way, we're all talking about how bureaucracy and technocracy actually depoliticize everything. I deal with migration, so for me, basically talking about statistics, once again, it fills up its function. At a certain point, I think, yeah. So Federica were talking about like support of Palestine and the idea of like refusing your paper, not because, but you know, like because there's a conflict of interest, whatever allows people to deresponsibilize on a political event like this one, I think will be pursued. And I don't know if you have like a similar idea about how bureaucracy and technocracy works when political issues are salient and relevant. And the last thing I would like to say, and was directly connected to Daniela's commentary about we will repeat it again and again and again and again if we don't find a solution. And I found very interesting a comment that a Jewish Tunisian historian made, Sophie Bessis, last summer. And we're like, we're pro-Palestinians because we're anti-colonials. There's a very specific point, which is like we support colonized people in their fight for justice. Stop. So as long as Paola was saying, we don't start reading, I think, this Palestine war as pretty anti-colonial war today, we will run the risk of repeating. Thank you.
Can I just add one word, because I didn't want to give the impression with my question of like a kind of teleological reasoning of something that will necessarily repeat, like the violence will repeat itself, but it's just, you know, like going beyond the discourse on violence, and also it is a way to cope with this traumatism, which has the risk of ended up in like abstract humanitarianism if we don't tackle the political question. That was just to clarify.
Okay. I think we have time for other 2 or maximum 3 reactions. Ali? The
short comment and a kind of a rhetorical question to Ella, and perhaps also Paola and Federica. Part of my comment might be harsh for some people. I think we need to shed the light on, to understand what is currently going on in the Middle East, Arab world, which was very absent from all the oppressive forces. They're in an extremely ugly moment. From the 70s and the Western imperialism, that openly we have to say. With the new geopolitical alliance with the Saudis, parties, and the kind of have no small space even to breathe. And even internally, we can't do any kind of protest. This is the first. Second, we should also highlight a bit, and this is the harsh part, the very ridiculous phase of the European leftists, if they should be called leftists. And building on what Benoit said, and to be honest, from my experience, I need really someone of the professors to tell us, why they are always feeling that traumatized? Like, what happened? So that they feel that traumatized and always that sensitive. Nonsense politically, because they also got completely depoliticized in the agonistic sense of politics, and like I don't know what kind of agenda that is being based on. Finally, I would like to do a rhetorical question: is do we have a kind of connection between what happened in Greece in 2008 and what is happening at the moment? Particularly, is that the Germans are the one who led the repression in the 2 cases. And here there is a very interesting figure that I always, because I have a problem with pronouncing the R, so Lydia might help me, Verfacus, very inspiring figure for me, who was also highly repressed in the 2 cases. Like I still remember Merkel saying, anyone but him, anything but these ideas, anything but these policies. The same. And like also for our German leftists leading the European Union, I really can't be academic in this sense, but like, what is this? Like, honestly, what, seriously, what is this?
Okay. Other 2 max, not 1, 2, max 2 interventions still?
And then some short reaction from the roundtable. No? Okay, don't know if Atef, do you want to answer to Aris?
It's a big, I don't have, it's my short answer, because we had the conversation on lunch about the election, and I was in a complete despair. But my short answer is that maybe our Gramsci experts can say more about interregnum, and I don't know how to pronounce it well, but if we are global, really we are, it's connecting dots about electoral politics. I see there's no American, sometimes I have one time, I will not saying a secret, that one time I had a question in a prelim on political sociology about describe American democracy, like and then a colleague or it's too broad. Anyway, so it's actually, I say in American democracy is rotten, there is no democracy, it's a version of neoliberal authoritarianism, and I don't see any friction between the two parties. There's some conflict about political correctness, but it's agenda, neoliberal, fascist, warmonger, both, with just a supremacist light and supremacist bold. So it's a big, they both are not talking about genocide, or it's like and you can silence Palestinian delegates or Arab Americans to come to DNC, and it is like really, so I don't have an answer to it. We need some analysis about the global crisis of governance and global capital, and how they are really, how rotten, like what's Ali, I agree with Ali, and similar, my response to Ahmed and Ali, if you might, is that the rotten global mode of governance that has the variations of neoliberal authoritarianism, authoritarian neoliberalism, like different degrees of some marginal, so the Saudi, Emirati, Israeli alliance with their collaborators, Sisi and alike, and same with the US and Germany and so forth. We need to fight on all levels, like epistemologically, knowledge production, and I also agree with Paola. I admire, sometimes I'm struggling to be able to communicate meaningfully about Palestine. Not an expert on Palestine. I read and I teach. Need to keep talking and do things on many levels, like support students, be inspired by our students, and not just a cross-generational divide. We were talking regeneration and TikTok, but it's not, I don't know, I will not take it for granted about TikTok versus Facebook and Twitter ban, like this is the American, but this is the Chinese. That's why the TikTok generation are the ones who are, so we need open spaces for conversations. And I was intrigued, I didn't comment to Benoit about الشعب يريد as a new mode of thinking. Maybe we need to advance this about anti-colonial, anti-genocidal, the disposable population of the world unite. We need to come up with terminologies, discursive ideas, and setting the right questions. I agree with Benoit. So I'm sorry I didn't answer your question because I'm sorry. Thanks.
Well, it's quite late, but we have, I think, still 10 minutes. I don't know if we want, for example, that Donatella concludes.
Should I go?
Yes.
Continuing the round?
Yes, very tight.
Yes, very short. Starting with the questions of the left, the short answer would be racism, in the sense that the left has been for a long time not accustomed to think in terms of racializations, colonialism, and so on. But I would not be so pessimistic or as pessimistic as you seems to be, because I think also that there is, first of all, a lot of differences in cross-country variations. Ireland is still one countries in which solidarity is very widespread also on the left for the historical experiences. But also, if you compare the Italian case with the German, it's a totally different stories with the feminists, the environmentalists, the labor movement also much more open to reflect on this type of issues. But I also think that there is another important element, which is the fact that this movement is not just a movement of international solidarities, but you have the Palestinians here, Arabs here, migrants here. And I think it is the backlash on the right that is against the fact that we are no longer the ethnically clean state, but this implies that this type of development on the left are also there to stay. So it is something that is related with the fact that thinking about Palestine is also not constrained on the issues of solidarity with the outside, but it is a reflections about how to change the academia. Or we are working on labor conflict among the dockers, and the dockers who oppose armed trading and the sending of arms to Palestine. They are acting in solidarity, but they are also reflecting on what is their own professions, what should be their own role. And this, I think, is very important because it means that the left can be refounded, that the left has already been impacted by these different levels. So while in general solidarity, international solidarities has been oriented towards far distant type of actors. Nowadays, we are dealing with the situations in which solidarity is not only towards those who are in Gaza, but also towards all those who are with us. And I think that this is an element which is already changing a bit the left. In some countries, probably in Germany, it will take a long time. But also in Germany, the original idea, we don't talk about Palestine and everything will continue to work as it was, is not working. Because also in Germany, you see that many movements have been really cleaved from inside, that in the feminist movements, in the queer movements, in the environmental movements, the idea that you could just avoid thinking about Palestine didn't work. And so that there are more movement also there with the second generations, third generations migrants also taking the leads.
Atef.
It's just a question to Ali as well. I'm thinking out loud. What do you mean by progressive? I mean, this is also some kind of, maybe we need to also shift our paradigm when you talk about progressive voices, progressive actions. What does it mean in time of genocide-like war? What do you mean by that? Because you can, because it means a lot and it means nothing in the same time. And if you're talking about progressive voices also, we see lack of progressive voices also in the European governments and the European umbrella. Like, I think that maybe we need, as an Arabs in this region, to think about what does it mean? What is this case of progressive? That's it. I'm just raising some questions.
Well, I don't have much to add. The only thing that maybe, again, to answer this progressive leftist, what we are seeing, I think it's generally a big detachment from institutions in general. I mean, not that much from parties or from sides like left wing, but we I think we perceive a detachment from what we could generally call civil society at large, also in Gramscian terms, and Stato Carabiniere, so and the state, that it's not very much working towards the claim and the requests of the movement. What it's 1 year. What we have also seen with the research with Donatella is that the average demonstration on 3 months was constant, which is something that is very rare in the study of social movement, because usually mobilization have peaks, they go down, and while here we saw this really constant mobilization for Palestine. And the other thing that, as Donatella was already mentioning, and also Paola, at the university level, was this alliance with different components, that it's something that has been tried out, but usually has failed, and it's the first time that is actually successful. And maybe that might be something from, I don't know, to take as a lesson from these mobilizations for the left. But again, I see very much more a division between what are institutions and what are not. And I don't know, it's probably part of the answer for me.
But very briefly, so I also want to mention that it's the first time in Italy that we have an organization of, university professors and I mean an organization, right? Not people talking and organizing a protest, but the idea is to try to structure, which is really hard work because of academics, like basically how academics are, just extremely difficult to work with. But very briefly, I think the methodologically is good to think of university. It's good to think of it's also perhaps to answer to your question, Daniela, but as fields of contention, like it's political places where they can change because we activate and try to change them, or they can stay the same, or there will be someone else trying to change them in ways that we might not like. So and I'm very much, suggesting and kind of underlining this, because I feel that sometimes there's a bit of fatalism, that is kind of in our way of thinking, historically in front of, of something that perhaps we really struggle to make sense of. This extreme violence and so forth and so on. But it's, down the line, the world is what we make of it. Down the line, university is what we make of it. Down the line, it doesn't mean that, I'm naive and I think that we can change everything. Of course, we're up against, really powerful and, extremely authoritarian forces. I mean, that, there's no need to tell you, but, still, the world is what we make of it. And that's, and that's the reality thing. But to answer, very quickly to your question, I think that, so I don't have like a clear answer, but personally, I think that my role, one of my function is the one of, creating space. I think there's a lot of need also for just people to meet and discuss about things. And I'm thinking of my students, but I'm also thinking of, our colleagues. So one of the things that I'm trying to do in this, talking about the discipline of hope, and I'm trying to do, not to, give up completely hope, is to try to, hold space and, try to make space for conversations to happen. And of course, and this is part of this idea that things are, the reality is what we make of it. Thank you.
Maybe I just leave it at that, because I don't want to be the last person to say, because then it's not. So I leave it at there. So I agree with your point about let's make university a place.
Okay, we have concluded this long day. I think we have to thank the organization, particularly Daniela, for this event, the guest, and a special thank to the staff of our department that made possible the infrastructure of very, very interesting day. Thank you all. It was a pleasure for me, and bye. To the next occasion.